gentlemen, a very good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the ninth edition of BW Disruptive Founders Forum. My name is Aditya Pani, and I'm the executive host for the day. Again, I will sure to follow you. What here? First, this continue. We also have a very young disruptor. How old are you? Lovely. And you also have a very senior in the house. Good. That makes a happy crowd. First of all, before we start, अगर आप सब अपनी माइक को लीजिए मेरी बात louder. Yes, very called you silent. Okay. Samadika, प्रयास करेंगे कि please turn to the silent mode. Thank you. Thank you so much. For over 8 years now, BW Disrupt is associated with BW Disrupt of recognizing and celebrating entrepreneurial excellences in the industry from 40 under 40 onwards. This platform has honored some of the most iconic names in the Indian startup ecosystem, from Aman Gupta of Boat and Vinita Singh of Shubham to Gagan Alak of Mama Earth and Vikas Khanna of Panelist, among many others, जिसमें से कुछ और नए लोग आज इस लिस्ट में शामिल भी हो, carrying forward this remarkable legacy. Tonight, we will also celebrate BW Disruptor 40 under 40 2025. What's wonderful about this list is that every single guest saved deal with this year is startups steering India towards the $10 billion mark. And through the sessions and conversations of today, we will hear the visionary founders and investors who are not only building businesses but also shaping India's economy. They will share how bold ideas evolve into scalable businesses, how resilience turn headwinds into opportunities, and how innovation is laying the foundation for the $10 billion ambition. At BW Disrupt, we're more than just a platform. We're a 360-degree ecosystem dedicated to covering every facet of India's startup landscape. From founders' journey to funding deals, by diverse and thought leadership, we cover it all. To give you a sneak peek on that, we also have a editor-in-chief of the exchange of media group, the most media house in America. For the network across 17 cities and its magazine, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in its verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. In a changing time, BW today commands an expansive leadership on magazine, backed by 27 positions to 80 they updated all the development reflect on the within the BW policy so that we can get in touch with the network and the same registration. Yes, you have to have quality. Right? Filling in. There's a different stuff. Building on the legacy. And to justify that, you have to watch out for BW business work. What we put that was the issue. BW at 45 is in the this collective issue celebrates 44 years of total excellence and and also on www.com. Also use the hashtag #power exchange the media, the think tank factory, joy travel, green coffee, IWM bus, the IT class, and before we start with a quick question, how many of you are about the age of 40? Sorry, my follow-up question. For the members above the age of 40, how many of you are taking care of your health? Either by focusing on your diet, your mental wellness, after such an active very good. Brilliant. Why do I ask you that? It's deeply exciting and unique. On 31st of October, in Mumbai, 40 above in association across the BW recognize and celebrate positive leaders above the age of 40. And I got asked about lovely jury, a few of them being Milind Bharat, Shruti Sen, the week for documentation. And with that, time to jump into our event and agenda for today. The opening address, we're starting on a very powerful note. It is India's moment of power. Why the world's future runs through India. To share his views on the game, on the scene, and also to welcome all of you. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Anurag Bharat, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW President and Founder of the Exchange for PW. So, I mean, we can start a powerful note. Let's try take you as well. Maria, thank you.
We'll need energy from him. Clapping is good for heart muscles. Happy Navami. Those of you who believe in Goddess Durga, more power to you, more protection to you, and more luck to you. It's a very auspicious day. I know we've convened it at a short notice, but whatever happens, happens for good. As I keep saying, we are only instrument. God makes things happen. So welcome to the 8th edition of the ninth edition, 8 have happened. 9th edition of the BW Disrupt 40 under 40. As Aditya talked about, we've discovered the role of a media company is to discover new leaders, new people, new ideas. And today is a little slow day. During the day, I'm sure the hall will be full with the right people. The awards is in the evening. Shri KJ Alphonse, who's the former Union Minister for Tourism and Culture, is our chief guest and keynote speaker. My friend Sudhir Chaudhary, who's now turned an entrepreneur, will also be here and he'll talk about how he sees entrepreneurship. Um, and there'll be other winners. I don't want to give away their names, but the list is fantastic. I have seen the list over the last 8 years. I can only tell you that this year's list is second to any year's, is not second to any year's list. As I keep saying to my team and to everyone, it's great to put Mr. Mukesh Ambani on cover, Mr. Adani, Mr. Kumar Mangalam Birla, and their families, and we'd like to discover people. Goel Sahab आए हुए हैं. He's a founder of a travel business, Stick Travels. I met him when I started my journey 25 years back. Our job is to be able to discover new people, and we do that at E4M. For example, there are two Shark Tank judges who write in the promos on Shark Tank, winner of BW 40 under 40. If you want, it's actually three of them, but right now two of them. Okay. And Aman's first award was a BW 40 under 40. He talked about the process. And in those days, we used to do physical jury meets. They would come, Risham, we've done many physical jury meets. So today's winners have three listed company founders. One company just got listed. Two companies listed already, multiple $1 billion valuation. It has enough women, though I would like to see a list where there are more women than men. I think that needs to change. I don't want to stand between you and the panel discussions that we do to contextualize the summit. Some of the winners are part of the panel discussions. So I don't want to give away the list, but we'll do the list at 5 p.m. 5 to 6:15 is the awards. Though we say 4:30, but it'll start at 4:55 because Mr. KJ Alphonse will come at 4 p.m. And we'll be done by 6. So we'll be done by the same time. I have a first gen. How many of your first generation entrepreneurs? You are girls out over. The journey of I am a first generation entrepreneur. How many of you are serendipitous entrepreneurs? I don't like the word accidental. मतलब बनना नहीं था but किसी तरह entrepreneurship हो गई. One. Rest you plan. See, I went to an engineering school, went to a business school. I worked for 5 years and I never planned to be an entrepreneur. But it happened. And I read this book, I keep referring to it at all our events and all the places where I speak. It's called Fluke. It's by a guy called Brian Klaas. He's a social anthropologist. And he basically says everything in life is a fluke. Tukka. We give too much credit to ourselves for our success. It's a series of coincidences or miracles or positive happenings that add to our success in our journey. And as human beings, we give too much success to ourselves. And I keep saying that you are doing, how many of you think you're doing well? Okay. You're doing well because your ancestors did good work. Your parents have done sukarma. Right? I'm sure you've done good karma too. I'm not doubting that. But I genuinely believe whatever I get is because I believe is because my parents, my grandparents, they've done a lot of good work. So I just want to say that as founders, the most important thing is collaboration. Collaboration only when happens when we are humble. We live in a collaborative world, and if you are intimidating as a person or intimidating in the way you work or in the way you collaborate, people will shy from collaborating. So if you want to collaborate, be humble. Second, what is the single, I asked this at schools, I've been asking this for 25 years. What is the single biggest quality needed to be an entrepreneur? Courage. वो मैरिज के लिए चाहिए होती है. Perseverance, yeah, most people say that, and that's true. But I'm looking for a little better word than perseverance. Huh? Come again? Risk taking, of course. Huh? Hard work, of course. All this is right. It's same. You're saying all the right things, but I call it hope, or the ability to deal with uncertainty when there is no roadway. I think the single biggest quality that I see in entrepreneurs is some of them are struggling. They have bad days, but they're very optimistic while they're solving what they need to solve. I think the ability to deal with uncertainty is the single most quality. It's the same with hard work, perseverance. I mean, it all dovetails into that. And that comes from hope. So, hope first is humility. If you're humble, we're in a people's business. You don't have to be like Elon Musk. Okay. Learn the right things from him. I go in colleges and I ask who's your role model. They say Elon Musk. Clearly, I wouldn't say the same. I would say my father is my role model. Humble, honest. He's not been an entrepreneur. The professor of chemistry became principal of a college, right? So I understand. And Elon Musk has done amazingly well in entrepreneurship. But as human values, do you look up to him? I'm not sure. I don't. So I don't want to stay between you and the panel discussions. We want to keep in time. And the last H that I keep referring is hard work, which is what Goel Saab talked about. The three H's you need in life to succeed are humility, hope, and hard work. If you have these three H's, I mean, entrepreneurs can add hustle, but this is what you need. And I keep saying you have to do away with the three C's. First is not the 3C cinemas, you should go there. First is complaining. Don't complain. If you're an entrepreneur, you're doing well, you are getting a chance to pursue what you love or what you believe you can make an impact with. You're lucky. If you're waking up every morning, you're lucky. So don't complain. Second is don't criticize. Some people get so much pleasure about criticizing others. They know very little about them, but they're an expert on them. And I meet a lot of those. Like I started to keep quiet. There was a time I would argue and contribute. Huh? Okay. Pratik, we sent me lots of texts between last night and tonight, huh? Right. On your events, it's okay. Your father did an event, you sent me text, that's okay. So don't complain, don't criticize. And third one is difficult for entrepreneurs. It's compare. We compare our valuation, we compare our revenue, we benchmark. But each one of us at a unique time and place. My journey is very unique. Goel Saab's journey is very unique. Every winner's journey tonight, I know the winners. At least I don't know. I maybe three, four of them I know personally. One or two I know really well. But most I know what they are doing. I don't know them personally. Each one's journey is unique. So don't compare. You're perfect the way you are. You're at the perfect place. And I'm a Hindu. I believe in preordainment. Prarabdha. Everything is preordained. And those of you who believe in Bhagavad Gita, we are not the doers. God is making us do things. I mean, you don't say that to my wife that I got late 15 minutes to see you because God made me. But except that, if you really do things dispassionately, and it's difficult. Entrepreneurs put in effort, they want an output. And that's okay, there's nothing wrong. But how to be dispassionately passionate? It sounds oxymoronish, but it is possible. Give it your best, and most time it will work out. And somebody talked about perseverance, doing something over a long period of time, and with sometimes changing course and helps in building a venture. So clearly the stories of each one of you are unique. I congratulate you on your journey. The process of award is a process of elimination, especially this gets 300, 400 entries. In 2019, it used to get 244 entries. So it's not a perfect process. It's an honest process. No process where you're judging someone for 5 minutes, 10 minutes is a perfect process. And I do 300 awards, I'm saying that. But it's an honest process, right? I keep saying the only three people that are perfect are Lord Shiva, my wife, and our Prime Minister. I added that recently, right? So it's not a perfect, it's an honest process done by a jury. Some of the jury members will be there in the evening. Mr. KJ Alphonse, who's a former tourism minister and culture minister, he's a bureaucrat, and he's written a book, which is a lovely book. It's an anecdotal book, 52 weeks of inspiration, real life stories, lovely stories. And I'm going to send one copy of each to the winners on his request. We're procuring that. So that's what I'd say, and I look forward to hearing your stories. Our editorial colleagues are here. Some of you know, most of you know Resham. Ms. Resham Suhail is the editorial lead on BW Disrupt. Our senior editor, Mr. Ruhail Amin, is there. So you will you will meet other people who you may want to collaborate. We could have done this on Zoom, but the reason we are doing it physically in a room is so that you can meet each other, collaborate, and meeting people and collaborating does give you new ideas and new products sometimes. So wish you luck. Jai Mata Di. Happy Navratri.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before we begin the first panel, a humble request, all of your disruptors, you all traveled your path. तो आप सबके पास बहुत सारी बातें हैं, एक्सपीरियंस है शेयर करने को, but the time is limited. And one thing that has grown over the past 2 to 3 years I've been working with Business World hosting for them is the screen size of the timer that is right here. For all the speakers who come up, for all the session moderators, my only request to you, please be a little careful of the timer here, because if you don't focus it, they'll just make me stand here and stare at you, doing nothing. And that's not a good thing for me at least. My only request to you. Apart from that, अगर आपने नहीं किया तो please अपने mobile phones को silent कर लीजिए. It is now time for us to begin with the first panel, which is on Bharat Rising. Startups reaching the next 500 million consumers. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the panelists for the same. First, Devansh Jain Naval, co-founder and the CEO of Culture Circle. Joining Devansh is Srishti Tanmani, the co-founder and CEO of Indo Era. Joining them is Ankit Agrawal, the co-founder of Skips Communication. Also joining them is Pramod Nair, the co-founder and CPTO of Loadshare Networks. And the session chair for this is Rohil Amin, senior editor, BW Business World. Let's collectively welcome them, please, with your applause and smiles. Badhiya. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Thanks for being here. And it's luckily, I mean, the first day of a new month. What a wonderful panel I have. Disruptors, smart people next to me. We've seen the first phase of what startups have done. And if we talk of India, the India and the Bharat, India has really seen the results. The results are in numbers as well. But when India is not just monolith, it has another aspect, another side, which is the Bharat side, which is huge in numbers. And now is the time to get into that space and understand and culture those nuances and really the customer. And that's the topic we will discuss. And we will try to understand your strategies, how you are looking at that, what you're doing on that front. So maybe at right at the end with you, give me a sense of have you really started understanding the next phase of growth that will unleash for your brand beyond the metros? What is happening on that front for your?
Sure. So actually, I feel like my opinions here might be very contrarian to what the other panelists or this room believes, because I'll just share some context to what we do at Culture Circle. We are Asia's #1 hype and luxury app. So we allow you to compare prices between sneakers, handbags, luxury perfumes, apparel across all global sellers, right? So that's our promise as a brand. So we are actually building counter to the entire Bharat story, so to say, because while I would love to build for Bharat, the more and more data I see, I realize that in our country, the top 1% is responsible for 40% of all consumption. The top 2% are responsible for 65% of all discretionary consumption. And the more worrying trend is that this gap is only increasing. So we have actually very consciously taken a call to build for the thesis that we need to build from India for the world. And when the markets mature, maybe let's say over the next decade, is when we want to look at the Bharat opportunity.
Shrishti, who really are your next, say, I will say 100 or 200 million customers, and how are you defining your next audience?
So I hail from tier 2 and, grown up there, I have seen the potential of, women buying the clothes there. So we started a journey from tier 2 and tier 3 itself because we think the mass is lying there and nobody was thinking for Bharat. Everyone was either focusing on that niche, which was a crowded market, or something which is a trendy, which is a Gen Z, but nobody was thinking for the actual consumption of the products and actual utilization for the products. So we understood the need for the women because a woman in tier 2 and tier 3 requires garment for their daily household chores versus going out versus doing it for evening wear, and that all is a bit traditional. And there we saw it was a huge market where international players will also not enter. So it's going to be a dominating area. Apparently, post to that, it was like that tier 2 and tier 3 are the largest market in India, if you talk about the Bharat. So we thought, why not just focus on Bharat and then metros will follow the trend. And that's what we have seen.
Wonderful. So, Ankit, do you have to really design something new, tailor-made for that audience, or is it about just price points? How do you see that entire piece of tier 2, tier 3, tier 4?
So I actually Sohail hail from a tier 4 town. I actually born and brought up there, then I lived across India and then moved back. But when you really look over there, affordability was never a challenge. Availability was the biggest challenge earlier. Now with e-commerce coming in the place where the biggest brands are growing with the e-commerce, there's a crazy digital reach. There is a separate strategy which is needed where affordability along with aspiration combined together can build bigger and bigger brands. We deal with brands where we, let's say, help them generate a business of, let's say, 20, 30, 40 crores very easily. I'm talking about we just managed a brand to gain a 70 crore business last month. 1 month, 70 crore business just because it was a sale month. So, and this is a big brand, suitcase brand doing really good business. My point over here is when you have the right affordability and right aspiration together, you can tap into the audience and there are people ready to willing to buy because they are now because the next middle class which has a higher dispensable income available to them, they're ready to spend that much. And they're ready to spend that much. You need to find the right audience at the right platforms and then make it available for them.
Pramod, you are slightly in a different space here, side of it, which is the logistic part of it, the last mile delivery. If we talk about that ecosystem itself, how evolved is it in the next phase where we're looking at the tier 2?
Yeah. So I am the odd man out here. I don't have the next 500 million customers that I have to reach out to.
You will be helping them, right?
Yes, but I'll be helping all the brands across e-commerce, quick commerce, food delivery, bike taxi, help them get to their next 500 million targets. And there what we have seen is that the depth of logistics that has been built for e-commerce is extremely well done. That is shown by the fact that more than 50% of India's e-commerce orders actually go and deliver within a tier 3, tier 4 kind of a town. So a lot of work has gone into building that reach and being able to deliver across the length and breadth of the country.
Okay, Devansh, marketing to the next customer, the next set of customer, how important is language, culture? Does vernacular content, local storytelling, cultural nuances, how do you look at those pieces when you're trying to reach out to that next big promise?
So the short answer is it really matters. For example, at Culture Circle, we say we allow you to access the world's largest collection of authenticated drip at the guaranteed lowest prices on the planet. That's a tagline. Now, the same tagline, the more and more we regionalize it, right? It has a regional context when we're running ads across all different southern states. When we started doing it in Northeast, for example, the script also changes often in Northeast. Therein, the ROAS in terms of, for our ads grew by 50 to 70% just by those small edits. Also, what tends to happen is this is also where localizing is not just language, but the faces you show. So, nano influencers from, say, the Northeast, nano influencers from, say, Gujarat, and nano influencers from Kerala. Once we start showing them on our page and we run those ads, it suddenly increases the reach, the trust, and the conversion for all of those ad sets. So, that's how localizing really helps us.
Shrishti, how do you get?
So for us, our initial 200 CR was zero marketing. And what we thought the best way to kind of market your product is to get your customer becomes your influencer. And when your customer is getting that product, they should be happy about it and they should market it. Because when you talk about Bharat, actually, the more marketing will not work out. It is more about the vocal communication and brand advocacy. So we thought, why not make every customer happy and they talk about the product to their larger audience rather than we putting out to our customer directly in two different languages. And the best way to kind of communicate is that, okay, मैंने ये product लिया था, बहुत अच्छा brand है, आप भी लो. So that is the real way of marketing in Bharat. This is what we have understood. So for us, each of our customer becomes our influencer and each of our customer becomes our brand face, taking that campaign towards their audience, which is through their WhatsApp channel, through their local kitty parties or through their office circle. So that is very important for us, and this is how we are doing it and scaling the brand, all bootstrapped.
I think you really mentioned a very important point. More marketing will not help, right? Brand advocacy is where the entire piece lies. I think that's true of India as well, right? That's true of this market, the saturated markets as well. Do you think so?
Yeah, obviously, because these days everyone is into D2C and everyone thinks that, okay, if we are able to kind of spend, we will be able to catch the customer, but the customer is very smart, They know where they have to spend the penny. They understand where the brand is coming from. So all that really matters, but the most important is unless until the trust is built by one of their fellow members, that will affect more rather than affecting any other parameters of marketing.
Ankit, what is your approach to reaching out customers in the next geography?
Right. So, what exactly Devash and Srishti mentioned very clearly is that this plays one of the biggest role where, let's say, whenever we, for some of our brands, whenever we run our UGC communications, where we use the UGC content for that regional, exactly what you are doing, we try to teach nano influencers. One of the biggest thing which helps us is doing the right sampling, right? Right sampling, right reach to the people. Let's say, for an example, if we are doing something, doing a launch store in Gujarat or in Ahmedabad, we try to involve all the local people, try to ensure that and the local marketing is done instantly across all channels. On e-commerce, we do regional language marketing. Now that is a very interesting and very few people can do it because that requires a very strong connections inside the team. But you can do regional level marketing too. Now these are a lot of levers which are getting missed. Once you ensure there's this common communication in local languages with local people across, we have seen amazing results for the brands. So this plays a big role.
Pramod, since you have feet on ground in those territories, okay. What would you like to, suggest or advise to these founders? How can they tap into the local ecosystem and do better on that front?
So the underserved regions are a gold mine. If you are able to figure out a positioning to reach them, then you can create really valuable businesses. What we have found is that there is a lot of aspiration in these places. It's just a question of access and infrastructure. And once we are able to open it up, then there is a lot of pent-up demand that can be fulfilled. One example is we worked closely with Swiggy a few years back to launch 10 states for them at load share. And when we went there, we had to do both sides of the marketplace where we had to onboard restaurants as well as get delivery boys and get the fulfillment to happen. What we identified is that a bigger problem statement was finding high quality restaurants, digitizing them, getting them online, giving them the right SOPs to deliver correctly. Once that is in place and the market started opening up, the rest of the puzzle in terms of getting orders and delivering it within 30-minute promise was something which was more straightforward. So that is something which is a little non-traditional, that people expect that the tier 2, tier 3 markets are not evolved and that they don't need this. But we find that the aspirations and the desires of this target group are not very different from the metros and tier 1s. It's just a matter of brands finding a way to reach them. And once they get there, then there is enough and more demand to go around. To just continue on that theme, small towns like Guwahati, they do more than 15 to 20,000 food deliveries a day. And that is done with higher AOV, average order value, than what we see in some metros. So that is the kind of flywheel effect that you can create. It's just about having the conviction to be able to go there.
So Devansh, for the next billion or 500 million growth story, of course, you guys, investors are crucial. They have a very important role to play. But do they have the patience and the capital appetite for this long tail growth in these markets? I mean, do you think, and in the current circumstances that we are in, do you think they are backing the growth and they are backing the startups who are targeting those customers?
Sure. So I think before starting on that, I'll just complete a very interesting point Sir said about Guwahati. Actually, the first sneaker that was above 10 lakhs, a single shoe that we sold in our company, was an order from Guwahati. In fact, till now, Northeast continues to be, it was the first destination where we sold a watch over 1 crore. It was actually, again, the Northeast. So these underserved markets are actually where opportunities land. Usually nobody will tell you this. It's not the Delhi, Bombay. It's potentially Hyderabad, Northeast, and some cities in Kerala where these opportunities we have seen really growing. Now, in terms of the investor appetite, right? I feel I've been on both sides of the table here because before this I was running another sort of D2C brand which was for Bharat, where we were doing stuff like green teas, granola bars, etc. And at Culture Circle, what we've done is we've been very clear that we're going to serve the top 1%, 2% income bracket. Now, when we segregate it like that, the interesting part is tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 does not always correlate to income levels very directly. So what I mean to say is a city like Surat, you would probably call it a tier 2 city, but the kind of purchasing power that is there in a city like Surat is potentially not there in a lot of what you would call tier 1 cities like a Pune. Right, so it is very also important to distinguish in terms of purchasing power how you define in tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. In terms of the investor appetite, I feel the one thing that is missing right now in India is there is not a layer of trust when it comes to e-commerce particularly, because e-commerce as a percentage of retail is still sub 10%, sub 20%. In the West, it was overtaking even 50-60% as a percentage of retail. Now, when that happens, naturally, it leads to two cases. One, there is a lot of headroom to grow from, say, a 7% number. Digital penetration can increase. That is the positive case in terms of investor appetite. The negative case is, for example, the honest reality is people still don't trust e-commerce. 90% of India just does not trust e-commerce. How do you solve it? Trust becomes table stakes. So what we do, for example, is we say that we've partnered with a global authentication company called Check. So every order you're getting on Culture Circle now will come with an authenticity certificate. That's our way of doing it. How large marketplaces are solving it is a very generous, no questions asked return policy, no questions asked exchange policy. So to tap into that 7% to 90% journey in terms of e-commerce in tier 2 and tier 3, I think trust is the deficit that needs to be solved, and potentially that is what will give investors more confidence. And of course, patient capital is required. We're lucky to be backed by someone like an InfoEdge. They invest mostly out of their balance sheet. They have a 10-12 year horizon. So funds like those do exist who have that appetite for a 10, 12, 15 year journey, because I feel that is how long it will really take for the market to grow to that extent.
Shrishti.
So obviously now investors are looking for more bulk businesses rather than, because brands like Snitch, brands like Zudio have created a disruption in the industry with the price points they are serving to the customer. So obviously there is huge interest, and for us, we have been like scaling to 500 CR, EBITDA positive, all bootstrapped is a journey where we thought we can scale it profitably. It's not always that you have to burn out your hands and then only you can create a brand. So there is huge scope lying there if we can scale to 65 million customer base without any fund serving them. So there is easily somebody sitting out there to kind of invest in a brand for 100 million customers. Next.
Get your take on this, on the investors' confidence and patience.
So I'll tell, there are, in my own experience, and like I have another human DNA testing company where we have a lot of investors coming in and telling us to.
I thought investor DNA testing.
No. So like a human. So we actually do a preventive human DNA testing where we identify the future disease, what kind of workout diet you should do, and everything. Now, in that company, we have a lot of investor interest reaching out to us constantly. What we have felt is that, like, if you would have asked me 5 years back, I would have said that, okay, whoever's giving me the right money at the right equity share, I would take it. Right now, it's just not the money liquidation which comes as a part, but becomes who are the investors who are joining with us, the kind of networking which they already have, and what kind of patience they are coming up with. There are a lot of family offices which, as Devesh rightly pointed, that whenever they are coming, the money is coming out of their balance sheet, they are not aggressive. They also want to look at this as an investment potential where they want to, let's say, take an exit of 5, 7, 10 years later. Just take a healthy of 10 or 20x exit and they're very happy with it. They just think this as another investment opportunity, not as just purely finding 100 startups, putting the money, and out of that 10 will become the next billions and then get the money out. So yeah, so depends. The matchmaking is very important right now, and which I feel we have been doing very well.
Right. Pramod, are you seeing any growth in terms of numbers, that startups are really doing well, brands are doing well in tier 2, tier 3? Is there if you compare this day with maybe 3 years back, then is there a shift?
Yeah. So we're definitely seeing a shift in terms of companies going deeper into the next 500 and being able to attract more. On the investor question, I feel that we haven't really had any big breakout successes where someone went to the public markets and said that I was targeting real Bharat and I've been able to build a large.
We have a success story, you're saying?
Yes.
We don't have.
I don't think so. Maybe Misho would be the first case. Once they go public, then people will see what the real size of Bharat is and how you can build a large business, profitable business, hopefully, by targeting these underserved regions. That is what I think.
I have time for one audience question. Is there any? Yeah, yes. Please identify yourself and we can hear you, I guess, yes. We don't have time. Okay.
And we are having the most of the challenges such as the gap of infrastructure, business diversity, affordability. My question is to Madam Srishti, how can Indian startups effectively innovate and scale to next 500 million countries?
That's exactly we have been, but okay, one for him, one answer for him.
So we really thought that customers sitting out are more aspirational, like how my other co-panelist also said, that they really want and they are ready to kind of spend that money also, because in tier 2 there is a single man, mostly in single man working for the family, and the other family members are sitting inside the home. So they have to browse only unless until his husband comes to the house and he can take her out for the shopping, she is not able to go alone. So this is the scenario in larger markets, like if you talk about Cat A, Cat C. So we even receive orders from Kullu is an area in West Bengal, a very niche area. There is a place in Bihar which is like 10 hours from Patna in a very smaller city. There also we get orders. And then when we talk to them, we understand, okay, this woman is not able to go outside the house without a family member's support. So the only way to shop is through e-commerce. And they understand how e-commerce is working. They understand how the situation is there that, okay, if I go out shopping, there will be more expenditure than getting a product inside the house. So that is the customer who's thinking in that perspective, whereas we think that, okay, the customer is not ready to kind of spend the money in tier 2 or tier 3, or maybe they don't know how to use the e-commerce, but they are very smart, being very true, and they are very upgraded. And we cannot think that Bharat women is just a woman who is not able to handle a smartphone, but she's more smarter than that. And we have spoken to them, and they even give reviews to us in whole paragraph that, okay, this was my special occasion, I gifted it to my mother-in-law, I gifted it to my sister-in-law sitting in a small town city, getting the product at the house. So that is what we believe, that this is a customer, and this is how we will be able to grow if we go more deeper in the pockets.
Let me ask my final question. We have 5 minutes. Devansh, from you, why do we look inwards all the time? Why do startups look inwards? Now, our Prime Minister is also saying that, local for global. Why don't we have an outward perspective? As a founder, I'm asking this question. And second, is there any example in terms of deeper penetration into tier 2, tier 3, any brand that has really done well, according to you?
Sure. So I'll answer the first question. I think the reason we don't have a very local to global perspective is we don't have a lot of great examples yet. So for example, Zomato really tried to name it abroad for whatever reasons, could not, operational reasons. Yes, Dubai, correct. But you also have now an example like a Lenskart. Lenskart is killing it in Asian markets, in Singapore, they're going big in Indonesia, etc. So I feel once we have those 2 or 3 hero breakout consumer stories, I think we'll be in a much better position, because we've always done well in local to global when it comes to B2B SaaS or enterprise SaaS, right? Whether it's Zoho, Freshworks, we have a bunch of stories in that sector. But in consumer, somehow, even though we have the DNA to build out good brands, we haven't had those 5-10 breakout success stories. I think once we have that, that will inspire the next generation of brands that it can be done and potentially take it abroad. Vadantis is a good example. More than half of the revenue actually comes in from outside of India than inside of India. So we have brands like that. So I think it's more of an issue there. I think at Culture Circle will also be launching globally in the next 3 months, right? So we're launching all across EU in 24 countries. So we're also trying, because now we see a success like Lenskart. So that inspires us. In terms of brands succeeding, again, as Ma'am's brand is one of them. For example, Indowear is one of them. To Snitch, Zudio, trend fashion, you have brands that have achieved some success, as sir also said, Misho. But again, there the profitability question mark has still not been figured out for a lot of these, and which is why, once maybe they list, we see consistent revenues. That again is also goes back to the same point, that once you have those 1 or 2 great examples of brands being profitable at scale within India, potentially other brands will follow.
Okay, I have one follow-up question.
We have 30 seconds for all comments here.
Sure.
Okay.
In terms of other markets that you are going to target, which are the ones which are closest to India that you feel comfortable making the jump from here on?
So I feel in the category that we operate, very honestly, the top 1% income bracket in India just behaves exactly like the Western markets. So when we actually did consumer research, the top 1% of India is closer to the West in terms of the United States or in European in terms of what they buy, what they like to buy, than say Indian or Asian markets. That's what we've seen.
A quick comment on perspective. Do you agree with what he said?
Obviously, when you are creating something which has not been built till date, it becomes a different thing. But like how Dr. Anurag mentioned, that for every founder or entrepreneur, the hope is the thing. So there are a couple of startups which are kind of creating that disruption, and anything is possible in India, because we understand that, okay, India has that sense of production, manufacturing, and capability. So if you talk about any international brand, all the raw materials are going from India. So India has that potential to kind of create those foundation. Only what you say, a platter creation is something that is happening by the next generation people. And obviously there will be huge set of brands which will be going outside India and would be creating a brand, Indian brand, international, very big. We have seen like designers are doing great. Even smaller brands like Go Colors have expanded to Dubai and other markets. So they are doing amazing. And I think so there is no stop to it. And we are one of the largest players for Singapore ethnic wear market, selling it through multiple channels. So we understand the customer knows right money, right product at right price is, whether it's India, whether it's Western, everywhere it is there. So this is what we believe.
Ankit, quickly, who do you look up to? Any brand that has really done the Bharat story really well?
So I actually like to disagree on that earlier point when everyone said that there are very fewer brands that are local for global. There are a lot of brands which we manage on e-commerce for them who are doing amazing business in USA, Canada, and Australia and Dubai. And like Namshi Noon, their own platforms, right? But like we don't have a success story like Lenskart, which is very famous, but we have a lot of local. Let's say there is a company called Two Brothers Farm, if you've heard of it. The two brothers who came from USA have their farm. They have their entire organic products such as ghee and doing amazingly well in USA. People don't. There are a lot of smaller brands not doing sub 500 crores or something, but a lot of brands who are doing 4, 5 crores, 10 crores of business internationally, and a lot of brands like that. So that is my point number one, that there are brands, they're at a smaller scale, but are very big crowded on that market. I honestly believe that India has the right potential right now to grow. It's just that the more success stories people come out, which Devash pointed in the very right way, that Lenskart is famous, so he's also thinking that Culture Circle can do it. If we can talk about, let's say, Indoera doing so well in Singapore, if there are other ethnic brands target Singapore again, we can do well. So this, the publicity is the biggest thing which is needed for us.
Pramod, any closing remarks from your side?
Yeah. So we keep getting asked this question that do you want to go outside India? But what we believe is that India is a very deep opportunity, especially in the logistics space. It's constantly evolving. New models like quick commerce, which are not even there 2 years ago, are here. So we feel strongly about going deeper and building for Bharat. But on the other side, we also have a different avatar of building SaaS products. So we build SaaS solutions which we give to clients like Meesho and a few others, where they're able to manage supply chain. So there we see a good opportunity for us to be able to train on Bharat, which throws all the uncertainties and all the corner cases on us, and then it will be world ready and we should be able to take it outside.
Wonderful. That was the panel, and thanks for sharing your talk points on the very first panel. Can we have a round of applause for them? Thank you. And you can move and take some photographs here.
Thank you so much. A picture, please. If you have any questions, you can try and take them offline as well with our speakers. अगर आपको यहाँ मौका नहीं मिलता है. Parul, can we have the next panel? Can you call it? Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, and all the gents. And thank you, Rahil, for moderating that, and that too in the time allotted. Thank you. I also was told that the long weekend is here. A couple of you have to travel. तो मुझे आज का शो सही टाइम पर खत्म करना है. Very important. Chaliye. The next one, it's at the inflection or inflection point. What will power the next decade of innovation? क्या है वो secret recipe? To share the views on the same, please join me welcoming a panelist. Up first, we're being joined by Debajit Sen, founder and CEO of Cracked. Joining Debajit is Arun Chilaram, Executive Director, Satellite Furniture. Joining them is Vipul Gupta, the founder of Recall. Joining them is Shefali Anurag, the co-founder of Koto. Also joining them is Shashank Garg, the co-founder of Matsya Veda Herbals. And the onus of moderating this, that too in the time allotted, is being bestowed upon Dr. Kamaljeet Anand, the co-founder and managing partner of Chi-Square Analytics. Yes, please welcome them with your applause. Thank you to the three of you who managed to do that. Now to the four that are still waiting. Guys, can we, I personally feel जितना experience अभी stage पर है, that demands much more applause and appreciation from all of us. Let's try and welcome them again. Wow. Thank you. To the 12. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. So dice is back to me. Thank you. So very good morning, all of you. As a country, we are at a cusp. As a group, we are at a cusp. After this, there is lunch as well. So a lot of things, taking us to an inflection point. And the idea behind any inflection point is that you want to do very well from that inflection point onwards. So your expectation is that something nice or strong will come out at the end. So as a country, as a economy, if we are at an inflection point, the question is that what do we expect out of it? How well prepared we need to be able to get the best out of the all positive things that are floating now for us, in and around the country. So I think we have to go and kind of try to figure out what are the things which are most important. But before that, I would request my panel to go ahead and introduce themselves, a little bit about yourself and about your organization, so then it will be easier for everybody to relate what we are going to talk and cover.
Hi, hello. Hi all. I am Shashank and I am the co-founder of Matsyaveda Herbals. So we are basically into, manufacturing of Ayurvedic products and herbal products. We manufacture, we market under our own brand Matsyaveda. And we also do private labeling for a lot of brands, both in the domestic market and in the international market. And, this is not my background though, I have studied computer science. I was based out of Los Angeles and San Francisco for almost a decade, moved back to India. And I feel that, this decade belongs to India and we really need to contribute to this. Thank you.
Excellent.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Shefali Anurag. I have sort of been in the space of e-commerce products since the beginning of e-commerce. You could say 2012 all the way up to my recent few gigs. My first gig was at a company that became the Silicon Valley's first exit in India called ZipDial by Twitter. And then I eventually moved on to Amazon, Pomelo, Agoda, etc. Between India and Thailand. I think it was at the crux of 2019, and we were just discussing this with Dr. Anurag as well, where I lost my mom and wanted to do something purposeful. And that's kind of when Koto very magically came into my life through my CEO Tarun. And we just wanted to build for impact. We wanted to build to make a difference in every human's life that we touched. So Koto is the world's first fully integrated emotional wellness app. And I urge you to check it out because we've seen, a lot of growth over the last 1 year. We work in a multimodal format, so anywhere from tarot card readings to therapy, right? And I'll tell you more about it during the panel, but I'm very excited to share this space with you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Vipul Gupta. I founded a Requil 8 years back, and it was inspired by my own journey of hair loss, which began when I was studying at Sri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi University back in 2002 to 2005. And Requil is a short for restoring equilibrium. And I really wanted to restore that equilibrium of trust I lost as a consumer of personal care products, because most of the products that I used ended up making very tall claims, and nothing really worked for me. And I thought that, so I made the brand for myself and people like me. And it's been a great journey so far in the last 8 years. Personally, I have great interest in understanding people mindsets, and that's what I love to even speak about. Yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Arun Chalaram. I'm one of the directors of Featherlight Furniture based in Bangalore. Unlike everyone else here, we're not really a startup at this point. We're 60 years old now. I joined the business about 8 to 9 years ago, and I look after manufacturing and operations and expansion plans. So over the last 2 years, I've been looking after our new factories and setting up new operations.
Hi everyone, absolutely thrilled to be a part of this event today. In fact, I want to thank Kamal, who was also part of the jury in the beginning, for making some of us eligible for being here. I want to first breathe in, breathe out that this is happening, this is real. Sometimes we don't give too much importance to small dreams coming true over a period of time. So I'm sure a lot of you are winners also here. Congratulations to all of you and some of us here on the panel for making it through. I'm Debojit. I'm the founder and CEO for a company called Cracked, which is in the education space, in the upskilling space. I'm originally from Bengal, born and brought up there, and then unfortunately an engineer. I can explain later maybe why unfortunately. And then also an MBA like a lot of other people in our country. But thankfully I found my calling a little late, I feel, but still a lot of time left when I decided to pursue my passion in education. And right now what we do is we work with graduates in tier 2, 3, 4 cities and try and give them great job ready courses and eventually help them land a job. We use a lot of AI and tech, and maybe during our conversation we'll take it forward. But thank you very much for having me here.
Thanks. I think it had been great knowing all of you earlier in the jury rounds also, and now sitting and telling, what had gone into making these startups. And these are so many personal stories. So it is really heartening to see that as a country, as countrymen, we are able to convert what gaps we see into real opportunities and create employment and probably a global brand for ourselves. So I think that's really and truly empowering to everybody who's seeing this here or later on, the web channels. When we talk about next decade of innovation, really a lot has happened already in the last 10 years, I would say. We have gone through so much, so many technologies have come, so many sectors had been, fantastic. Fintech had done very well. Maybe it has peaked, maybe it is still not peaked, all you know. Then you have, other areas in which, we have done edtech also, has done pretty well in the last, 10 years. Consumer goods also have done very well. So how and where, you think that are we at an inflection point, or inflection point is still some distance, first of all? How do you think this is important? Are we at a cusp, really is the question. And if we are at a cusp, which industries do you see coming and opening up the gates? And I would like each of you to also reflect on that to begin with.
We were talking earlier, and it was quite incredible to see everybody's journey here in the panel. And I'm sure every one of you has had quite a journey, right, to this point. And I think one thing that all of us went through as humans was the pandemic. And Shashank will probably talk a little bit more about his experience with that. But our experience at Koto was everybody was challenged physically and mentally, right? Because we were constricted, life was completely upside down, we were not with the people we loved, we were maybe locked in countries or homes, etc. And I think that created some amount of looking inwards, right? And to your point, Dr. Kamal, I feel innovation really comes in waves, right? So we've had a fintech wave, we've had delivery apps wave, we've had ride hailing, and we've grown up in those waves and we've seen that's made our life better. But I believe the next wave really is tech, faith tech, health tech, a lot of what all of us are working on as well. And I'm quite excited to see where that goes for the world, really.
Yeah.
So, looking forward, while I believe sectors like EV, AI, genomics are going to lead the next wave of innovation, but I also strongly believe that, there are some traditional sectors in our Indian society that are also going to grow exponentially. I come from an Ayurveda background, especially post-pandemic, we have seen exponential growth. There were a lot of businesses that were shutting down during pandemic. We were one of the businesses that, was growing both in the international market and in the domestic market. And, to support this, there have been, a lot of push from the government as well in this sector. We have seen almost 4,000 CR of investment going into Ayush this year itself, as opposed to, which is almost a 13% increase as compared to the last year.
Yep.
Then, we have WHO setting up traditional medicine center in Gujarat, Jamnagar, which is actively boosting, the relevance of Ayurveda in the international market. So I think we really have to focus on our traditional sectors as well. We believe that is going to grow strong. And yeah.
Thanks, Shashank. Vipul and others, if you could opine on this.
Yeah, Dr. Kamal, to answer your question, I think we are just at the beginning of innovation in the country. The base in our country is so huge that what we really need to focus on is penetration. Look what Geo did to telecom. Look what internet has done. So innovation sometimes doesn't really need to be in the technology. It also needs to be in the way we distribute. So I think there is so much scope there coming from my space, beauty, personal care. There is so much to catch up with global per capita consumption levels. And I believe that is happening so much across sectors, right? So my view is that there is so much to penetrate, and to penetrate, we really need to innovate, and we are just getting started. It's I would say not even started.
So basically, you are saying that we are at a local inflection point, not really at a global inflection point.
Not at all.
So,
Not at all.
absolutely.
It's we are 1/6 of the global population.
Yeah.
So many use cases to solve for. At when we speak at such forums, it's mostly metros, tier 1, but look at such a larger base living in tier 2, 3 and villages of our countries. And that's where reaching out to those, helping those, being useful to those people is where innovation should come in.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, as a group, I think if we think in that direction and are able to influence other groups also, it will cascade. It can just be you can be setting a chain reaction which is of a great societal value. So totally agree with you.
Absolutely, and it is we are beginning to see, we are already seeing that happening, and some of the players are setting some great examples. Yeah, look at what quick commerce has done. At the speed at which it is spreading to every nook and corner of the country.
Yeah,
it is a tremendous useful service, not just for brands but for the end customer.
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely. Arun and Abhijit.
I think Shashank touched on this. I think the traditional industries now also need a bit of a kick to modernize. So again, I'm from a manufacturing background, so bringing in new technology, sending product out, not just services from the country, is important. And our manufacturing infrastructure has the ability to be, on par with China, on par with the biggest global players. But we need to invest in that, learn to not fear things like AI coming in and help modernize our process, bringing things to the 21st century. With a lot of manufacturing in India, a lot of product in India is still made in the old way, because there's a fear of, we have the labor, we won't be able to use that, it's cheaper. But the thing is, you can upskill your labor, you can upskill the people, you can make their lives easier and improve your processes and still put out better product.
No, that's a good point actually, because many times, if you recall, when we would have studied, or maybe at least my generation would have studied, population was a big bane. It was written among the top 3 problems which the country has. And now, a couple of decades later or 3 decades later, you say that actually that's the opportunity. And the entire globe is looking towards you because you have a significant mass which can consume all of global produce. So you're right. So even if you have a labor, advantage, how can you get more out of it? And even if it comes at a cost tomorrow, how can you upskill it to get still greater value out of it? So fantastic point.
Yeah, so that's sort of what I think a lot of manufacturing companies are looking at today. And the concept of labor is inexpensive and freely available has to go away. And we need to upskill our people as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we've already said what I was kind of going to refer to. Initially, you spoke about the last decade being very heavy on e-commerce, D2C, and quick commerce also now kind of picking up really well. I kind of feel that we are ready for a global inflection point in terms of innovation also. One of the biggest levers in that is our population itself. I think converting our population into infrastructure rather than a vein, let's say, that was there a decade back is a big shift that we can do in the way we are looking at things. I manage an education company which is exactly into upskilling people for job readiness. And when I say job readiness, I think Shivali spoke about the other sectors like health tech, climate tech, and multiple other sunrise sectors coming up in the future. All across the globe, they'll need millions of people. And where can they get it from? From a country which has 1/6 of the population of the globe. There's no better place to get it from. What we need to do is realize the kind of limitations that those kids in the tier 2, 3, 4 cities have. I am from Kharagpur, where outside the IT and a very long railway platform, there is nothing else. And if even in that city, the exposure to education, even basic communication, is very weak. And it gets worse and worse when we go into the more interiors. And now we can sit here and say that, okay, we want to prepare you for, let's say, a new green organization in the future, but first solve their basic problems, then get them to a stage where they're ready for upskilling, and then eventually the world is a place of opportunities.
Playground. Yeah, absolutely. You wanted to react to something.
I have a point actually. So I've been traveling a lot since I was 6 months old, pretty much. And you know what's been interesting, and while all of you have incredible points about the population, and we're known for being a smart population, we're tech first, we adapt to things incredibly well. We build tech for the world, even when we're not in India, right? But what's been interesting is now when I meet non-Indian friends, or when I meet people that are not of South Asian descent, they are looking to us also for cultural references. And, just look at yoga and Buddhism and haldi doodh, which is called golden milk. We've exported our culture without even knowing how powerful it is. And even if you look at pop culture, right, Indian actors are taking the front stage. There's representation at a global level, which is making us very relevant as a country. And so to your point, Dr. Kamal, I think on the global scale, we're being looked at as a soft power, not just a large population. We're also being looked at as tech leaders because, look at the CEOs, right, of the largest tech companies. They are all from India, right? They're not just of Indian ethnicity. And we're leading without knowing we're leading. And I think the moment we know that we're leading, that's it. We're unstoppable, right? One more point I wanted to bring up was the difference between China and India, and where we have a really good opportunity. Chinese are very good with systems thinking, right? So they're able to pick up a problem and test every potential way to solve it. And so they don't refer to anybody as okay, they are doing it right. It's always, what do we need to do to solve this problem? Where India has a massive hand and power in innovation is design thinking. If we are able to apply our design minds with a system mindset, that's it. We've cracked the code, right? Why is France famous for luxury? Because they are great storytellers. They don't produce there. A lot of the leather comes from India, including Italy, right? So yeah, we need to know how powerful we are, and I think then we're unstoppable as a culture, as a country.
Sure, absolutely. You spoke about China, and one thing which really stands out many a times is the intelligence that we bring and the intelligence that we have as a country. The intelligence is not really at a military level or at certain kind of macroeconomic level. Many times, as a business, also. Having studied at Ahmedabad, there was a very, interesting way, we studied cases. It was a case study method. And in that case study method, you will have cases about all kinds of situations which can exist in the world. So if you had like 500 sessions during your 2 years, you'd be going through 500 cases to understand those situations. And at the end of each of the case, there was a line which was called CCCF. And if there are some IMA folks sitting here, they will know CCCF meant conceptual clarity and contextual familiarity. So when we talk about contextual familiarity, the essence is that we are talking and laying a lot of emphasis on context. So ability to know context, whether it is a local context or global context, and layering your product or service according to that, it has a huge, impact and bearing. Now with AI coming in, any context of any part of the globe for any kind of service or product is actually available to you. You don't need to go local to figure out what they value or what is valuable. So that means technology, AI, or other things, have come a long way in being able to read from remote what is happening or what is, required. So my question now back to you is, with a long build-up, that how are you going, because one thing is to talk about what others can do, and the other thing is to be able to implement those things in our own world, in our own ventures and parts. So what innovations, what technologies or integrations that you plan to do or would like to do in your own spaces to make yourself not only a domestic force, a local force, but become a absolutely global force. Is there anything that stops you from doing that? Is there something that really helps you do that? If you can share your experience quickly on this is a long one, but just if you could be quick on that, it'll be helpful. Thank you.
Can I start?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So I loved your question actually. It took me to thought CCAF is something I would want to study also maybe after this session. I'm in the education space, and I think mostly education institutions, the good ones in our country, have followed a method of rejection than a method of selection. And you've gone to, let's say, Ahmedabad, like you mentioned, mostly with all other institutions. So our first challenge was, if I have to give jobs to 500 students and 50,000 are applying, how do I innovate to make it more a process of selection than rejection? And that's where AI played a fantastic role in the past 1 year or so, where we have been able to customize our process of selection in a way that AI would give very, very detailed feedback to the candidate to say, this is why you failed, work on these things over the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, and come back. And maybe we would find a great suitability for you. Feedback is something which is again very much lacking in the way preparation happens. So that's where the first level of innovation started. Now, of course, a lot of AI, VR has come in the way we teach. We want to make whatever they're going to finally work in as a muscle memory during the course, which basically means practice it so many times with the help of tech, with the help of digital practice, that once you join the job, it feels that I've done this 100 times before.
So Devarjit, very, very crisply now, that in next 5 years, what are you going to do which is going to make your help, go global actually?
I think there's a lot of demand for trained workforce across the globe and across sectors. And we are already in talks with a few European countries where they're looking to start collaboration with us. And the demand is also coming where the training happens in our country. And then they eventually move on to these spaces. So the demand already exists. It's about the decision on how fast we move there, but definitely in the radar in the next 3 to 4 years.
So over to you. Shashank, you would like to say anything? Yeah.
So, I wanted to, I'll share a personal experience that, we are dealing right now with multiple clientele in the UK market and the US market. 2 years back in time, they said to us, and I'm talking about the same client, they said that, you supply the raw material to us in the US and we will manufacture the finished product because we don't trust the quality control, the hygiene check and the safety checks in your country. I'm like, okay, we will ship you the raw material. We ship the raw material to them. They've built the finished product out there. They did the capsuling, the bottling and the labeling and put the made in USA label, and started selling out there. Today, as we speak, I am in conversation with those clients. They said, why don't you manufacture for us in India? Because it's much cheaper out there. And, so we started working on this about 6 months ago, and we got the US FDA registration done. So it took us about a year and a half. Now, we are a US FDA registered facility based out of New Delhi. And they said, okay, why don't you guys ship 5 lakh units? Because we have partnered with Walgreens, CVS Pharmacy. So, I think it's just great.
Amazing,
We really need to invest in our tradition, in manufacturing, for sure.
No, that's a great story actually. And now it's in your hand. How do you kind of build it?
Now, we started really small. We started with, those semi-automatic, I would say, manual capsule filling machine like 5 years ago. Now we have a machine that, does 90,000 capsules an hour. So we are also ramping up our manufacturing. We are also, getting all the certifications in place. And government is helping us a lot in getting these certifications. Government have set up these NABL labs across India. And these labs are, are acceptable. The results of these labs and the reports of these labs are acceptable by our foreign clientele.
Yeah. So Vipul, your business, in a way is closer to what Shashank has been doing from a, consumer goods standpoint. How would you want to react to this, or anything that you are doing which is also on the path of, taking you on the global dream? Maybe if you have one, or you think that's for later.
Not in the immediate future, but yes, going forward, definitely looking at expanding, taking the brand to global markets. And for that, you spoke about collaborations. If required, then why not collaborate with, let's say, if I want to take my brand to USA or Japan or Australia, why not collaborate with manufacturing partners there or service providers, any sort of vendors there to take it global. A brand built from India, collaborating not just with Indian service providers, but global service providers to take it global. I'm absolutely open to that, and in fact, looking at global expansion from that lens.
Oh, absolutely. So tie-ups and collaboration are one of the most powerful way to make yourself available to a market quickly and make again yourself very relevant. So I think that's a fantastic choice to enable yourself or act as a catalyst in your journey. Definitely, Shefali.
I think for us, it's a bit of serendipity because we were already growing very fast in India, given that we're a tech company, we're not rooted, physically anywhere. But what was, I guess, kind of serendipitous was the Indian diaspora is everywhere, right? And the problems that we as Indians have as a culture, as people, is very contextual. So we got some traction in Canada out of the blue from the Sikh population, and we noticed a lot of cars showing up on our app as customers organically. Then we saw some in US, and so now obviously much bigger. But this was such an exciting thing to find because we were able to provide solutions that were contextual. Things like arranged marriage and dealing with in-laws, and there's just so many layers to being an Indian that you might not find at a therapist in Canada, or in the US. So we are already way ahead, I guess, on our vision for the future globally, and we're making good strides.
Maybe in 6-7 months we can have this conversation again. And
So where do you see yourself, let's say 5 years down the line? So what would make you a absolutely global brand, which everybody knows?
I think, we want to be a holistic company. We don't just want to provide, let's say, 1 or 2 modalities. We already provide 20 plus, right? We learn from the customer every single day. Like when you talk about innovation, our features, they get planned based on customer behavior and they're out the next day because we're so agile, we're so in-house. And so 5 years down the line, we would probably be a very largely loved app and a home name. While people say Google it, they might say Koto it. That's the dream. And, we believe that's a high possibility across the world, not just in India, because we want to take East intelligence, which is our intelligence, to the West. And we believe we're the best people to do that.
So I think great points in terms of right from collaborations on and some of the journey which some of the organizations have already started. It's not very easy to define 5 years down the line, but the reason why we are invoking that is that if we do not bring that thinking in our own planning and our own ecosystems, it's very difficult to expect anybody else to do that. And can we lead by examples, because you have all the wherewithal, all the decision making at your end to be able to make your brands as truly global brands. So I think there's a lot of expectation also while I say that, that, there is a lot given the backgrounds that you all have. I think that's something which India and the society can really, really gain from. Going back to the point that I was saying, that intelligence, reading what the market needs. And like I said that, and I started with the point of China, and it has kind of ear close to the ground. It knows when we have festivals here or anywhere in the world, anybody has any festival of any kind, there are products which can make their way from China all the way there. So that means they have sorted that part really, really nicely, and it doesn't happen without collaboration and really use of that technology. So I think your answers were, I think, very much in line to be able to let people think in that direction, that this is really required. Now, last point, from, because we'll be wrapping up shortly now. What would be, because there are a lot of new people, there are people aspiring to develop their businesses. They would like to, have something which they would want to see the day of the light, but it is in their minds, they have not really actualized it. And like we are taking the next decade of innovation, and there's something, which could be globally again relevant, scalable. Is there any advice that you want to give that, this is the sector or this is the area that one may focus on and that can really cascade or make them achieve that faster? I mean, one thing is to achieve it and another thing is to achieve it quick. So is there, but at the same time, somebody might come back and say there's nothing quick, everything has to be learned the hard way. But is it really important to learn the hard way in today's world, or is there something you can advise to them which can make them go quick and rampant on that path?
Can I go first? So, two things. First one, I strongly feel that businesses are the greatest impact creators in social life. So they are the biggest NGOs, I would call that. And because a business starts always to solve a certain problem, and then it becomes, and it should be the moral responsibility and duty of a business to really expand, serve more and more customers. So my advice to anybody looking to start up is look it from a serving lens than chasing certain vanity metrics or looking at how will I scale this. It is every business's moral duty and responsibility to scale the business because they are making an impact, they're changing lives. Second is, we are, and thankfully so, we are entering an era in our own country where so many new brands, services, products are coming up solving something very niche, something for someone very specific. So, as against very mass market brands, which would, cut to serve more and more people, try to solve something for someone very specific. So, and the scale will follow because all you need to do is solve it for a handful of people, and then you'll automatically, those people will find more people like them for you.
Bhavajit, Arun, any quick views on that?
Yeah, my view on this is that we should learn to fail fast. If we don't even get out of bed and try because of fear of failure, it's not going to happen. So there are tons of ideas, tons of changes that you incorporate in your startups that may not work. But the worst decision you can make is to not make a decision. And I think that's something that a lot of Indian founders, Indian companies need to get over, the fear of what if it goes wrong.
Yeah, fantastic point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think as founders, we have a lot of responsibility also to take the country to the next level in the next 10 years. And keeping our eyes and ears to the ground will be very critical during this time. I think one of the things that I would want to advise is we get lost in a lot of operational hassle and forget to understand what's happening outside that can actually act as levers to take our business 10x, 20x. And therefore, I agree with your statement. We may not need so much time anymore to reach where others might have taken 15 years, 20 years. It can happen over 2-3 years. But there is no replacement for hard work, persistence, and being very to the ground while driving the company internally.
Definitely. Basically, you are saying become smart still,
Yes.
but keep doing the hard work in any case and don't fear the failures. Yeah, anything you want to add quickly on this?
I'm going to quickly just say one thing. And you are Dr. Data pretty much. I was reading your profile as well. It's very impressive. But to create anything, and that's even a small shop all the way to a massive tech business that's worth billions, you have to trust the data, but you also have to trust your intuition, right? And both are equally important. And that's really because if your intuition is telling you something, it's possible that there's a reason for it, a spiritual reason for it, right? So remembering that, backing it with data is essential if you want to build anything. And that's not just a startup, right? It's also in life, a project, a marriage, whatever really, any partnership, any collaboration. Use both. Both are important.
So, I strongly suggest people to get into manufacturing. Look at, what's going on today. Donald Trump, they're trying to bring manufacturing back into the country because they're so highly dependent on other countries like China, India. And, a lot of people, we got into manufacturing. We started manufacturing of Ayurvedic products without having any background into manufacturing. We were told that, why don't you get a third-party manufacturer and, you will save the time dealing with the bureaucracy, getting the licenses, certifications, and so on. But, the idea was, no, we want to stick to the manufacturing so that, we can control the quality. And we never wanted to be dependent on any third party to manufacture our products. So I think if you can just invest time, money, energy into manufacturing if possible. Yeah.
I think great points, and I just loved listening to all of you because it's always nice when young entrepreneurs they are trying to take an idea forward and guiding others also how to do it in the best possible way. I loved I can speak for another half an hour, 1 hour with you, but I think we have to respect the time here. If we'll just open it for 1 or 2 questions.
One question, you only have a minute for that.
Yeah, we have only a minute for
मेरी
that.
नजरें आप पे और उन सब की मेरे पे हैं.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes. Can you get a mic for him, please? So, we request a mic actually ताकि बाकी सब भी सुन पाए. So, can you quickly get a mic for sir? That's, thank you.
So Kamalji has already asked all the questions that he has replied. My question is to Mr. Singh. You have told me about method of selection and selection of selection. My question is, how can startups use artificial intelligence innovate selection methods that identify potential and value instead of relying on traditional rejection-based methods. Question is clear?
A question is clear. Thank you so much for asking. I hope the audience also heard the question. Yeah, that's all. That's what I was doing. Can startups also use AI to use the method of selection rather than method of rejection while they're selecting participants? Great question. The problem in the problem is paucity of time. There are very few people sitting on top who are doing, let's say, the selections, whether it's an institute or an organization or a startup. What tech does is it multiplies time for all of us because it can keep replicating the same task again and again. In fact, in a generative way, that it becomes better and better over time. So therefore, instead of human interviews, let's say, for selection, if there are AI interviews happening at the time of selection, not only will you be exposed to a lot of situations and questions, you'll also get very high constructive feedback for the next time when you can even get better and then come back maybe to the same organization or a different organization. Also, we want to cover 5-6 parameters at the time of selection. And AI will not forget any parameter while asking, and human might miss. And therefore, it's a comprehensive evaluation also that happens with the help of tech as compared to a human intervention to avoid biases. So what we are doing as an institute, any organization can do as a startup also.
Thanks, Debajit. So I think that's it. Thanks so much for listening in, and thanks so much to the panel to be.
Thank you, and I'm very sorry I had to cut short this. I know that you all are disruptors, the journey and conversation keep going on, but हम चाहते हैं कि हर panel को उतना वक्त मिले. But thank you for being so considerate and thank you for being here. Applause for them, please. For ma'am and the gents, thank you. We'll also do a group picture. Thank you, Dr. Anand. एक बार sir, जी, for moderating that. Resham, can you please help me with this? Can we just double check that the console, the mics don't give up midway? Can you please help me? Thank you. Thank you, Ji. We started with the next 500 million consumers, reaching them. We then went to the power of innovation. Now we are going even bigger. The next one, it's on the new badge of honor in India's startup culture, which is the IPO moment. आप में से कितने लोग ऑडियंस में IPOs का वेट करते हैं, रेगुलरली फॉलो करते हैं, ताकि अगर आपको सही लगे तो आप उसमें निवेश करें? ओके, एंड कितने वक्त से आप कर रहे हैं? Anybody who's recently come into this, who started to look and invest and study IPOs? Anybody? Dr. Anand, you? Are you getting your own IPO? Of course. A couple of you. This one, the new badge of honor in India's startup culture, the IPO movement and the IPO moment. ये exactly क्या है, कहाँ जाने वाला है, where are we today? To talk about that and more, please join me in welcoming to the stage a panelist. The first, Abhinav Gupta, the CEO of Cast 24, Arabia Cast 24. Joining Abhinav is Gaurav Bagga, SVP, Head of Engineering and Product, Christine K. Joining them is Deepak Agarwal, co-founder and co-CEO of Moneybox. Joining them is Mayank Gupta, the co-founder of Zopa. And this session will be chaired by Rohel Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. Let's please welcome them with your applause, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, can we maybe settle down all of us and we can just start? You know what, startups, the idea of startups was that we will disrupt, we will innovate, and then the direction changed, and then when the IPO terminology became so common and it came to the startups as well, now it has become the only milestone. The perception is that the startups exist for valuations and IPOs, and the disruption on the other parts have taken a back seat. But is that true or not? So we have people with us who are in this space,
One of them, of course, is already achieved the IPO status, started, right, on that way, and the rest are heading towards it. But we have a mix of this conversation, whether IPO needs to be the badge of honor and we need to focus on disrupting and, really having some social impact. So I think let me start with you, Abhinav, with the moment that what the sentiment that is driving the startup industry, the culture in this domain, has it shifted from where it should be? Has the heart kind of moved from its right place to something else it should not be focusing on?
I think startups typically started off with disruption in their own spaces, with very early stages where seed or bootstrapping was primarily the idea to look for validation of ideas, right? Eventually getting into say series A, B, C to chase growth, and growth not chasing profitability but growth. And eventually in later stages settling in with say sustained profits with better regulatory control with with statutory compliances in place. But the mindset of multiple investors, IPO or bust, right? That typical terminology is now gradually also shifting. Definitely IPOs are seen as a badge of honor. They are going for an IPO in a way is validation of you've had sustained quarters of profits. Your books are clean, your regulatory reforms are in place. So certainly I agree that it is a badge of honor, but I also feel now that founders have moved from this tunnel thought process of uh, you know from startup all the way to IPO. Rather now founders are looking at IPOs as a stepping stone. They are looking at start IPOs as one event and not the only ultimate goal. It helps founders raise money. It helps them expand the whole idea. So of course there are mixed bags, within the entire listing space also, only 30% startups have really traded above their listing prices, others have gone down. So there are of course mixed reactions from both sides, but I also strongly believe that IPO is certainly a badge of honor. It tells you a larger story, that one event has a lot of history to it. And I continuously believe that it is not an IPO or bust story, but at the same time, it continues to be a strong validation of the health of business, a strong validation of what the company is going to give in future.
Gaurav, your initial take on this badge of honor or not? Let's begin with this.
I think about a decade ago, there were a lot of startups which were not pushed for getting into IPO. There were lot more room for them to build, like the likes of Zomato. Like there was not enough push to go for IPO because there was a visibility or there was a vision that this can grow big. But I think now that take has probably changed where the focus is more towards profitability than growth. And I think that also comes from the investors as well, looking at probably at 8 years, 10 years down the line of a startup, they want to also get their money out. So I think it's definitely become a validation point as well, where you get acceptability from the market as well. And I think with a lot of people getting more into the retail market, retail investments, a lot of money can be put into, and it becomes another lever of investment than just getting it from the investors.
Right. So Deepak, you also believe it's the right metric because it combines so many steps into one. You don't have to really do your own research. I mean, if there's a listed company, it means a lot, many things. Do you think the metric is right?
Definitely, it shows something, especially when it comes to startups. You have, when a company is getting listed, you definitely have some background towards, there have been institutional investors there. And, obviously there are, when you go for an NSE listing, there are a lot of, compliances in terms of books, in terms of profits, in terms of revenue. Many things come along that tag, but I would not say that, it's one stop here, just the company's listing, that's enough. You still have to do your diligence because, as it's already said that, only 30% of them are, above their listing price. So, that thing remains true that, when you buy, you have to see, what is on the table.
Mayank, this is a warm-up question. Your initial thoughts on this?
Yeah, thanks, Sohail. I think while I agree with my panelists, see, if you look at meaningful startups in India, there might be about 25,000 to 50,000 startups who are doing some meaningful work, who are venture funded. But if you look at companies who have listed, the so-called startups getting listed on BSE, NSE, there might be almost only 2 dozen such companies. I think we are over glorifying that IPO is the only route to exit, or it's a badge of honor. I
Right.
think strategic exits, M&A, or just being self-sustainable based on your cash flow that the business generates is equally good outcome for any business. Because eventually you don't start the company to make it a listed company. You don't start the company to say that, oh, my friends can buy a stock in my company. That's not the objective. You start a company with an objective of solving a problem. And whether you continue solving the problem by being a listed company or staying a private company, I think it's a matter of choice and circumstance. And therefore, my starting message for anybody, including myself and other fellow founder community, would be that don't come under undue pressure of going public. The fundamental philosophy should be to build a sustainable, meaningful, logical business. Whether your company is listed today, tomorrow, never, I think that's just one of the multiple options that can be possible. So while IPO is a badge of honor, the so-called badge of honor, but I don't think it's the only exclusive option out there for any founder to prove that they have arrived. And just on final note, I would say, I think a couple of days back I was reading, I didn't read the full article, but Zoho founder said that they plan to stay private. They don't plan to go public. And they are one of the most successful startup stories that we have seen. They have never raised money. They are, bootstrapped. And very famously, they have launched a new messenger a couple of days back. Zerodha is also an example. So I think while IPO remains to be a dream for many founders, but I think it should not be the only way out for any founder who is building a meaningful business.
Right. I think that's a profound point here. You want to add something to it? Okay, okay. Abhinav, one of the reasons is also, I think the market dynamic has shifted. The ecosystem is more mature than it used to be. Of course, we've been around, the startup culture has been around for a long time now. So do you think there are some regulatory reforms that have really helped dream? It's not just an go to ambition. I mean, it's also the reform, there's also the maturity of the ecosystem. Do you think those factors are there? And on the regulatory front, do you think something better can be done, something needs to be improved on that front?
I think the India larger growth story has played out really well over the last 5 to 10 years at least, right, from the startup ecosystem perspective. And the government has also taken note of that. There are multiple examples of regulatory reforms that the government has brought in, right? Angel tax has been abolished. It encourages individual venture capitalist investors to come and put in more money, and it opens up the market a lot more. That's a very, very friendly step in the direction of attracting investment. Similarly, ESOP norms have been normalized. They have been regulated well. Encourages founders to be able to liquidate or exercise options much before the IPO as well. So I think these are, say, 2 or 3 very, very good examples that have come in. The retail investors post-COVID have, come in a very strong way. So Indian markets are way more liquid. So many examples, including ours potentially, where there is reverse mergers happening from Singapore back to India, because the original idea of listing in US, and US probably is the only one which recognizes startups and the potential, has now shifted to India. And multiple successful examples in India as well, where Indian startups listing in India and are being able to raise money, enjoy that liquidity, and which encourages more and more startups. Pine Labs has done it. More and more are in the pipeline who are reverse merging their ecosystems from Singapore. New entities are now not getting created in Singapore, in Mauritius, in UAE. They're getting created in India. Multiple such examples here. So I think these are extremely encouraging examples of what the ecosystem has done, and how this is helping the next gen startups to list in India, to enjoy that IPO, to enjoy that liquidity with the comfort of government. Some more smaller examples of government now introducing startup funding, encouraging young founders to get money from the government, low interest rates. I think these are all very, very, very good examples. I'm sure a lot more can be done. I would still choose to maybe let others add that. But the current ecosystem and the encouragement that the government has given with changing norms and more ministries now being open to suggestions, more and more platforms getting creative with ministers is I think are all great examples in that direction.
Gaurav, what factors do you believe are making India more conducive to IPO-bound startups?
I think most of what Abhinav was already mentioned. I think the retail investors, like the availability of capital in the market, I think that is the primary reason, and a lot of support from the government. I think that's there. A lot of delayed taxes is an option that startups have got. So I think, I mean, there is enough people, enough consumers in the country, enough people ready to put in money in the startups. I think that is probably the reason.
Okay. Deepak, from a founder's perspective, how does this journey, from early stage to IPO bound, how does it, I mean, what is a founder's mindset like, or what should be a founder's mindset rather?
I think at all the stages, you have different goals to achieve. When you're starting the company at the early stage, the thoughts which come to your mind is whether there's a product market fit. You want to build your core team. You want to have your tech stack ready. You want to have contribution rather than the full profitability. Those are the things you think about. Need to raise funds. So those are the things which come to as you grow a little bit. You then start focusing on diversification in terms of revenue, in terms of geographic diversification, in terms of product diversification. Then you start thinking about how to make company as a whole profitable, how to make business more sustainable. And when you start thinking about IPO, then when you start thinking about IPO, the important things comes to be, whether there is enough transparency, because you have to be ready for it. When you plan for an IPO, and any IPO founder, I would believe they are not thinking about just valuation or a short term. So just getting to this idea that you are going to list means that you're getting to for a very, very long haul. It might just seem exciting that, you are getting listed, but you have to be aware that when you are going for a listing, it's a very long haul. Generally in IPO, the exit will happen for the investors, not for the promoters most of the time. So you are committing to the long haul, you are committing to the sustainability, you are committing, the questions are that it's not about whether we can raise, it's about whether we can sustain. So the dynamic in terms of governance, in terms of, how do you contribute to the system, that cultural change, you have to ensure that there is a long-term wealth creation for the investors, that business is sustainable over a very long term, because now you have involved public at large. So there's a lot of responsibility you are taking at that point of time. So yes, just that it completely shifts your mindset on, how you think, because it's then you start thinking about, yes, you have to show quarter on quarter, but the thought process at the back of your mind is about decades. So yes, perception of the promoter changes that ways.
Mike, in a founder's journey, what is the ideal way that leads to IPO? Does it start with the very beginning, or is there a point that comes, when you see real growth and then you think of IPO? And what is happening right now in the ecosystem? Could you share those details with us?
Sure. No, thanks. Very pertinent question. And we are at a stage where I keep thinking about, our, next step as an organization. Where does Zopper fit in, and what's our next step? And in my mind, I've created a three-dimensional, model in which I think once I feel comfortable on all those three dimensions, I think we'll be ready for an IPO. The first one is strategic, where, what is the TAM if you have a PMF? Are you growing at a healthy CAGR? Is your business profitable? I think those are the metrics on which a company has to become ready to be out in the public and be available for public markets to invest in. The second dimension on which I think is operational, which I think Abhinav very deeply spoke about, that regulatorily, are you compliant? Are your books in order? Are your processes aligned? Is your team ready? I think those are operational metrics on which you have to ready yourself. And the third most important dimension in my mind is emotional. Because when you run a private company, you are answerable to 4, 5, 6, 8 investors who are private investors, whose day job is investing. They would have invested in 30, 40, 50, 100 companies. And you have to answer to them, not on a daily basis, but probably on a monthly or quarterly basis. But when you become a public listed company, there are 20 crore demat accounts in India. You are opening up the opportunity for 20 crore people to be a part of your organization, not just as a consumer, but also as an investor. And then you are taking the responsibility of giving them returns as per their expectation. And you are also taking up the challenge of answering their questions, because in shareholder meetings, they could come and pose questions to you. Thirdly, you wake up in the morning, you look at your stock price. Not every day the stock price will increase or remain the same. It will drop also. And it will drop due to reasons beyond your control. There is a macroeconomic situation, your stock goes down. There is inflation numbers, stock goes down. There is a geopolitical situation, stock goes down. Gold rate changes, oil price changes, war happens, your price goes down. So there has to be an emotional maturity in the mind of the founder that yes, I am now willing to, I'm able to, I'm ready to withstand such emotional turmoil in my day-to-day life, where either I will be able to respond to such dynamic environment, or I will shield myself and not get perturbed by these frequent occurrings. So once I think these three dimensions are clear in somebody's mind, whether your business is stable enough, are operationally your processes capable to run a public company, and are you able to withstand the frequent stock price changes and answerability to thousands of investors, I think that's when one should feel that they're ready for a IPO journey.
I like the fact that you brought in the emotional side to it, which is so real, you know. I mean, we really rarely speak about it. You want to add something? Yeah.
You know, running a listed company for last 6 years,
Closer.
I would definitely agree to his point
Okay,
that, you know,
closer, yeah.
emotionally you have to be very stable. You don't have to see the market price every day and say to yourself that this is what your worth is. It might be the market dynamics that this is there, because, you know, there are multiple factors you can't control, but you still have to be very sure that what you're doing is right. So, and market will never price you right. Sometimes you're overvalued, sometimes you're undervalued. So you just have to accept it, that that's the way life is. But you have taken that call and you are there for the long haul. So results will come.
Right. You know, Abhinav, let me start with you. There's another perception that we hear from the journalist side that startup culture has moved beyond what it was supposed to be, as I said initially, and they're chasing valuations only. How true is that? How do you respond to such criticism?
I would agree and disagree both. I don't think it is all untrue. I think it is also you know, all of this valuation charter or growth versus profitability, they are also heavily driven by the market scenario, right? You know, as you said, right, there are 10, 20 set of investors who have put in money. You know, if the capital is cheap, there is more money flowing in, valuations get inflated, and, you know, hence it has a trickle down effect on, you know, again, we've already seen one rate cut, you know, two more rate cuts, and again, you know, M2 liquidity is already at its peak. You might start seeing more money flowing in, and, you know, once more money flowing in starts flowing in, risky asset valuations will start going up. You know, multiple such examples in the market. I think that's what is going to happen to startups as well. So I won't fully, you know, blame the whole valuation mindset to founders or to the startup community as well. It's essentially the money supply and the risky assets per se. I think that is what is happening truly. Yes, you know, the euphoria ends up evaluating or say putting a very inflated value, and that does create that excitement. But I think it is more market dynamics than, you know, the thought of the community as a whole. And I think that is what is happening, is my view. And, you know, very soon it also corrects. You know, the moment liquidity gets pulled back, you know, money reduces, suddenly fundamentals, you know, hype will eventually get corrected. You know, fundamentals will stand. I think that's what happens in the private markets and eventually in IPO as well.
Gaurav, you want to add to it?
Yeah, I think valuations are a factor of revenue, profit, and the growth possibility. So I think if all these factors are working great, I think valuations are just the outcome of it. So if these things are working well for you, you'll get a great valuation. and the market dynamics. I think if there is, we've seen the times of 2020s where a lot of money was being put into a lot of startups, looking at the growth possibilities, to now where everything is looked at the unit economics, the possibility of profitability. So I think the timing of the market is also different. Yeah.
Deepak, do you think what is the trade-off? Of course, you get to the IPO, but at the same time, there's a battle between control and compliance. How does a founder deal with those?
I would say just from the compliance perspective, no one should worry about it. So it is nothing different. It just from the outside, it looks that, compliance is a problem. But as a businessman, for last 6 years, I never feel that, compliance per se, because see, you just have to, so there is a team to do the compliance. So it's not as difficult as it looks like. So compliance is one part. In terms of control, so if your business is anyway a business which would eat up money, which continuously needs capital. So control, I would say anyway you are losing. So whether you lose it to 6 investors or you lose it to 10,000 shareholders. So nothing changes much. My personal experience being in before Moneybox in 10 years in private equity, I mean in investment banking practice, I think the institutional investors will ask you far more questions than retail shareholder will ask you. So in terms of control on an everyday basis, as a listed company, owning maybe 12% of the stake in my company, I really don't see that, control is a challenge. That's more about mindset that, you have what you have. But you have the control of running your company and no one is saying anything. You just have to perform in the business. So nothing changes with listed. I mean, retail investors would be far more nicer. Having looked at it very closely with the companies which where I raised funds, those got listed over a 5-6 year period when they were private. So it's just in the mind. It's just that yes, there is a quarter-on-quarter pressure. And I think Mayank said very relevant points here that stocks market behave the way they behave and you don't have control over it. So that's the control which is more worrying than the really, in terms of ownership really.
Taking deep breaths will help. Mayank, your take on this here.
Deepak, I agree with you. See, for a founder, you lose control the way you constitute a board. And you constitute a board when you raise your first venture capital, be it pre-seed, seed, angel, series ABC. Because any decision that you take has to go via the board. Now, it's a different thing that whether board has 4 people, 6 people, 8 people, or 10 people, whether it has only your investor nominee directors or it has independent directors. It's just a matter of the constitution of the board. But from a control standpoint, I don't think, at least in my mind, it makes any change whether you are a listed company or not. And coming to compliance, I think compliance is also a great thing, by the way. Any business who is scaled business today is scaled because they are following compliance. They are following the land of the law of the land. If you look at any regulator, RBI, IRDA, SEBI, or any regulators try in any domain, they create regulations which foster very healthy relationship between the ecosystem players. It could be supplier, or the consumer, or it could be, any intermediaries. The regulation is created for long-term sustainability of the industry and its ecosystem players. And if a company is taking shortcuts and not complying with the law of the land, I think there is something wrong either with the company or their business. So you should not wait for an IPO event to happen or the preparation for IPO to happen before you make your business compliant. Business has to be compliant from day one. Only then you can create a healthy business. Otherwise, it's just a matter of time that you will have to taste bitterness, go back to the drawing board, realign your business model, and then bear the brunt of cash loss or business loss or any opportunity loss that you would have done because you were not compliant from day zero. So I think from control and compliance standpoint, these are hygiene factors, and whether a startup is going for IPO or not should not change their behavior towards control or compliance.
I think we're done. So I have a 30-second last closing comments from you. What is the next phase or the badge of honor? Of course, the IPO remains, but what do we see happening in the next couple of years? Quickly, how do you see startups? What happens to the innovation part of it? How much of focus will go there? How do you see the next couple of years?
I think startups will continue to look for hyper growth, right? They will continuously look for outsized returns for investors. And for that, I think the primary thing that continues is, or they continue to look for is innovation. And I think now the next wave of innovation is very clearly visible with respect to, artificial intelligence at the heart of it. So I think that as, it is coming in every possible startup space, right? I mean, I'm sure all of us can specify how it is coming in. So I think that should become the thought bed for the next wave of innovation for startups. And that is probably one of the key levers to deliver outsized returns right now.
Gaurav?
I think similarly, I think these, I think the market itself is has a lot of opportunity here. So the growth levers will definitely help, and AI being the most recent phenomena that is changing the startup ecosystem. I think the startups will actually tend to use it more and try to get more growth out of it, and then I think that always helps them for the bottom line as well.
Deepak, your closing remarks.
In terms of, as you said, new batch of honor, as a founder, what I feel is that, typically 2 3 things matters the most when we think of business. One is that you have to make an institution, not just a business. So whether the business should create a legacy, with us, without us, the business should be sustainable. So as a founder, we should always think like that we have to make an institution. Second is that business should have a purpose. So every line of business could have different purposes. So like in Moneybox Finance, we define, because we are too much into rural economy, we find the problems, the soil quality problem, the environment problem, renewable energy, increasing the income of farmer, through yield improvements. So you have to find that parameter in terms of creating employment. So purpose is very important. And the last is sustainability in terms of growth and in terms of profit, so that there's a long-term wealth creation for the investors, because that's only way to because if you achieve it, then many more entrepreneurs will get funding and to grow their businesses. So those are the real badge of honor for a business.
No, I'll not say much. Just maintain the intellectual rigor and I would say ethical honesty. I think returns for your shareholders, be private or public, will eventually arrive.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thanks for sharing and making sense of this topic and some real stories out there. A round of applause for the panelists, and over to you.
Thank you so much. Hello. The applause can be louder now. Thank you. Thank you for moderating that. A picture, please. I'm getting a sense that your energy is sort of feeling थोड़ा लो. तो हम सबसे पहले उसको रिवाइव करने की कोशिश करते हैं और अगले मिनट में नहीं, 1 घंटे के लिए कोशिश करते हैं. It's time for lunch, that means. It is 1:15. We'll reconvene and start with the next session at 2 o'clock precisely in this very room. Please enjoy your lunch. You also have Navratri food, I believe. It is at a separate counter. For the ones who are fasting, please. Thank you so much. Lunch.
remarks.
Welcome back, everybody. Shweta. Yeah. Lovely. Welcome back. For the ones who are here before you've had lunch, yes or no? The four of you. Badhiya. For the ones who've just walked in, welcome. My name is Aditya Malik. I am your host for the day. This is what I do for a living. और as my father calls it, मैं पेशे के लिए नौटंकी करता हूँ. Typical Punjabi father. But yes, the next one, a slight change in that. The moderator, Resham, are you? Where is? You're the moderator for this? Badhiya. The next panel, it's on the AI dividend, how Indian startups are strengthening their business moats. And usually after lunch, it is that dark hour. तो या तो आपका जोश एकदम नींद में जा सकता है या आपका जोश एकदम खिलखिला सकता है, and you're expecting the latter. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. First, Saurabh Deora, co-founder and CEO of AdvantageClub.ai. Joining Saurabh is Anish Popli, co-founder and CEO of Prockmount. Joining them is Gaurav Bed, the co-founder of Avatar.ai. Joining them on this panel is Ryan Malhotra, founder and CEO of Neofinity. Joining them is Krishna Mohan Minavalli, the founder and executive director of String Metaverse. And this session will be chaired by Resham Sohail, senior editorial lead, BW Disrupt. Let's welcome them. My personal experience, CSK, जितने दिग्गज अभी stage पर आए, the ones who just walked up, their experience demands more appreciation from you at least. Lovely. Thank you. Resham, the timer's here, which says time's up, but we change that.
We have one more mic. Hello. Hi, hello. As a part of my job, I really enjoy moderating sessions, talking to people. That's my favorite part of my job. Just that this panel got into a little crisis management situation. The moderator got stuck into traffic, and then I'm taking charge now. As soon as he steps in, we'll invite him on the stage. He's around 10 minutes late. It's fine. It happens sometimes. Sometimes there are factors that are not under your control. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining on the panel. The AI, the big hype talk of the town. Everybody is trying to experiment with AI. I'm not too sure how much their ROI is resulting in the green papers, green shoots. There was this report that 95% of companies are seeing a drop in ROI when it comes to AI investments. And this is something that should be seen as an alarm. Experimenting for businesses, especially for startups who are dynamic and are in the early stages of their growth, should be one of the areas to not do less with experimenting. But when it comes to AI, we're very naive as an ecosystem. I'm not too sure how much of you will agree or disagree with this, but this is what we are here to decode. On the panel, we will also discuss a little bit more on how they are utilizing AI, and from a larger perspective, how AI, though I don't want to call it as a sector, but AI, how is it helping various businesses across sectors to evolve and give better returns. Now, to open the panel, in your initial remarks, talk about why AI has been less understood so far. Are we too naive in that journey, or or is it AI over glorious? Do we make hype about it a little much more than needed? Where does the AI stand for in India for startups? Anybody can start.
First of all, thank you, Resham. Let me also introduce myself. I'm Saurabh Deora, founder of AdvantageClub.ai. See, first of all, on the question that why people are misunderstanding AI, first of all, like what we need to understand is that AI is not a new word. It's not a new phenomena. We have been surrounded by AI since last 20 years. Definitely a lot since 15 years, 10 years. Moment you talk to someone about Bali and next Facebook ad is on Bali, that is basically AI. I think what has changed in last 2 years is focus on Gen AI, generative AI, and last probably 1 year or so on agentic AI. Those are creating a new level of disruptions, and since everybody is trying to catch on that wagon, it is becoming a little more of a hype in which people, even without understanding, start calling their technologies AI. I'm also by background an AI engineer, did my machine learning major from UCLA back in 2012. And at least all the folks I spoke to in my network over the last 7-8 years, especially before 3 years, literally used to feel fouled when people used to call themselves AI on basic writing rule engines. But I think now we are living in a world where people are truly adopting to AI. And of course, there'll be few winners who truly understand the capability of it and don't go by just by the hype of it.
I mean, I don't want to find myself into trouble, and I'm not here to challenge your capability in terms of understanding AI. It's just that how do we balance it when it comes to talking about AI or include AI into your businesses? And what's your thoughts, your initial remarks on how AI is just not the talk of the town, but also it's enhancing business modes?
Sure. Just, you can hear me? Right. So just a bit of a background because that'll explain the context behind. So I don 2 hats. One is of an entrepreneur. I am the founder of Neofinity, where we build an AI-based wellness app, financial wellness app. It helps you monitor your credit wellness, helps you monitor your credit score, financial health, all that. The second cap I don is of an influencer, where 40% of the content I do is on AI. And I'm building a large library of free tools for all Indians to learn AI and engage with them in their daily lives. So everything I'm going to speak will be from that vantage point. So I'm a very firm believer of AI, and I feel India is not very AI aware. Now coming to this point where you say how people and industries are incorporating it. As he rightly said, people are involving it at their own levels of understanding. But point is, AI is not a trend. It's not a theme. It is something that is irreversible. So I'll give you one simple example. Next month, ChatGPT turns 3 years old. 30th November, ChatGPT will become 3 years old. It's only been 3 years you've been using this. Imagine it stops tomorrow. Even if it stops for 1 hour, your productivity of your company declines. So AI, as he rightly said, is everywhere. It is already being used. It's very mainstream. So every organization is using it in a different way. There are organizations like Neofinity where it is not a feature, it's foundational. There is a company called Curie.ai, which has pioneered AI in healthcare. So basically, they'll scan an X-ray of your lungs and they'll tell you if you have early signs of TB or cancer. Or there is an AI company like Yellow, which is building chatbots, which are being integrated by Asian Paints and Sony's and Hyundai's of the world. So that is the high level where the whole thing you do is around AI. But every workflow that you do in your daily life is also going to be rewired with AI. And we're going to talk more about it as we go, but I'll just give other panelists a chance in that.
Even I am a strong advocate of AI. I can't do away with AI because if we don't embrace it, it's just not in personal lives, but in businesses, we're going to die. And that's the reality. I mean, sooner the better. If you realize it, we enhance our businesses. It's better for returns, not only for your business, but for the larger nation's goal as well. Gaurav, I'm coming to you. Talk about your company, of course, but beyond that, talk about how India is ready to accept AI as a key enabler for businesses. We're just talking of AI as just another lever for businesses or in personal lives. How is just not another factor? It can be a game changer, so to say.
Sure. First of all, thanks for having me, Resham. Talking about Avatar, in a quick snapshot, we are a decade-old AI company. We have been building a platform that can automate workflows across different sectors and domains. We have been helping enterprises to bring down their cost, improve their valuation. And as early as just 2 weeks back, we also got into India AI mission, being interested to building task-specific domain specialized models. for different use cases at a sovereign level. So that's a bit on Avtar, like a decade-old journey backed by Peak and Tiger Global. But coming to your point, Resham, that's a very interesting one, because when we look at India, I see it as a tale of two different cities, and a classic example on that. There's one side of India which has been adopting AI, building use cases. We as humans, like Rehan talked about it, you mentioned about it, as individuals, we are so much empowered today with AI, to an extent that I feel that AI has the potential to make every person a superhuman from here on. So that's an interesting aspect, right? Like when we talk about industries, Rehan already touched upon healthcare, and touch upon few other sectors where you have agriculture today. An AI solution can help a farmer to converse in their native language and help them predict the diseases that a plant may have, kind of saving their entire crop before it goes bust, and kind of, the entire season's earning for them, saving it for them. So that's the potential that AI has. In education sector, we are seeing AI coming in as a personalized tutor for kids in a system where we have 350 million kids and a teacher to student ratio which is probably one of the worst in the world. AI could be an amazing solution for that. When we talk about retail and other sectors where AI is already showing its impact, where departments like marketing, content, coding, all of these are getting automated with AI. So that's one side of India, as I see, getting benefited with AI. Then comes the story of the other side. And we know IT solutions. India's tech industry has been built on that. It has been our strength for now 3.5 decades. But what's obviously changing with AI is the routine tasks, coding, testing, customer service. Those tasks are getting automated with AI. So I would say that the other side of India would be heavily impacted to begin with, but also has the opportunity to evolve itself. So the industries which will be able to grab this opportunity, evolve themselves, would be the ones who would be writing the story from here on.
Good to know. That's Krishna joining us on the panel a little late, but it's never late. Good to have you. We'll come to you for your initial remarks in some time. Anish, I'm coming to you. This is another big factor, and I hate to call AI as a sector. It's not a sector at all. This is something that applies for everybody, not in just the professional arena, but also for everybody in their personal lives as well. Coming to you, talk about a little more on the lines of how, from a sector perspective, how AI is coming in and helping businesses, not just your startup, but also others in the sector and allied sectors.
Hi, first of all, thanks for having me here. So just a quick intro. We are into a B2B procurement space, right, where we basically help large manufacturing companies in the procurement of the indirect spares. In short, we are Amazon for B2B industrial parts, right? So first, if I compare, whenever I see what the other panelists have spoken till now, right? So they are mainly the AI first kind of company. They are mainly tech companies. The one thing that I would like to differentiate ourselves is we are more of a tech-enabled company because we are in a very operation-heavy business. So we work across 35 locations in India, 35 warehouses in India, 15 warehouses outside India. So it's basically an operation-heavy business where basically it's more to do on the operation side, and tech can be an enabler to it. But said that, when the AI is there, right, when we talk about AI, it acts as a strategic differentiator for us. So when we talk about procurement, right, product selection, supplier selection, supply chain optimization, right, these are the real-time use cases because we deal in around 25 lakh SKUs, right, across 50 warehouses. So it's an operation problem. Can AI solve it? Can AI optimize on the demand side of it? Can it be a strategic differentiator for a company like us? Yes, right. but we need to find out what is the tangible, scalable solution for us, which gives us an ROI, right? We again are like Avatar, we are also a decade-old company, right? There was a trend in 3-4 years back where every company who tried to compete with us will start with an we are an AI-powered procurement solution, right? And if you ask them what's the AI that they are using, it would be near to some ML use cases that they are using, not an AI use case, right? That's where most of them are. So today, when we talk to an investor, when a tech-enabled business talk to an investor, and when they say we are an AI company, an investor will move away. No, it can't be. It's an operation-heavy business. How much tech can help you to solve problem, right? But it can enable you, but it can't be at the end of it. It can be a differentiator for you, but it can't be the whole solution to it. So yeah, that's from my side.
I mean, I feel fortunate and lucky enough to be on the panel to get more information on AI and also to get my perception clear on what is AI and how is it being used. Thank you for that clarity. I'm coming to you, Krishna. Now, how far have we covered when it comes to India's story on AI? It's not new. We're not starting from zero today. We have been listening to AI talks for some time now, and a lot of businesses are disrupting the way they work when it comes to AI, launching new technologies, maybe including AI as a technology in their existing businesses, so on and so forth. How do you look at India's AI story so far? How far have we covered?
So I'll be very blunt about a few things because first of all,
I love it on that panel.
Yeah. So my background, I run a Web3 company with the first listed Web3 company, one of the first listed Web3 company in India. We completely focus on building a creator economy, building games on Web3, integrating AI, agentic economy and stuff. The one thing I've realized over the past 4 years of running my company is that yes, AI, like India has become like very pro AI, and like there's so much that comes with implementing AI. It could be any industry, but there's still like a gray area and a gap that most other countries have realized, and they're trying to fill it. That's AI perfectly synergizes with blockchain. Absolutely, because you may an AI agent cannot open a bank account for sure, cannot start a company for sure, but it can leverage the blockchain infrastructure to create a Web3 wallet and transact with other wallets or other AI agents. So yeah, so people should realize that, I mean, at least coming, because I know blockchain itself is in such a gray area here. I truly believe if people can, or startups can implement blockchain or like realize that Web3 and AI can go together, and mainly discrepancies. The whole issue comes with, yes, you can create an agentic economy, but again, how, like, one person can almost have up to 1,000 agents, right? You can cut down your manpower by 99.99%. I mean, why is Trump doing what he's doing? He's cutting down, he's like canceling H1s, he's only making sure like 100K, like H1 is now on 100K. That's because they realize you don't need donkey work anymore. All you need is absolute analysis and prompt engineers, right? That's what is needed. You don't need coders, you don't need designers for that matter. Even you could see how powerful Neo Banana has been on Gemini. I could do real-time editing with it. You don't need designers for that matter. What you need is absolute analysis skills, and that's what these Indian startups should look for. They should look for people who really excel in absolute analysis skills, how to prompt, and they should also focus on building their AI infrastructure and integrating it with blockchain. So that's what we are doing. That's the kind of economy I believe in. I believe there was never really internet money until blockchain came, and since it's internet money, AI is like the best partner for it to like transact, use it, or like now I can send like $1,000 from India to America in like a second and back, but a swift transfer will take like, I don't know, 2-3 days, and AI agents can do that 1,000-fold. So yeah, that's what I believe like Indian startups should look for. But I know there are like certain jurisdiction issues, there's some regulatory issues going back and forth, but this is a breakthrough. AI plus blockchain, they're like a wife and husband, if you ask me. So if people are missing that fact, AI is all good and all, but in the end, it's all about creating economies. It's all about transacting. Everything in the end, businesses come down to trading, right? So about how volatile or how much volume you can bring in. One thing I realize is if you with blockchain, you can completely make it a trust versus truth kind of situation, right? When Web2 companies, you had to kind of trust if you wanted to like invest in them. But now, if you're actually kind of adding that Web3 angle to your company, it's about truth because everything is on chain. Your product is on chain. Your ecosystem is on chain, so people can see the truth, right? Therefore, that completely clears out the part of actually trusting in that company. And then, yeah, of course, AI amplifies that. So that's what I believe going forward.
Now, from what you said, I understand and I take it as a compliment. It was my best decision to invite you on the AI panel with these leaders. When you said AI good matches with blockchain and it's a husband-wife pair, I take it as a compliment. And I think the best will come out from this panel. And now tell me, there is this another big debate on when it comes to layoff. Rahul is here finally. I don't want to embarrass you, but a huge round of applause for Rahul. Now we'll co-moderate this. I was on the lines of AI. How there is a big debate going on when it comes to AI and layoffs. There's a huge layoff going on when it comes to bigger companies. Look what the who's and who's of the industries are doing when it comes to letting people go. This is a big open debate going on. But apart from that, since Rahul is here, I want to touch upon investments. How are you looking at investments flowing in? Every other investor I talk to as a part of my job is overexcited for AI. I'm not too sure how is it actualizing on the real ground, but how do you evaluate this sentiment? How is it resulting in the real manner? Your thoughts?
Just to be clear, the question is on layoffs or is it on investors or both?
Interesting. Investments first, and then we go on to the next one.
So, of course, AI is the raging hot topic. A lot of people are showing interest. Investors are not just hearing about it, they're backing it as well. And there's a lot of LP pressure also to kind of curate and get these kind of deals. He'll know. But at the same time, the investors we are talking about are also a bit skeptical, I would say, and I'll tell you why. 15 years ago, someone said that after Bitcoin, I don't need to carry my wallet, right? It obviously it has done it in few countries. In India, it is not up to that mark. I still carry my card, I still carry my wallet, everything. Similarly, 10 years ago, someone told me that if you have this, Google launched this VR headset and all of you will be wearing these big VR headsets and that is going to change entertainment and sports industry. I don't see anyone of you wearing those too. There was also talk about, and point I'm trying to make is there are a lot of these trends that keep on coming. Bitcoin was a trend. So in terms of the investor ecosystem, they are very wary of buzzwords because every 5 years later, there is some new buzzword that comes up. Having said that, AI is not a buzzword. As he rightly said, AI has always been there. It has always. Have you ever played FIFA? So if you're playing a video game, how do you think the computer plays? Right. It has always been there. We just realized that after 30th November, when ChatGPT came into the picture, AI suddenly became mainstream. Point is, if you are just trying to raise fundings, or if your product is an AI product just for the namesake, it will not get funding. But if you're actually trying to solve a real world problem, in case of a B2B company, it has to solve a real workflow that can replace human at an optimal cost and solve it. For example, customer agentic AI in customer support, wherein you can actually have voice bots that can replace actual customer service agents. If they are vernacular and can replace an actual speaking Hindi, Bengali, Marathi agent, it'll have its own impact. But if you just have a startup and you add the word AI to it, it is not going to get funded. I have a friend of mine who's running a marketing agency for the last 10 years. The other day I opened his website. It now says marketing with AI. I called him up. I said, what does this mean? What AI are you using? And he says, no, we use ChatGPT to write content. It's AI. So it is up to startups only if we are using them as buzzwords or actually creating features and foundational layers with AI.
How excited are you, Rahul, when it comes to startups changing their name?
He is the most excited.
Are you going to invest them?
His venture has AI in it.
So buzzwords do work. That's why startups end up using them. I mean, I have a lot of gray hair, so I've seen the .com boom itself, where people just got funded because they added .com to the name. So .ai, and there's a country doing really well because everybody is using their domain name. AI is not a AI domain name. It's actually a country's 2 letters, like IN is for India, right? But I mean, from my side, you correctly said, AI has been there for a long time, right? I mean, I got into AI in 2004. That's how my journey started. And I've been investing in AI since 2017. Before ChatGPT ever came on the scene, I'd already made 12 investments, right? Today, of course, I've done a lot more. AI has become a much bigger camp than it ever was, right? So things also happen. There's a time and place when there's a tipping point, and suddenly everybody thinks this is the next big thing, and people really start using it. So excitement is necessary. Hype is a necessary conditions for waves to really spread far and wide. I mean, a lot of companies are using AI today are using it because there's hype. But just because there is hype doesn't mean they will not benefit from using AI. They are all benefiting from using AI as well. So it takes something to change habits. I mean, we all remember when Uber rides to the airport were close to free, right? It was less expensive than taking your own car to the airport. Of course, it doesn't remain the same anymore. So that's how change happens. Change requires momentum. So that's what is happening today, is my view. But what about the others? How do you see AI affecting your business or affecting funding?
Yeah, I totally agree with both of you. I think, first of all, like you said, hype is necessary. But I feel AI is one of those technologies which is actually making a real impact, real business impact. Unlike a lot of other things, like why Bitcoin is fantastic. It doesn't impact my life in India. And that's why it didn't really change the world. UPI did. It was a great technology. It changed the world. I don't carry cash anymore, other than some stupid poker sessions. I don't carry cash. There's no other reason for me to carry cash. Basically, AI is a similar phenomena. If you really tie it down to business metrics, and you can really measure outcome, and you have a goal that, say, like for example, we recently implemented Cursor in our team. We made a hard target that, I'm sure all of you guys have tech teams, you have credit points, sprint cycles. So whatever sprint point everybody was doing, we had a goal. We have a goal that in a month we will start doing 50% more credit points per developer. That's a disproportionate productive impact that you're looking at. Most of the guys who have done this in the West since 2 years, they say that 70% of code written is all by AI now. But it's very important that you also take your security at enterprise. But if you can have measurable impact, then using AI totally makes sense. We also use it in our product, which is an employee experience product, and that's why we are one of those companies which added .ai, where we are in a reward recognition engagement space. Our goal is that the moment we make an agent live, the recognition and engagement should increase by 25 to 30% in the organization, depending on the sector. So key is to start with a business metric, use technology to enable it, and then measure the success of it. If you don't see tangible outcome coming out of it, then probably you have to move away from that technology. But the way AI has moved, I think this will not remain a buzz. This is not a trend. This is like switching to phone from laptop. This is like using internet versus reading books. I think it's an era change, and this is a universal era change. There's no one who's stopping AI in the world, unlike blockchain and a lot of other techs which didn't really pick up. It is also very easy to use. It actually makes your life very easy to use, and is also available. Like I recently taught my father how to use ChatGPT with a lot of fear that he doesn't make a wrong transaction or something. But yeah, he loves it. So I think this will touch all the ages of life, and it's probably here to stay. Coming on the investor side, in last 2 years, it's the era of profitability. Not about the top line, not about engagement numbers. Nobody talks about it. Everybody talks about margins and profitability. And AI is kind of your best tool to achieve it. Unfortunately, that means laying off a little, which a lot of large organizations are doing. A lot of organizations like us are not laying off, but we are not hiring as much as we would to support the growth of the scale. But it's more about training people. Your talent war is going to be harder because there will be fewer people who will actually be good at it. But ultimately, for people to really survive and thrive, they'll have to adopt the technology. And I let the VC talk on the money front and not go on that side.
So I'll just add this, right? First and foremost, some of these job losses, you really wonder if it's because of AI, because have those institutions really started using AI to the level that they can fire people? Or is it a great label to put that you don't look to blame, right? So वो हिंदी में कहावत है ना, बहती गंगा में सब हाथ धोते हैं, तो some of that may be happening, right? But that AI will impact jobs is a reality, right? And the reason you're seeing so much investment going on to it, the rationale behind it is that it will reduce the requirement for human effort, right? A lot of the mathematics is based on the simple fact that it will eliminate jobs. Just so, I mean, as an investor, I'm trying to tell you that when we look at a startup, unless and until it makes a measurable move on reducing manual work, where is the jump? Where is the delta, right? So the elimination of work today, which is manual, being done by AI is the natural base case for AI to be funded. At the same time, this could be true of multiple other innovations which came before in the world. All of them ended up creating jobs somewhere else. Now, I think the better question to ask is not whether AI will eliminate jobs. It will. The better question is, will it create enough jobs to replace the jobs it destroys, right? Or if it doesn't do that, then what is the solution for us as a society, as a people, as the world, right? So I don't think we have real great answers, at least I don't, to all these questions, but those are the questions we're thinking about.
We still have 10 minutes on the panel if you have some questions for the panel.
So you made a great point on impact, right? I think for me as a VC, the key piece which differentiates AI from just another buzzword is the fact that it creates real impact. And we see it, how our startups are really making impact happen because of AI. So if you all want to just quickly touch upon how you've used AI, what's the biggest impact it's created in your business?
So we are into B2B procurement, as I said earlier, right? So when we talk about a B2B procurement business, right, it itself is a low gross margin business, right? So the whole game that lies in between, right? As I said earlier, we are a tech-enabled company. So the whole game that is there is, what is the difference between a gross margin and CM2 level, right? How you can basically minimize it, right? So for us, it used to be earlier 6%, right? And we were stuck at some place where we want to define what our EBITDA level could be in a very mature state. And then actually for running things, so there has been, like, we get a lot of data from large corporates. So our client would be like a Unilever or a P&G or a Colgate, right? That have around 20 lakh SKUs, which we supply to them. So when we work on this kind of data set, earlier, the cost of running it through an AI, the categorization, the data cleansing and everything, it was very expensive for us, right? When compared to, say, a resource that I can put in and get that work done, though it will be a long lead time would be there, but still it's cheap, right? And as I said, it's a very thin margin business. But with coming of the AI, right, how we can efficiently make sure that on the customer side of it, on the working on the data side of it, right? Currently, we are using AI, and actually now we think that 6% can be converted to around 3%. And that would be a major game changer for us in a B2B market where the difference between your gross margin and CM2 is just 3%. So I think so each of the business case will use AI for how to create that difference, right? It's definitely not a buzzword. It's basically how you are using it, how you have it, and every company, I think so, will have a use case for it. The rules are rewritten now, right? It's actually the same what happened with the coming of web, right? I think so. All
So,
the
so what you're basically saying is the key piece has been in lowering costs for managing your data. That would you say is been of the most significant contribution for AI currently?
it's one of the most obviously on the customer side also handling the customer is also one use case for
Customer
us,
support.
which is most important. Supplier recommendation to basically use it at the scale, right? Because currently we have around 750 workforce right across.
But between these three, from a financial impact, which is the largest? I mean, I'm just trying to get you to give me one, so that you can see that it actually does multiple things. So,
Sure.
so which one?
Financial number is one thing, right? That's very important for us.
One thing that I'd like to point out, yeah, we're actually in the .com era. I really appreciate you pointing that out. Like, this is the new .com era, and I'm actually glad I'm part of it. And of course, you were definitely part of the previous .com era. One way, okay, so I can really attest to the whole point that, oh yes, AI is killing jobs, because in the last 8 months itself in my organization, we almost fired like 20 to 25 people. Because see, either you adapt with AI, you pick up on the analysis skills on how you can survive with it, or you perish. I mean, it's a cutthroat world. It's a capitalist world. We're living in a capitalist world. So yeah, we've laid off close to 20, 25 people. We work on capital market.
On that note, are you also looking at getting next advanced trained 40 people in place of those 20?
So I've been hiring actually. The one criteria I've been looking in most of these people is not their qualification. It's only that if they have common sense or not. Because the one thing that's needed for AI is common sense. I know common sense isn't that common lately, but it's because it's necessary on how you articulate what you want or how you want to build your product using
Well
AI.
said, well said. Your earlier point. please
great
continue.
point.
Yeah.
So yeah, common sense is like very important. But I didn't mean to be rude or anything. But so we work on capital markets a lot. We do high frequency trading. I've been in the derivative markets for a long time, and now we're doing it on Web3. And I'm sure people have heard about decentralized exchanges coming up, like Hyperliquid and all, and like the days of doing KYC and all that is gone. So for us, AI is actually like it was like the right time. Before, to like trade on high frequency level, you'd like use machine learning, you'd use like historical data to kind of like predict the market and all. But now with AI, it's come to a point where you can like at least we've built you can connect to these infrastructures instantaneously, use past data, use correlation, various other factors, and it's seamless. It's like you don't have to like feed it, or it's not like you don't have to gamble on it. It used to be a probabilistic thing. Now it can actually scan on-chain data, it can scan fundamental data, it can scan statistical data, and it can really come to a conclusion on whether I should execute this trade or not. And that connection can be done in like less than a day if you just have the right logic. That's why I said, people just should have the right logic, the right common sense to like implement said AI into their infrastructure. And for me, it worked out very well in the last 8
So
months.
you're actually using AI for trading, and that's working out.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wow.
So I'd like to take a step back and try to connect some dots. We touched upon the MIT survey. Resham, you touched upon it, that 95% of AI pilots fail today. And we have also seen these giants laying off people. Rahul touched upon the job loss. We have seen tens of thousands of people losing jobs. So if 95% of the projects are failing, how is AI really taking away jobs? So just adding to your point earlier, that this disruption was about to happen. AI is just one of the triggers for that, but we cannot really blame AI for it. So AI is obviously, with that trigger of ChatGPT happening 2 years back, seen a peak of inflated expectations. It came down from that, like GenAI became that heightened expectations, and it came down a little bit with hallucinations, with failures, with these reports coming out into a trough of disillusionment. Now, what I really see how
we are nowhere near the trough of disillusionment. Nvidia is at 4.5 trillion of market cap. The spending plan. So Google, Meta had 75 billion. marked for investment into data centers last year. They've gone back to the board, said 85 billion, and we may raise it again. There is no disillusion. I'm just telling you, I've just come back from the valley. Zero disillusionment. I mean, I'm not trying to say these reports, we can address that.
Yes.
But I'm saying that it has not impacted the gravy train. That's going full steam ahead.
Yeah, it definitely hasn't impacted the bigger names. Even OpenAI now saying that they want to build a 250 gigawatts data center, which is unimaginable. Like, what will you really do with that?
1 trillion already planned, and work started on 1 trillion worth of data centers. 1 trillion.
Yeah.
That is basically our GDP, the total stock market capitalization, right? The spending plans of even one of the big guys is like one of our largest companies, market cap, right? That's the kind of capital that is going into this in the West. So what's the key impact to you?
So the difference which has happened is that many of these Gen AI companies, which were the kind of buzz in the town in 2024, that has evolved, and that definitely has been disrupted. And now the year 2025 has been for agentic AI. So that has been the evolution of AI. That's the slope of enlightenment, I would say, where AI as a sector is moving towards, where the most important factor comes in as the continuous learning loop. These AI agents with their entire architectures can help that to bridge that gap. As humans, for us, even with people like who are being impacted, the real solution is that continuous learning again. There's no other way out of this space that they are in. And same for AI, similar to humans, the continuous learning becomes a key aspect.
So what's been the biggest impact, but if you have to narrow it down to one metric, which it has really moved in your startup?
Well, in our startup, we have been able to save millions, tens of millions of cost for our partners. So kind of automating the routine task, the grunt work, by empowering the human in the loop. So we have not been looking at replacing departments, we look at empowering them. So we always keep a human in the loop in our solutions, but we empower them and we end up saving tens of millions of costs for them.
No, that's a great point. Human in the loop works. AI still has problems. AI is a baby. It's 2.5 years old. I mean, the form of AI we are mostly talking about is Gen AI, which came out 2.5 years back. So absolutely, human in the loop works. And on the other hand, his case, he was doing algo trading, HFT, zero human in the loop, I'm guessing.
We only have people to like monitor fund, like liquidation rates, or like just to top up the wallets or top up the balances.
So I think the way to think about it is AI will affect different businesses and different workflows differently. It's not just going to be the same thing. It's not just, oh, automate this, do that. It's not one size fits all is not the situation. Each business has to think about it in a different way. He is automating, I'm guessing, back office, back end tasks, human in the loop.
Front, mid, back, all workflows.
Look at that. All
are getting
phenomenal.
For us, actually, AI has just helped, I'd say, sell more, build more. We are, like, I converted 25% of my pipeline by just building on more on AI. Luckily or unluckily, I'm in a space in HR tech where tech is missing, generally in the companies, and probably one of the outlier tech founders in the industry who's really from tech background. And if you talk to me, I'll start drawing architectures in my head. That's my weakness and strength. So selling by building more things on AI, cutting down on sales cycles by using AI VDRs, building more by using assisted coding has been the two mantras overall. So increase the top line, save the bottom line. That's the life.
Saving the best one for desserts. So I have an AI first tech startup, but I do not want a fintech startup rather. But rather than just answering it that way, I think most people here are not AI aware. That is what I get off to, because I'm a social media influencer who believes India is not as AI aware as they should be. So I'll not answer that directly. I'll tell you how it has changed my workflow. I'll give you some tools also that you may feel useful. So one is, if today I need to attend a meeting, of course, Fireflies everyone has heard. There are other versions of it as well, where it can take notes for all meetings you do. It has all past records of every meeting that you've done. You can just talk to it and say, what did we discuss in the last meeting? What are the actionables there? Your executive assistant is not required. You can do that with AI. I use a browser called Comet from Perplexity. Once you start using it, you'll never go back to Google Chrome. How you use it? Yeah. Did you go back to Chrome? So if you watch, most people here would watch a YouTube video, you'll watch it. With Perplexity, you can chat with that video. Let's say there's a podcast going on, you can actually ask him, summarize this whole video in 10 points. What all questions did the panelist ask? What all questions did the person answer? You don't need to watch the whole video, saves you time.
Part actually, like summarizing things, like people don't have like, because attention span has really gone down, and to be actually cutting down a 15-minute video to like 2-minute explanation, that's what people want. That's why reels have become such a big thing.
Thanks.
Happy to see such agreement on the panel sometimes. Though I am a lover of contradictions and some hot sentiment on the panel, this is also good.
No, so I'm just telling you. So these are things that I'll give you another one. Someone was talking about this agentic calling agents, right? You can go to Vapi, you can create your own agent. Point is, as both on my left and the right side people said, we are in a .com boom era right now. What does that mean? When internet came, it was new. It did a few disruptions, but it created a lot of opportunities for everyone. Someone made a web search out of it. Someone made an email tool out of it. Someone made a food delivery app out of it. Someone made a cab service out of it. Best part is it does not matter what you learned. He is an AI engineer. I'm not. And what he said, I think I have above average common sense. I should. So if you know how to articulate your things properly, ChatGPT can code. You don't need to learn coding, right? Did you take commerce, humanities, art in your school does not really matter. If you know what you want and if you can actually put it in text, ChatGPT knows all the. I'm giving you ChatGPT because that is a very common tool, but AI knows how to code, right? So the bottom line is one, people need to be more AI aware in their daily lives. The founders, the leaders, they need to instill that AI culture in their teams. I have not hired a content writer in the last 3 years. Every month my marketing team says this is I said, no, learn to use it. Why do you need a content writer? For a traditional marketing team to work, a marketing head needs to explain his idea to their VPs. They need to explain their ideas to their social media managers. They need to explain that idea to video editors, graphic designers, and content writers.
The intern was going
and then the interns, and why can't you just explain that to ChatGPT? It'll do all those things for you. So my closing point on this would be that AI is irreversible, AI is inevitable. In the next 5 years, I'll be very surprised if 70% of what you are doing today is not automated. Presentations, documents, emails, everything. So it is here to come, it is here to stay. It is your job to learn it, to use it, to get up to speed with it. Because if you cannot do it, for the times that are going to come, you will be effectively sterile. Doesn't have to be bigger than that.
And I, even if I don't want to, but I will have to agree with him 100% or maybe 200%. This is true for everybody who is using AI in their personal lives or even as their business modes. Now, just to close the panel, I am feeling a little more confident that I can also code with AI. I'm happy to know this, and I will go back and try. On this note, I would like to thank all of the panelists for joining in, and also my co-moderator. Thank you so much for joining in.
Sincere apologies to all of you and all of you for being late. It's really unforgivable. It was just today, there's something crazy happened.
A story to tell.
Yeah.
Being a journalist, I always find stories. So on that note, thank you so much, everybody, for joining in. We come forward for a photograph. A huge round of applause for the panel, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Resham, for stepping up to moderate this along with, of course, Rahulji. Thank you so much. Resham, now it's actually time for your planned moderation. Chaliye, we'll quickly move ahead. The next one, it's towards a $10 trillion future. Will domestic capital command the startup era? And to share the views on the same, we're being joined by Natasha, founder and managing partner of Ankurit Capital, along with Niaz Layak, partner at Lumikai, along with Rahul Agarwal, founder and managing partner of SenseAI. And this one will be chaired by Resham Sohail, senior editorial lead, BW Disrupt. And we have the two of you, of course, you also have. Natasha is joining in, right? Let's welcome them, please. आपकी तालियों के साथ. Thank you.
Chair, you see, that's all cars to traffic on the Gurgaon road. Natasha will join in a bit, precisely in 5 minutes. I'm happy to moderate this panel. This is always the exciting part when it comes to disrupt summits. I mean, the day has gone in talking to a lot of entrepreneurs from different sectors, but this is the time this is the time we talk to investors, key people in the ecosystem. Now that I know that Niaz is coming from Lumikai, that precisely into gaming sector investing, and Rahul is, of course, has already talked about AI and investing in it. Today, the question is, in India, there is no dearth of money. There's no dearth of money. The only differentiator between the capital is that what we don't have is patient capital. We have momentum capital, we don't have conviction capital. That's the only differentiator we have, but we have a lot of money. Is that the case?
I don't think so. If you look at the last couple of years, you wanted contradictions on the panels. So I'm happy to.
This
give
is
them.
bigger, but this is the bigger part that we'll decode on the panel.
Yeah.
And also, apart from this, given that these leaders are coming from sector-specific investments experiences, we will discuss what sectors are witnessing green shoots in their areas, and also we will talk how much of dollars are flowing into Indian ecosystem, and looking forward to that point. But in your initial remarks, tell me on my initial remark saying India does not have dearth of money. What's your take?
So you also already qualified it by saying it has dearth of patient capital. So yeah, I think there is limited patient capital. It's grown, but I mean, to your point, if you go back 5 years, the amount of patient capital you had versus now is much better. And see, understand one thing, our venture ecosystem is about 25 years old. I mean, the first funds came late 90s, just at the internet boom time. That was the first funds which came in, which means we've seen maybe, 10-year being a fund cycle, we've seen 2 fund cycles happen. On the other hand, in Silicon Valley, this has been going on for 70 years, right? So there's a huge difference in the kind of capital you can get access to because you've proven your track record over multiple cycles, right? So Indian ecosystem should be help. So we can very well say institutional investors should just give us all fund managers the capital and we will deploy it very well, and you should be patient for the returns to happen. But it will only happen once we build track records. To build track records takes time. In this industry especially, it takes a long time. So patient capital, it's not just a one-tier problem, right? When you talk about patient capital, people are mostly talking about how VCs are deploying capital. And VCs in India are typically a 8-year fund or a 10-year fund, and thus they are not patient capital because they can't hold that capital for long, right? Their positions for long. But you have to start thinking, where does capital originate from? It doesn't originate from VCs. VCs take money from other investors and they may be collecting money from even other investors. So there are multiple tiers to it. And at each tier, patience is a thing which grows over time. It's not going to happen immediately. At the same time, can the government do more to make more patient capital available? Yes. Is the government working on it? Yes. So directionally, we are in the right space. Can a VC ecosystem do with more patient capital? Absolutely.
Good one. Nyasa.
Yeah, I think the biggest sign of evolution of this ecosystem has been specialization, and Rahul was early to that in seeing AI come up. And now you're seeing more AI funds emerge, and what we invest in, which is interactive media, digital platforms and games. We were the first. Now there's some more who are coming to that. But even if you look at, let's say, like D2C brands, now you have at least a dozen funds who only invest in D2C brands. You also have a dozen or more funds. I was counting the other days how many how many funds invest in deep tech. There are actually like maybe 30 funds who are investing in deep tech, right? So there are a whole lot of investors who are willing to be patient in that way and focus on certain themes. There's a sense that those themes are big enough now to invest in. I think spending patterns have also drastically changed in the last 10 years. So if you look at even like before COVID, the amount that consumers were willing to spend online on digital products, right, or even on e-commerce or quick commerce, it was a fraction of what it was today, right? So there's been an explosion of expenditure in terms of entertainment products, how much people spend on like social media or like OTTs, audio platforms like Spotify. Huge amount of money being spent, moved away from traditional spends on FMCG companies, which were multinationals, towards local D2C brands. The government and other players are spending huge amounts in the deep tech space. So there's a lot more spending on these categories, and that is spurring a new generation of startups.
Also, just to contrast, when we say there's a lot of capital, there's no shortage of capital, it has to also do with what are the ambitions, what do we want to do, right? The amount of capital required to do certain things, we don't have the capital for, right? I mean, we were just before in the earlier panel talking about the kind of dollars being invested in data centers globally. We don't have those dollars available in this country. There are no companies as large as some of the world's largest companies, nowhere close to that in this country. Obviously, our GDP, our tax collections put certain other constraints around the government's ability to spend. So at absolute levels, we are way below what a country like the US or even China can invest behind infrastructure. And infrastructure is, I mean, whether it is gaming, whether it is AI, whether it is D2C, infrastructure takes time to catch up. I mean, and some of it, things which can be done through a consumer piece, which is, let's say, mobile phone ownership, driving D2C, then that becomes much easier to execute in a country like us. But things which require large amounts of capital to develop infrastructure in.
What I could understand from this and what you already said, you agree both on the same point that we cannot solely blame a VC to be not patient. There are multiple factors, there are multi-tiered factors that impact that patient to not being that capital to not being really patient as desired. But let's decode that part. Where does this money coming from? In today's time, who are the investors? Where is this money coming from? One. Now, number two is also when we decode this problem that the capital is not patient enough. Why is it happening? What are the factors that's impacting it? And where are the scope of areas where you can work? We can see that there can be much more patient capital. We understand that India has money. But to get that flowing into streams, where are the areas we can work out?
Sure. So just to give you large level blocks, right? So one is VCs ultimately raise money from somebody. Who's that? Investors. Three types of that. One is high net individuals. So that's individual money. And it is not retail investors. Retail investors, the minimum investment required to invest in a venture capital is 1 crore in India. So which means there's only a small set of people who can invest in that. So that's your HNIs. The two is business families which have built businesses, built a lot of wealth, they invest. And third is institutional investors. And actually in this country, the weakest leg of all three is the institutional investor. The government has done something there. It created SIDBI, which is a fund of funds. And it has actually, because of SIDBI, our fund ecosystem is much larger today than before SIDBI came into play. So that was a massive move by the government. It has worked out phenomenally for the government, for the country, for everybody. We got a lot more startups. The government, SIDBI has given the government great returns, right? Because funds gave money to SIDBI. So that has worked out. But where are the large pools of capital? So pension money is large pools of capital. Insurance money is, some of that is started to flow in, but it's like drips and drops, right? It's like you have a huge swimming pool and you can take out 1 cup at a time. So that's the kind of capital which is flowing from these large swimming pools into venture capital. Venture capital is getting cupfuls of capital, and that needs to unlock better.
Now, before we get into sector-specific insights from you both, I want to get deeper into how we can channelize domestic capital better. We understand our startup ecosystem relies around 70-80% on foreign capital. That's not a 100% good sign, but that is kind of a compulsion if we analyze the ecosystem in that way, because there is dry powder sitting with a lot of segments, family offices. You mentioned some of those that are yet to be channelized. What can be some of the measures that we get that dry powder in action?
I think it's very important to get the local institutions and family offices in, because especially if you're raising a fund which is, say, less than 50 million or less than $100 million, you won't have a lot of takers outside in terms of institutions, right? Because all institutions, pension funds, fund of funds, all of these institutions want to invest in funds which are at least a couple of $100 million, so they can allocate a reasonable amount of capital to them, right? So building on that institutional ecosystem will be very important. I think the top 10 or 20 family offices in India, the largest businesses in India, understand the importance of diversification and they're willing to take bets. I read today actually on my way here that 38 funds were launched this year in India, and I know a number of them have had a first close. So clearly there is some appetite now from larger family offices, from Indian institutions to invest, but we still have a long way to go. And I think one answer has been public markets, right? You look at what's happened in the last couple of years. Anyone here who has gone and pitched to families in India to raise, the whole point is like, why should we invest in a liquid asset class? So I think they're yet to learn lessons around diversification, because we've had boom years, right? The last 3 or 4 years since COVID, since the Federal Reserve pumped all of this money into the system, have been exceptional years for the Indian stock market. Then when FIIs pulled out, the Indian retail investors stepped in. So you're not seeing a lot of folks here understand the benefits of diversifying into different asset classes, because we've only seen good years and no one can imagine that public markets will move in a different direction. So I guess we'll see that play out in the next couple of years, Rahul.
We're seeing in some scenes a little bit recently, but we'll get to learn more in some more time. Rahul, I mean, startups is no new thing. It's not here for a decade, 2 decades, more than that. But why does it that people who can be investors look at is still as a non-viable asset? Where is this lacking? What can be some of the measures that we can channelize that domestic capital coming in? We need more money, more rupees than dollars. How can we see that?
See, some of it is natural evolution, right? I mean, as we've seen, like more funds came up, as he was saying, more funds came up this year than before. Why is that happening? Because the ecosystem is maturing. We are seeing that investing in startup yields results. When people do something because they believe it is going to benefit them. That's the only point of time you can get somebody to do something, right? He or she absolutely believes this is good for them. And that is a message which takes time to go through to a larger audience, right? So in the beginning, it was seen as something very niche, and it's still seen as a high risk activity. Venture capital is seen as a high risk asset, right? While try and understand that by its own structure, we as a fund, for example, will invest in 18, 20 companies out of my fund. We don't need all 18, 20 to work out. As long as enough of them do well, we will do well as a fund for our investors. From an investor perspective, this understanding is lacking yet. We still are in a country where capital preservation is more highly valued than growing that wealth. So there are two kinds, right? So you'll have investors who want to grow their wealth aggressively, but those are investors who don't have the amount of capital required to really invest in this asset class. And then you have people who are exceedingly wealthy already, who really only care about wealth preservation. And VC doesn't fit that model, though it does. I mean, all long-term money goes into VC because it is the best way to multiply your money over a long periods of time where liquidity is not required, right? So wealth preservation thought process is, I don't need liquidity, right? I just need the wealth to stay. So this messaging has not yet set in India, that for wealth preservation, VC is a great allocation to do.
In terms of investing, irrespective of what sector you invest in, there is a trend which we're saying that investors have been really cautious in last 2 years, especially. We have been talking about and writing about as a part of my job about funding winter. When do we see funding spring like 2021? I don't know, and we should not be seeing it back again. It has impacted a lot of valuations and a lot of funding check size as well. Now, the recent trend which I'm bringing in is there's a consolidation when it comes to the bigger check sizes, and then there is that, then a lot of investors need to or want to make confident bets in the growth stage funding investments. And then there are a couple of not just couple of many new funds that are actively and very interestingly investing in the early stage startups, irrespective of the sector. How do we see this going forward in the next 6 to 12 months? What will be the next trend of investing we see in when it comes to check sizes, growth stage? How do you analyze this, and what can we expect?
Yeah, no, I was just looking at these numbers this morning because I thought this was a topic you wanted to talk about. And I was looking at how much is invested every year, right? So if you look at 2015, 16, 17, it was about $5 billion every year, right? Then 18 to 19, it went to 10 billion, and that's exactly where we are today, right? So last year was about 13 billion. This year we'll do 11 billion again. So 21, 22, as you alluded to, were anomalies, right? We were coming out, a lot of money coming into the market, and we're not going to get back to that. But for the size of economy we are, plus a number of founders who are playing on this India-US play, building a lot of tools for that market, we're going to continue seeing that number, at least 10 to 12, $13 billion a year, which is substantial, which is 2x as it was in 2015, 16, 17. Huge number of seed funds in the market, pre-seed funds for you to choose from as a founder. So there's no dearth of opportunities for founders to get funded today. And it's also important on the flip side, to your point about quality assets, that investors also make sensible bets. So I would estimate that there are probably 35,000 founders at any given time in a year looking for funding. And if you look at the number of seed deals that get done every year, it's about 700-800 deals a year, the total number of deals happening. So every fund is looking at 100 opportunities, right? We want to each do 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 investments a year. That means we'll each meet at least 500-600 founders a year, maybe more. We'll meet 1,000. We're investing 1 in 100, right? And that's a good clip to keep. We have a huge supply of founders, and we want to choose those which are the highest quality, right? The highest quality founders, building truly differentiated products, building for the right market. So there's loads of capital in the market.
This is interesting.
Not only that.
The right direction.
See, in my sector, though, there's no funding winter. I mean, if anything, we are in the middle of spring, all guns blazing. Valuations actually, me as an investor themselves, I'm like, really? This is the valuation people are investing in startups in? So valuations in the AI sector have gone up. The amount of capital getting deployed in AI has gone up. I see that trend continuing to go ahead, right? But to his point, I mean, largely agree with him what he's saying at the macro level, right? So macros, but if more funds keep coming up, the amount of capital being deployed will go up, right? It's not gonna double, triple, quadruple so quickly because that whole India's discovery as a startup nation, I mean, our potential for that has already happened, right? So what happened earlier was that discovery kind of happened. So a lot of capital flew in. But so you don't have that delta happening really very soon again, but that it will keep growing. The amount of capital getting deployed every year, the amount of capital being raised by funds every year, all the trend lines are going up. That's how I see it. Yeah, high level, those big ticket deals, some of them, there'll be lesser of in 1 year, then there'll be again. I mean, this will keep happening, right? It's the cycle of life. But overall, I'm very, very optimistic, and I think everybody should be optimistic. We are in a very good place as a country, as an ecosystem. It's pretty positive, is where I'd leave it at.
So we are in the right direction. Now, before we wrap up and do the last commentary on how we look forward in the next 5 years, I want to bring in the hot topic that has been in the news with gaming. I'm not associating it with you, but your larger point of view. How do you look at industry? Recently, the government's take on real money gaming has happened, and that has happened for good. For the good reasons, and there's much clarity on what government wants to encourage and back vis-a-vis what they don't want to, and that's a clarity for the ecosystem, and that's also better for the consumers as well. How do you look at it, and what clarity do we have on the other end of the consolidation of the sector and investment part also?
Yeah, so no, the government very clearly said it will not allow real money gaming, right? So as of today, there will be no more real money gaming. And I think that's something we figured would happen sooner or later. And for the last 5 years, that's why we've avoided it, right? So we've made a number of investments in gaming. So those are all free casual gaming companies, which monetize through in-app purchases and through advertising, right? And even before the government had stepped in, the spends were already moving from the consumer away from real money games to these free casual in-app purchase led games. And so you saw spends also moving in that direction. So 40% of all gaming spends in India are already in casual or mid-core games. And that's the market that we're looking at. And India has a huge talent pool of people building market games for India and as well as for the world, because a lot of the global gaming studios always had studios here.
This is interesting that
Yeah.
since you just closed your fund,
Yeah.
how excited are you about this space and what are the areas to be precisely mentioned we're looking at?
So we look at three broad areas. One is interactive media, and I can give some examples over there. We also look at digital platforms, which include some SaaS companies. And lastly, we look at games. On games, I would say it's still tremendously exciting because $1.5 billion a year are spent on these casual games by Indians. That number is only going to grow, and that is more than the Indian box office spends, right? So the entire money that is earned by Bollywood in the entire year, Indian consumers already spend more than that on free-to-play games.
My
So-
apologies to interject. That's
Yeah.
Natasha joining us on the panel. Have a huge round of applause for her. It looks like she's tired and mad at Gurgaon traffic, but we are also still cursing that road and that traffic. Rahul got
it's
also
Delhi
lead of the
traffic,
panel.
not Gurgaon. We got to Delhi very. Just crazy.
I'm glad that you're here. Feel free and then feel okay, and then we
No, go ahead. I finished my point. Yeah.
go
Okay,
back
no,
to,
yeah.
we're still continue on the
Yeah, so I was saying
gaming topic.
in casual and mid-core gaming, Indians are spending $1.5 billion a year. That's more than they spend on Bollywood in the entire year. Still a very large, exciting market.
A lot of investors from this particular sector, gaming sector, and a
Yeah.
lot of founders are bullish on India becoming a gaming developer hub,
Yeah.
building games of from India, those studios from India. How confident are you on this bet? I'm not too sure because a lot of founders flag that we are not ready yet. Where we can be bullish, we can be confident, we can do it in some years. How do you evaluate?
No, so
this
actually
and how confident?
that's been our goal from day one to fund those founders. We already have half a dozen founders in the portfolio who are building from India, for India, and for the world. And they're building titles which are exciting for people to play all around the world, not only in India. I think what will also be exciting is you will see Indian IP-based games, right? So based on Indian stories, etc. But so far, we're seeing a lot of people build titles that are sort of well liked and well understood by a global audience. So they monetize as much outside India as they do in India. So there's already a large group of them who are already doing that. But beyond that, we're also investing in spaces outside gaming. And so, for example, we've invested in Supernova, which teaches like spoken English to people who want to just get better at their jobs or want to use English in their daily lives. So we're investing in spaces outside that. We're investors in LOLO now, which has the second largest short drama app. It has over 1.2 million people who pay every month on LOLO for its suite of different products. So you have a very large audience. 1 million people paying every month in India for a digital only product was unimaginable for 4 or 5 years ago.
Very interesting. Now,
Yeah.
there were some headlines that that says that this sector is set to, in some time, take over the entertainment sector in terms of revenue generation as well. So,
Yeah.
I am looking forward and all the best to you for all your bets. In the meantime, I'm coming to Natasha. Now we are.
I'm going to take off.
Okay.
I have my next thing. I'll be late for that also otherwise. So I've held the fort long enough for you. So thank you. All the best.
We're letting you go. A huge round of applause for Rahul as well. Thank you so much, Rahul. Thank you. Now, Natasha, you can come to this spot if you feel okay.
Hi.
We've been talking on how can we channelize more domestic capital. According to many reports, 70-80% of capital for startup capital, we rely on foreign capital. That's not a 100% good enough flag for India. But for now, we understand that there is a lot of capital sitting in India. We just need to channelize that in a better manner. Startups to be
There is a
seen
lot
as
of capital, and that unfortunately is mostly being channeled to the stock exchange, right? So that's one of the biggest competition we as fund managers feel is that most of the investment allocation is very skewed towards the exchange, and the exchange has given some phenomenal returns so far. But I think it's starting to get a little choppy now with the uncertainty in the geopolitical situation and what's happening in the US. And we're starting to feel the waves of that over here. Even if you see, you mentioned that the VC funding has sort of taken a dip this year. And that sort of proves the point that most of the capital which is being invested in India is led by foreign capital investment, right? And with the uncertainty which is happening over there, everyone is investing in the US market and they're not so keen to invest in emerging markets such as India. So that takes like a big hit, as we are seeing in the listed market as well. There's been a huge outflow of FIIs in the exchange. And what's holding the fort for the exchange so far is the domestic capital, the SIPs which come in, the mutual funds which are holding the position. And as we're talking about this, I think we need to see the ecosystem, the LP ecosystem in India to mature a bit. Because when you talk about investing as LPs over here, I barely see domestic institutional capital, barring SRI and SIDB, which mostly all fund managers get. You don't hear any other names in the ecosystem. And there's still like a lot of maturity which is yet to happen amongst the investors, especially pension funds, life insurance, right? So that sort of investment has still not happened. Even if they allocate a 0.5% of their corpus to the domestic private market, I think that will give like a big access and pool of capital to invest and build this ecosystem. And I think we are seeing the evolution of the family offices in India. And while a lot of family offices now want to take like a more front seat investment when it comes to startup, but I feel that they still have to evolve because they just started investing. And you sort of learn from your mistakes as a private investor, and I'm sure everyone over here agrees with me. You can never get it right every time, or especially the first time the investment. So my thing is that for the family offices, they really need to take the highway in terms of investing in funds, domestic funds, rather than go on their own. They should look to partner with some of the domestic GPs over there. And I think there's a concept of anchor funds, which is very popular overseas. And anchor funds have very good allocation in terms of the carry pool and even the management fee, what's negotiated. So I think as family offices, if someone is from a family office over here, they should look at investing from a more mature lens and sort of look at partnering with domestic GPs over here, and where there's a good upside in terms of carry and management fee, and it's a win-win for both. So you do get a participation in the investment process as well as the economics of a fund. At the same time, you're partnering with a more professional domestic GP over here. Like if I talk for myself, I have been investing in the ecosystem for almost a decade. So I did not just start the venture fund without anything. So I learned from the experience and built up on that. And it makes sense to partner with people who've had that investment experience, especially in the private market.
And also who do it as a full-time profession.
Yeah. That sounded like a full-blown pitch to become an investor in startups. And that's a good point.
It's much needed.
I think what you were also alluding to was that a lot of family offices have decided that they think they should make direct that they can do that they should do direct investing, but direct investing requires you not only to do it for a very long time, but also requires you to do it full time. And as they realize they're spending their time across a lot of different things, maybe their own businesses as well as different asset classes, I think they'll come to the conclusion you're suggesting. And the other thing you'll realize is that if you look at all the exciting IPOs that are happening, what are all those companies? Those were all completely startups. And I know a lot of family office friends who 3-4 years ago who would have said, oh, look at Zomato, how does it make any sense? It's never going to succeed, it'll never be profitable. Zomato's core business, let's just leave Blinkit aside because it's a very fast growing business. Zomato's core business is a highly profitable business. And 3-4 years ago, I don't think anyone understood that. And post its listing, it's gone up like 6x. It was at $50 where it's listed. It's now at 250, right? So clearly, I think investors will realize that there's a huge amount of value being created in this economy from people who are first generation founders, as it was always in the history of India or anywhere in the world. First generation founders did create all the wealth, right? And at that time, they didn't have access to venture capital. They may have got a bank loan. They may have gone to their families for a bit of money. So it took longer to build these businesses, which were built over many decades. And now you can do it through venture capital. And the most profitable businesses in the next decade will be the ones that list on the Indian stock market.
This is interesting. Now, in the recent, I mean, talking of IPOs, Zomato was a good one. I mean, there are many other good ones happened that took IPO as a new badge of honor for startups. That we had a full panel on this topic during the day today. But there are a set of IPOs that were not so good in the market as well. We can talk about Bluestone that made a muted debut. There can be many more names. Ola Electric wasn't too good afterwards. Looking at this, you as an investor, what learning can we take from that, or what advice would you be able to give? There are multiple factors. There are multiple factors that are not absolutely not under your control when it comes to a listing or performance post that. But still, what can be the learning from that?
I think the learning is one that Asha said, that public markets are frothy, right? So the point is that
this was headline worthy.
no, the point is, are there companies coming onto the stock exchange which will be 500 to 1,000 crore businesses in revenue or more? Yes, they are. Are they generating profits? Yes, they are. Have their listings been muted or not, or very successful? Depends on what valuation they listed, right? And if public market investors and anchor investors in that public listing ascribed a value which is more than it should have been, that is to do with the insane frothiness of the market. But long term, are there going to be 50, 100 companies that are very profitable, which are on the Indian stock market and which started from scratch by first time entrepreneurs? Then for sure that's going to be the case. The other interesting point is that our expectations are also changing, right? So investing in startups today with the expectation of what their revenue will be 5 or 10 years from now. So if you look at like a couple of years ago, if you had said you want to make 100 crore business, maybe 5 or 10 years ago, you said I'll start like a D2C brand or something, I'll build 100 crore top line. People may have laughed at you today, right? If you say today you're starting 100 crore D2C brand, people are not that excited. If that's the eventual size you want to get to, they'll say, no, are you going to be able to build a 500 crore brand, right? So in 10 years from now, the expectation will be that you can build 1,000 crore company, and there will be companies that are able to do that.
We are on the track of evolution, whether it's building startups or whether it's for investors. Before we come to the final point of our discussion, I want your insight on your sector-specific expertise. How do you look at sector where we seeing a lot of investors talking highly about climate tech, sustainability, agri-tech? What is your take on this, and how do you evaluate the startups in that space building?
I think as an investor, the most important thing, I'll not get into the sectors, that's quite broad for me to cover, but I can just say from an investment perspective, while revenue potential is one thing, but I think in the private markets, you normally play the valuation game. So for us to be able to see that this company is being able to scale exponentially, so the vision which the founders have to be able to minimize, the way they sort of build their operating expense, how are they using tech and as an advantage in that to bring down the cost and to be able to scale exponentially. So that becomes very important and crucial, especially for founders over here. So what you need to be pitching to an investor is what's the vision which you have and how big is the vision, whether it's you're talking about fintech, the banking, the unbanked, which is already being done very well with Paytm. That's why they got the funding which they did. Whether it's digitizing expense management, or whether it's building AI. Not horizontal AI, but more vertical AI, which will optimize your cost, help you scale exponentially. And one thing I'm seeing about most of the companies which are tech first is that they are disrupting the market fast. They are scaling exponentially fast. They're reaching that revenue milestone way faster with limited capital. And that's the tech advantage, which I feel that they have. So AI has become commoditized and it is getting tech as such is commoditized with VC investment, but with AI, it's getting even more commoditized. But I think founders need to have that disruptive and larger than life vision, which convinces a VC that what they're building on has the potential to scale exponentially and has a huge valuation play. So that's
Now
what
for
I would like
startups,
to
we
say.
have had as I mentioned, I mean, this is a fair point to be on in the right direction when it comes to startup building, irrespective of the sector. That's the ideal way to go for building a startup. Now, as I mentioned, we have had a great panel on IPO completely. Your understanding on how a startup will set up a milestone. In 2021, we were hearing a lot more about unicorns as a milestone or a status to reach. And then we are today hearing a lot of startups running for IPOs. Whether it's going to be good or not so good, the time will tell. But it has become a new badge of honor for startups. What should be the ideal one? What will be the next milestone? What should be in the right manner for a milestone for a startup?
So I would like to say, just adding to the point of IPOs, some IPOs did well, some did not, right? So I think as a retail investor, and retail investors do get swayed by a lot of D2C, like B2C companies, So if the company is visible like Bluestone, or if you talk about urban company itself, if they were subscribed 100x, more than 100x from the retail perspective, but they got very little FIIs. So I think it's important for some of the retail investors, if they're looking at participating in the IPOs, to see what's the participation from an institutional standpoint, because that's a validation as well. And just not leave it to that. More importantly, make sense of how sustainable is the business and what is the valuation play, or how big or how this business can disrupt with tech as a USP, and to be able to disrupt the status quo in terms of the traditional businesses. What's the opportunity they have in terms of their technology? If you talk about Zomato, their biggest USP is right now they acquired Blinkit, right, a while back, and at that time everyone was just questioning their decision, and right now that's what's driving the valuation. Blinkit is leading the quick commerce space by more than 50%, and that speaks volumes for the e-commerce opportunity. So not just the food delivery, they're also looking at e-commerce. So that added to Zomato's valuation, right? So I think from a retail perspective, retail investor perspective, don't get swayed by something because you see a Bluestone or you see something very visibly right in front of you. So jo dikhta hai, wo bikta hai. You should not have that attitude. You should sort of question it further. I think grow is a good opportunity. You're already seeing good. I'm not pitching for growth, so sorry, no disclaimer for that. But I'm just saying, that the vision is that they are looking at these Generation X who wants to move away from advisory, investing through an advisor, through doing direct investment. So that's the vision. It's a big vision, and that disruption is happening. And you're seeing youngsters invest on their own pretty much. If you ask a youngster, I'm sure they have a crypto portfolio already, right? Or some stocks, they'll give you some stock tips as well, right? So youngsters are sort of going on their own way, and that's the value proposition you see for someone like Grow, that they will target that audience and they will have more and more users, which will grow organically because of their positioning.
I'm excited to see that a lot of people in India has now built an appetite for investing, whether it's public market. But I need to see the needle moving for startups investing very soon. This is the final bit of our conversation. Time is already up. Just in 30 seconds, your last closing remarks and also my question. In my opening comment, Natasha, I mentioned that India has a lot of momentum capital and there is a lack of conviction capital. Though some of them agreed, disagreed, but I appreciate that. On the final bit of our conversation, tell me, does India need more capital? If yes, how much?
India needs a lot more capital. I think for us to, if I go to the question of the panel, was $10 trillion economy. For that to happen, we really need to build the supply chain in place. We need investment in manufacturing and build up that demand, and that's what's going to drive the ecosystem. So while digital is lifting the forefront and is taking the front lead at it, but we need to honestly build a stronger might. If you look at China, they are the manufacturing backbone of the world, And we need to see that momentum, we need to see that flip happen from a manufacturing perspective. And mind you, manufacturing is starting to get more and more automated, right? So probably the next generation of manufacturers won't be your traditional manufacturers you see in today's day and age. They would be the technocrats who are setting up with something completely new and novel, bringing down the cost, improving the labor efficiency with the technology and with the machinery which is being used. So tech is going to be a big advantage for even manufacturing, right? And we need that heavy investment to happen in that, to happen in this ecosystem for us to be able to reach that benchmark. Otherwise, even if domestic consumption does increase, which is what the vision is when the GST got revised, it should not be that we are exporting for it because we can't really produce what we consume. So we need to do that.
Good one. Nyasa, how much more dollars? No dollars. Rupees do we need?
How do you convert $1 trillion into rupees? You tell me. But if you want to double GDP or more in the time frame you're suggesting, you will need trillions of dollars to get there. And as we discussed, we're investing 10 or 15 billion dollars a year in venture capital. That probably needs to double or triple. We need a lot more capital at later stages. Actually, I think at the seed stage, there's quite a lot of capital, and across various sectors, even sector-specific funds or generalist funds. That, like I said earlier, there are a lot of funds who are focused on specific spaces. But you need more growth capital in the country. I think any portfolio company which wants to raise like Series B, C, etc., they're always looking for connections abroad, right? They're trying to go on road trips to like East Asia or to the US or to Europe. So we need a lot more money which is available domestically for that.
Final advice for entrepreneurs. Any final advice? 20 seconds or maybe 10 seconds.
Final advice. We're not here to give advice. What do we know? We're investors. If we had great fun ideas on starting businesses, we would do that, right? But I think right now, because AI is making it easier to build businesses, it's much faster to build a business, and it's much easier to build like a website or an app or even like a SaaS company. Differentiation will become very important. And we do see a lot of founders, 10 or 20 or 30 founders, building the exact same product. And I think, I mean, we all see it in different spaces.
Came up in the last.
Yeah, so they all have to really dig deep into what is your competition, how you're different, because the minute they go out there, one or two of them do get funding, but the 2 to the 30, the third startup to the 30th, don't get anywhere. And so we're always excited to meet people who have obscure ideas, ideas that no one else is thinking about, because you identify new customers along the way, your time expands. If you're telling me you're going to start like a new Zomato for like Nagpur or something, I mean, I don't think that's that exciting, right? Like,
An interesting point that has come up in the last panel before you add to it on the AI front. Somebody said there are, because I also agree that there are some people in the ecosystem trying to play with AI, even if they are not competing with their ROI plan. But they said that people are trying to put AI after their name and just see if that works.
Trend word, that's the moment.
Yeah, your point. Your closing comments. Mike.
I think it's human mentality to see what the other person's doing and be able to set your milestone basis what's happening elsewhere or outside or someone else did. I think you need to, if you want to break the glass ceiling, you need to think out of the box, dare to dream big, and have conviction to be able to follow through that. And that's what defines an entrepreneur, right? An entrepreneur just has a larger than life vision, and he is persistent to just keep following it. So dare to dream and think out of the box, really.
And it's not easy, not just for the founders, but also for investors.
Very easy to dream. Very easy to dream.
And to actualize it.
But be persistent.
That's the point.
And you come to it.
And that's the key for all of the entrepreneurs sitting in the room, building and daring to dream big and even bigger. All the very best for all the founders. And on this note, we want to close it. Thank you so much for making time for this. It has been a very insightful and lovely discussion.
Thanks.
We'll come forward for a photograph. A huge round of applause for panels.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Resham, for the motivation. 2 panels back to back. Thank you so much. Thank you. We started from reaching the next 500 million consumers. We've reached a $10 trillion future. We're about to reach, and as in words we have vision, of course, we're taking ours there. Now we have a couple of standalone addresses left, followed by the Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards ceremony. While they get the stage ready, the next one, it's on a founder's journey from starting up to IPO. So I'm sure a lot of your questions will be answered in this very journey. ये सफर आप में से बहुत लोगों ने तय भी किया. A lot of you already walked in this path, and many of you are wanting to do so. To share the journey from starting up to IPO, please join me in welcoming to the stage Sunny Waghela, founder and CEO of Tech Defense. We usually clap at this moment. And thank you. You're getting a charger for the award ceremony.
So I believe there's a correction which is needed, that with no VC funding, with no Series A, Series B and Series C, taking to a scalable, sustainable business. And the more importantly, I being a Gujarati, I believe in business that is more profitable, right? And that's what we are into. So I'm into cybersecurity. So let me start with my own story, how I started. I think that gives you more idea about our complete journey, how we started, I mean, what is my journey and all. So it all started with one email ID came to my email box back in my 9th grade. And it was a time when I was using a Yahoo email box, and the email was from the customer care department asking me to verify, otherwise they were threatening me to block my email. I opened that, gave my ID, gave my password, and the ID got blocked, the next moment. I was very curious to know what happened to me. Ended up calling a friend of mine, asking him, "Yaar, mera email ID open nahi ho raha," and say, "Sunny, you're a victim of something known as phishing." So very first time in my life, I came to know that phishing, yaar, internet pe bhi hota hai, right? Because I'm talking about those days back in 2000 when nobody was talking about cybersecurity, ethical hacking, and all of that stuff. But it all started with that curiosity, and I started learning a lot of things from underground communities. I, in fact, created one of the first underground community of hacking back in my 10th grade. And a lot of people who were part of that underground community, and let me tell you, right now, they're all having the good cybersecurity companies in India as well. So that's how the whole life started. But the best part was, what do I want to do next? I got into an engineering. Almost all people in my family were electronics and communication, so they didn't enroll me in the computer science, but they said that, Sunny, you need to be in the EC engineer. But the first year I had to deliver some seminar, and what I did was to hack my the colleagues' email IDs and password by doing the same method, phishing on them. And out of 120 people, when I got 40 people's ID password, when I showcased, at least 3-4 out of 120 people sitting in the auditorium back in my first year of the engineering, my name has been changed from somebody known as Sunny Waghela to somebody known as Sunny Hacker. And trust me, when you get a surname Hacker, right, you've been treated as a prime minister of a college. Nobody looks at the director, but everybody looks at the hacker, because everybody used to come and tell me, Sunny, yaar, ye bande ka ID hack karna hai, Sunny, ye bandi ka ID hack karna hai. Can you please help me do all of that stuff? So the first lesson in my life, that whatever is your curiosity in your life is what you need to identify, right? I've seen many of the startups. In fact, I invested in many of the cybersecurity startups as an individual. Eventually, I'm trying to acquire them and make them a part of my company, obviously to get a valuation benefits. But what I realize is people are not understanding what curiosity they have. People are not understanding what the passion they have, and they're just starting up. So that's not something that anybody should actually be doing that. And that's what I keep following. I went deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, because hota kya hai na, college mein pehle saal acha nikal jata hai, second saal aata hai. People eventually tend to forget ke Sunny kaun tha, we don't know Sunny. So I always wanted to find some problems into some other websites, so that I can be in the limelight of the college as well, and my class as well. I found problems into SMS, VoIP, was able to make calls from any number to any number, was able to send an SMS from any number to any number. This is, I'm talking about back in 2004. And trust me, it was the great time, because one very fine day you've been called by a media and asked me, Sunny, are you available in the evening, because we want to have a live show in front of a telecom minister, and can you showcase this live would you be able to send SMS from any number or make the call from any number to any number? And I can even do that because it was I mean, if it gone to a wrong hand, uh, it would have been a national security issue, at some point of time as well. So many a times, it happens when you are ahead of times, you get a lot of resistance. So there was a resistance by the telecom minister as well that no, Sunny, we have a best in class security systems and this cannot happen. And when you showcase something live on the TV, that you switch off your phone and Manmohan Singh can make a call to Musharraf or Mr. Modi can make a call to Trump and say that do whatever you want to do, I don't care about it, right? So those were the times, I feel that I was ahead of time. There was a lot of resistance from my family, from my friends, from my lot of people. So people try to, bend you down, try to tell you that, oh, this is not something which is made for you. You're not made for this. You don't need to do all of this, right? Better you focus on those hierarchy, those traditional things or the regular curricular thing that you have been doing, in your own life as well. So this is how the whole life started. My third year came, and interestingly, there was a first social networking website, Orkut. तो मैंने सोचा यार अब तो सनी कुछ नया करना होगा, तो let's hack Orkut. And I hacked into Orkut, reported a problem to Google. Eventually, ended up getting the internship offer in San Jose, in California. My family didn't allow me, but that has actually changed my life forever because a local agency asked me that, Sunny, can you please come and meet us? Because the DGP wanted to meet you. I was like, whether he is going to arrest me for not reporting this as a responsible disclosure. So responsible disclosure is something where you responsibly disclose a vulnerability into somebody's application or a website. But I'm talking about back in 2005, where this word was not in existence, right? There was no responsible disclosure. Jo bhi disclosure hai, wo responsible hoga, irresponsible hoga. You'll be getting the legal notice from whatsoever the application that you are actually breaking into. I've been asked to create a cyber cell. So I was like, यार मैं थर्ड ईयर का स्टूडेंट हूँ, मेरे को बोल रहे कि अहमदाबाद में साइबर सेल खड़ा करो, बॉम्बे में एक दूसरे 2-3 साइबर सेल खड़े करने हैं. तो मैंने बोला सर साइबर सेल तो खड़ा करना है, बट सर पैसे कहाँ से लाएंगे? तो वेरी फर्स्ट टाइम इन माय लाइफ मुझे बोला गया कि पैसे नहीं होते सर, इसमें स्पॉन्सर्स हमें ढूंढने पड़ते हैं. अब गुजराती था तो स्पॉन्सरशिप इवेंट्स भी करता था तो लेके आता था. तो आई वेंट आउटसाइड, मेट लॉट ऑफ बिल्डर्स एंड एवरीबडी कि यार मेरे को साइबर सेल खड़ा करना है, मेरे को 10 कंप्यूटर का बजट दो, मेरे को ये 50 कंप्यूटर का बजट दो. And I've set up almost 3 cyber cell in Gujarat and the first forensic lab, which is now the #1 forensic lab in Gujarat. So that's how the whole life started. That's how my, the engineering finishes. The moment you get your degree on hand, you have good offers on hand. Your father wanted you to wanted you to shift to US and settle there and make their economy great. My mother wanted me to do a job, and then I wanted to do something else. And they were not liking me with police people every single day. And police wanted me to give an UPSC examination and asked me that, can you become an IPS officer? We can put you in the cyber cell directly. 26/8, that was the life-changing incident in my life. So I got my degree in the month of June. And on 26th of July 2008, there was serial blast in Ahmedabad. But interestingly, in this serial blast, the terrorist group, which is called as Indian Mujahideen, the Indian group of the terrorists, were sending emails 15 minutes before of the bomb blast by hacking into somebody's Wi-Fi router and telling that कि अहमदाबाद में इतनी जगह पे bomb plant किए, हैदराबाद में किए, वाराणसी में किए, do whatever you can, you cannot trace us. And by the time we trace that email, go to somebody's home, we are ended up getting somebody's Wi-Fi router which is not secured or which can be hacked because they have a mobile number as their password as well. So that was a life-changing incident, and those were the times because I've solved a lot of cases for Ahmedabad crime branch. मेरे family वालों ने बोला यार, और मेरे friends लोगों ने सबने बोला, और मेरे professors ने भी बोला यार सनी छोटे-छोटे cases तो solve हो जाते हैं. सनी ये terrorist जैसे नहीं पकड़ा जाएगा, क्योंकि it was a cat and mouse game. By the time we trace email, we go to somebody's place, 1 घंटा हो जाता था और तब तक तो 15 मिनट में वो मेल करके भाग जाता था. But I'm a firm believer of manifestation, and I've seen a lot of founders who are starting up, they're always manifesting a lot of things. So मैंने बोला यार ये पकड़ा तो जाएगा और ये achievement तो मेरे नाम पे ही लिखा हुआ है. And when you actually start believing that, or when I started believing कि boss मेरे को कोई award मिल रहा है, people are putting stories on the front page of the newspaper, A very fine morning, I'm waking up, there's an email came to the email box and say that we're going to do a bomb blast in the city of Varanasi, or Varanasi mein us time pe hua bhi tha, right? And you're actually looking at an email and you found some of the mistake committed by the terrorist of copying the paragraph from somebody's website, putting into an email and send that email. So what you ended up doing is you ended up tracing a website, rather ended up tracing an email and asked that lady, can you give her access to your website, because I want to track, how many people visited your website. And, we actually tracked down all the pattern, and finally we ended up, going to a location of a guy who is a principal software engineer with Yahoo in 2008, who was actually mastermind behind this whole thing. So it's all about, what you believe. It's all about what you do. So the life has actually, given a lot of things, which it seems like impossible thing. But what I learned that this word impossible, I mean, I don't fear with this word impossible, because it's the real breakthrough of what you can actually make it possible, right? So that's how I started. बस ये case खत्म हुआ था, 26/11 हुआ, and 26/11 में when these people were attacking, they were having phones. So, and the SIM cards were given by, if you've seen 26/11 movie, the SIM cards were given by somebody at the, जब वो यहाँ पे land हुए थे, जब वो इधर आए थे, तो SIM cards उनको दिए गए थे, and those were the Indian SIM cards. But the best part of this whole 26/11, that they were getting calls from the handlers, and these calls were coming from VoIP. So telecom minister को अचानक से याद आया कि यार 2 साल पहले एक बंदे के साथ मैंने लाइव शो किया था, और जहां पे मैंने माना नहीं था कि अगर ये गलत हाथों में गया तो terrorists can even misuse this particular, the VoIP technology as well. And when they ended up tracing those VoIP calls, interestingly, they were getting all the call numbers which were of the DGP office in Bombay or some other office in Bombay, or there were no caller IDs were displayed on that. Yaad kiya gaya, and that time I realized that what skills I was using it for fun, to do some mischief with my friends, it can be used for a national interest also. And those were again the time my manifestation worked. कि नहीं यार अभी तो इस बंदे को थोड़ी देर में trace करना है. I found out the server, the whereabouts, we got into the server, we worked on the other side of the law. That was the first time the IT का एक section use हुआ था for me to work on the other side of the law, to make sure that you shut down that server so that they don't do any such mischief in this. And whatever you have seen on the TV from second day to third day, it was all fake, right? There were no terrorists on that, building. They were actually at a different locations, but आपको दिखाया जा रहा था so that, the other media can actually focus there, so that, we can do our work and make sure that we catch those, last 2 people as well. So it was all about the another, lesson in my life. So a lot of people are saying कि sunny opportunities तेरी life में मिली, तू lucky था, तुझे ये सारे cases में involve किया गया. But I always feel that opportunities are lying everywhere, I seen startup founders coming to me and say that Sunny, I've developed a product, but what do you develop? Are you solving a problem? You're creating another problem, and the problem ka solution, or solution ही एक problem है. So ultimately, you're not ended up making a product. What you ended up doing is another problem you're creating, and then you're saying कि Sunny opportunity नहीं मिलती है. No CISO is actually, entertaining us. We are not able to get the POCs. We are not able to do any sort of things. But I feel that they're not knocking the right door. They're not knocking the right, thing, or they're not making the right solution to that right particular problem. So the answer is, what I see that a lot of founders, even in my community, I mean, I'm talking about my community because that's what I know much better. When they look at a Gartner report saying that, oh, there is a huge market for continuous threat exposure management, every single founder, they ended up creating a product on CITEM, right? But they don't look at, they're already existing players, they're already existing other things. While you already develop the product, another Gartner report comes and say that, boss, you need to develop another product, and that is, you need to develop XDR also, you need to develop SIM also, you need to develop other things also, and that what you ended up doing is, keeping that Gartner report in the mind, the vendor consolidation, you ended up making 5 products in 1 year and say that, boss, पांचों की पांचों product नहीं चलती है. But I always feel that do one thing at a time, and that's what my life's, the journey, started after 26/11 also. So I started selling my services. पहले मैं हैक करता था, उनको थोड़ा डराता था, और फिर लीगल नोटिस आती थी, तो मैंने बोला इंडिया में तो कोई पैसा नहीं डाल रहा है 2009 में, and even if any startup I talk about, even if I found a problem in Flipkart and reported them, they said that we don't have a budget to pay you. We don't have a bug bounty programs because all this bug bounty program came in existence in 2010. So I realized that there is a lack of awareness about cybersecurity in 2010. So I started into a training vertical. But मैंने सोचा लाइफ में सबसे पहला कस्टमर जो होता है ना वो सबसे बड़ा बनाना चाहिए. So I made my first customer of the training, that is IIT Bombay, and convinced the dean that can you give me a logo of IIT on my certificate because I want to go out, as well. Because I was having another competition with another Gujarati guy who used to be a hacker. I said he used to be a hacker because I'm the reason he's out of the hacking field as well. So I said that के boss वो अपने नाम का सर्टिफिकेट देते हैं, तो मैंने बोला मैं अगर ट्रेनिंग में आया तो मुझे आईआईटी का देना है. तो the knowing your competition, knowing the strategy of your competition, and then designing your strategy to make sure that you don't just rule over your competition but you kill your competition is also something which I always believe in my life, and that's what I've done. I started with workshops, and I was going to college charging 1,500, 2,000 per student. In one college almost 200, 300 people were attending, and along with me there were 7 trainers, and what we were making is the business of at least 30 to 35 lakh rupees at least every 2 days. And those were my ARR business of cybersecurity workshops. We have made it a scalable business. We decided that whatever we have been doing, we need to do it at a scale, and we have conducted almost 890 workshops. More than 90,000 people is what we have trained. So the another lesson is if you really want to build a credibility, right, don't focus on 10 products, don't focus on 10 things. Rather you focus on one thing and you become the excellence, or you achieve the excellence onto it, and that's what we have done. 17 was the right time. People started investing into cybersecurity. तो मैंने सोचा यार कि पहला customer services में बनाना है तो वो सबसे बड़ा customer. I can only make, so there are only, I always say that there are 4 people who run India. I'm sorry, no hard feelings to any VCs or anything. एक हमारे मोदी भाई है, दूसरे है अमित भाई, तीसरे है मुकेश भाई, और चौथे गौतम भाई. ये चारों लोग इंडिया चला रहे. तो मैंने बोला इसमें से मोदी भाई और अमित भाई के पास तो नहीं जाना है, बट बीइंग अ गुजराती आई कैन एक्चुअली गो टू मुकेश भाई एंड दिस गाय, गौतम भाई. अब कैसे जाओ? तो मैंने बोला इनको डराना तो पड़ेगा बिकॉज आई एम इनटू साइबर सिक्योरिटी. So you're finding a problem in their port websites and the port infrastructure, and you're going and telling them that I can actually do a disaster on your port, because those were the time the ports was at, it's still a highest earning business for them. You're not been able to get the appointment as well. तो मैं तो क्या करता था, अहमदाबाद में था तो हर रोज सुबह जाके वहाँ पे ऑफिस में बैठ जाने का, और हर रोज सुबह जाके बोलने का कि नहीं मुझे तो करण भाई को ही मिलना है. वो बोलते करण भाई ऐसे थोड़ी ना मिलेंगे, तो नहीं मुझे तो करण भाई को ही मिलना है. तो आप जाते रहे हो, आपको 7 दिन के बाद तो एक चीज अच्छा होता है कि आपको वो सामने से मिल जाते हैं. मैं बोलता सर आपकी 2 मिनट चाहिए, राइट? बोले क्या? सर आपका पोर्ट बंद हो सकता है. तो बोले कैसे हो सकता है? यू मेट माई CIO, and then you go and meet your CIO and say that sir, there are a lot of problems in your the business unit, and you can completely get that business unit down in next 10 minutes of the time. Sunny, can you do that? तो मैंने बोला हाँ सर मैं कर दिया, बट सर आप मेरे को बताओ ना क्या करोगे आप? उसके बाद आप धंधा की बात करते चलो. तो what business you can give, what is my recurring business? Sir, it's not a one time activity. Don't consider cybersecurity as a product, it's a process. So आप पहले 1 साल की बात करो. So they are like यार कि somebody who is just 26, 27-year-old guy coming to us and saying Karan bhai कि भाई मुझे 1 साल का धंधा दे दो, where we have already a big 4 and all. So, but finally, never giving up is also, one of the right thing in the life that I've, learned. And trust me, you got a business that is a first logo, and that first logo brought me almost 400 logos in 2 years of the time. And now there are 800 logos, those who are on our managed security services for that. And the best part of that organization is that every CISO leaves after 2 years. So whenever they go out, they come and tell me, "Ke Sunny pehle tu aa," and and then we work for that. So because I come from offensive security, again, I use the same strategy that yes, let's focus on only 2 services, but make sure that you create a business of at least 50 crore rupees, 60 crore rupees, the annual recurring business only out of that one service of that. And while people are focusing a lot of the services, I focus on one service for at least 4 years. And then we started a SOC, and now we are building one of the largest cybersecurity operations center in India, which is spreaded in almost 1 lakh square feet infrastructure as well. So keeping that in mind, I always, tell one thing, people, because see, I have never raised funds, right? Whatever I've done, for all my 3 companies with an annual recurring revenue of 120 crore rupees is all out of the bootstrap only. And then we what believe in is you can still make a scalable business अगर आप एक ही चीज पे फोकस करते हो, एक ही को स्केलेबल बनाने का ट्राई करते हो, अंडरस्टैंड के बॉस मार्केट में 5 कंपटीशन एंड मेरी सारी कंपटीशन होती है बिग 4 से ही होती है, you know, because then you have a price point to manage. So on a price point, on your service delivery, on your quality, अगर आप तीनों पे फोकस करते हो, so definitely I believe that you can really create a scalable business, and that's what we have done in last couple of years, that we created a scalable business with almost an EBITDA of 42% and PAT of almost 30%, which is above than the higher average of the market, and that is one of the reason that we decided यार अभी market बहुत सही है, तो let's get an IPO. But गुजराती हूँ तो सारा कंपनी मर्ज करके भी नहीं लाऊंगा, तो पहले बोले पहले एक का लाते, फिर बाकी दूसरे का लाते, तीसरे का लाके, so that we believe in creating a conglomerate as well of the cyber security working into different of the verticals as well. But I believe it has to be a right time for your IPO. So I always feel that, or I never believe in a business where you spend 500 rupees and then you get, 50 rupees of the business. I always believe in कि अगर आप 50 रुपए खर्च करते हो तो 100 रुपए का business तो बनाओ. And that's what, we are doing right now. We have raised the funds, and trust me, market has given the great confidence of more than 720x subscription with more than $3 billion subscription is what we have got in our IPO, and listed at almost 99% premium just on the first day of Navratri, of this. So there are certain lessons out of the story that I've learned, right? Is you need to find out your curiosity, right? अब curiosity आपकी किस में है, आपको कौन से creative ख्याल कहाँ पे आते हैं, right? वो आपको कहीं पे भी आ सकते हैं, right? I get my creative ख्याल्स always in the bathroom, right? So find out that curiosity, find out that passion कि आपको किस में सही करना है. Second है कि always look at what you're solving right now, but look at वो चीज में आप ahead of time कैसे हो सकते हो ना? Can you ahead of time in creating some X product, or there are 10 products which are already available in the market? What differentiator I can actually create to make sure that I be an early mover of that particular thing. And when you are an early mover of that, right, trust me, you get a lot of resistance, but you don't need to quit when you get this particular resistance. I always do the things in my life, be it solving 26.8, or be it solving the cyber trail of 26.11, or be it getting for the IPO, or being telling the investors that my next growth will be 150% with a PAT growth of another 60-70% as well. And they said, Sunny, you can't do it, or everybody would always object. You said nahi ho sakta. So I always believe in one thing, that do always things in the life that people say that you can't do it. Last but not the least is find out the niche of yours and build your own personal brand, right? I think whatever the trust that investors have shown us, or the wave of investors have shown us in our IPO, is only and only because of the personal brand. And I always a firm believer of creating your personal brand rather than a product, you make it a brand. And excellence comes from only focusing on one thing at a time. And yes, try to create some businesses which are profitable businesses, rather than you keep spending and you don't get the profitable businesses, and justify the investors that you have a lot of demand. You may be profitable in the next coming years, but profit for me, it gives you a lot of freedom. So tomorrow I go and talk to 5 startups of mine and say that, boss, अब ये ना मार्केट बोल रहा है हम लोग सर्विसेज में थे, हम लोग इसमें थे, प्रोडक्ट नहीं है, बट नाउ यू गो एंड टेल मुझे प्रोडक्ट एक्वायर करनी है, आई डोंट हैव टू थिंक ट्वाइस और थ्राइस कि मुझे प्रोडक्ट एक्वायर करनी है. सो दैट इज गिविंग यू अ फ्रीडम, एंड द बिग ड्रीम्स कम्स विद अ बिग ग्राइंड. सो सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग मेरा पॉइंट ये रहा था दैट द रेगुलेटर आस्क्ड मी टू चेंज माय नेम और माय कंपनी नेम. दे सेड दैट योर कंपनी नेम हैज टेक डिफेंस, and they believe that defense is a trademark of only Ministry of Defense, so you can't use that. And the logo that you've been using for last 15 years, right, and the brand that you've been using it for 15 years, while you're going with an approval for an IPO, you've been asked to change the name, and I've changed it to TechD Cybersecurity Limited. But yes, naam se kuch nahi hota when you have a personal brand. So people trusted, and trust me, we have got that response and all of that. So thanks a lot. That's my simple story, right? एंड बाकी आप प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हो, सर्विस बना रहे हो, कुछ भी बना रहे हो, आई ऑलवेज बिलीव इन वन थिंग के यार बिजनेस मत बनाओ पर धंधा बनाओ. राइट. थैंक यू.
What a story, no? Did you enjoy his story? Or did you also learn from it? Okay, anybody who subscribed to his journey? I think now we will. But thank you. Thank you for sharing with us and taking us through your and the brand's journey, Sunny. A couple of more keynotes and then we will get down to our Disrupt Awards ceremony as well, which is 40 under 40. He's spoken of startup of 500 million users, a $10 trillion economy, the AI dividend and more. Now it's time to discuss democracy, development and disruption. The role of startups in nation building. And to talk about that, please join me in welcoming to the stage KJ Alphonse, former Union Minister of State for Culture and Tourism and the author of the winning formula 52 Ways to Change Your Life. Please.
Good evening. Thank you, Andrag, and the organizers for inviting me here. Congratulations to all the award winners. I think it's not announced yet, I guess, not yet. So that should be a good surprise. Thanks, Andrag, for organizing this. I think our young people who have done some good work need to be appreciated. Even the little things which they do need to be appreciated. And we are as a nation, we have many reasons to be very proud of. We send people to the moon at a fraction of the cost what the most developed country in the world does. On the other hand, we build 120 million toilets, country with a toilet for everybody. We build 50 million houses for the poor. We give away 150 million gas connections to the poor. We open just about 150 million new accounts for the poor. Every person in this country has a bank account. I don't think it happens anywhere in the world. And government puts money directly into their account. How much? Just about 40 lakh crores, small amount of money, which goes directly in a country where a former Prime Minister said, for every rupee you spend, only 15 paise reaches people. This money reaches people directly. So I think we have a great country. We have a great nation doing great things. I have a small request to make. If you could put away your mobiles. Otherwise, I don't talk. You are not on mobile and drug. I see people on the mobile. And which is the biggest curse for humanity is the mobile. Okay, let me tell you a little about my background before I get explosive. I come from a village. I'm the son of a school teacher. I've studied under the kerosene lamp. Can I have this light a little less, please? It's too much, too bright on my face. I studied under the kerosene lamp, Malayalam medium. When I passed class 10, I didn't speak one sentence of the English language. And I got a glorious, madam in the red, will you keep that mobile off? I get distracted. I got 42% in my 10th board examination, 42%. When I was preparing for the IAS exams in 78, I'm from the 78 exams, 79 batch. You know what I wrote in my diary? I had 9 months to study. I'm from the old system, so we had 3 optional papers, 2 higher options. I wrote in my diary, I am going to be the topper. Very presumptuous. Extremely presumptuous. I studied for 9 months. Excuse me. Hello? You're distracting me. When the results came, I topped all the papers. Is it difficult? Point is no. It's very simple. You just decide to do it and you do it. I never told myself I will try. A lot of people say we will try the civil service examination. 1.5 million people try the examination. 100 people get selected. Most people say, no, we will try. So there is nothing called trying. You got to be sure what you want. And if you're sure, you will get what you want. I become the district collector of Kottayam. I don't know whether any of you know why Kottayam is so special. It's in Kerala. It's my hometown. It's my wife's hometown. I was a district collector there. It's the only zero poverty district in the entire country, not according to Alphonse, according to Nidhi Aayog. The only zero poverty district in the country. I was a district collector there for almost 4 years. Anybody from Kerala here? Oh, okay. Where are you from? Thrissur. Yeah, of course. Kottayam. Can I have this light a little less, please? It's hurting my eyes. Kottayam became the best district in the country. Why? Because people there decided they want to do different things. Let me tell you a couple of different things we did. Yeah, thank you. I think it's fine. Kottayam became the first 100% literate town in the whole country in 1989. Was it a government program? No. We just decided we are going to do it. I raised a volunteer force of 14,000 people, volunteers, and we just did it. We became the model for the entire India. Lesson is very simple. Government doesn't have to tell you. People don't have to tell you. You don't need anybody's permission to do things. You can do it. I also worked in the corporate sector. I was MD of Kerala Milk Federation, selling just 100,000 liters of milk a day. Just 100,000 liters. You know, one of the first things I did when I became MD of Milma, since you are from the corporate sector. How many of you would have the courage to do this? I don't know. Earlier, if milk was spoiled, you had to take it to the dairy personally, show it to them that the milk was spoiled, and then once they verified, they would replace the milk. When I became the MD, I advertised all over the newspapers. I said, this is a number. Just call this number and say, my milk is spoiled, and we'll replace it at home. No questions asked, within half an hour. How many of you would have the courage to do this? Anybody? Just lift your hands. Nobody. My marketing people said, sir, this is suicidal. Everybody will call up. We're going to go bust. This is stupid, absolutely absurd decision. You know what happened? In exactly 1 year, our turnover increased by 100%. We were selling 2,000 liters of milk a day. And you know how many replacements there were every day? Less than 5. When you trust people, ladies and gentlemen, when you trust a citizen, they respond to you. You can do great things. I came to Delhi as a commissioner of Delhi Development Authority in 1992, before most of you were born. I was the first South Indian commissioner. Everybody called me a Madrasi because I was the first South Indian commissioner. Fight for me. They said, this guy can't speak Hindi. He has no political patronage. He can't do anything. I said, okay, let me see. DD owns over 125,000 acres of land in Delhi. I said, make a list of encroachments. And we found a good percentage of the land was encroached. And guess who is on top? All the top 10 were politicians. My tribe. I'm a politician, so I'm telling you. And who is on top? The president of the Congress party in Delhi, the man who was responsible for burning alive 5,006 in 1984 after Indira Gandhi's assassination, Mr. H.K. Bharat, is number 1 on the list. And guess what is the size of the encroachment? The building, which was unauthorized, just 2 lakh square feet, 200,000 square feet. I told my people, I had 36,000 people working with me in the DDA. I said, he's my target. And you know what they told me, sir? You will be burned alive by tomorrow. Yeah, you want to do it? Not through you, your family also will be burned alive, because he burned alive 5,000 people in 1984. I said, okay, let me see. Ladies and gentlemen, take decisions which are dangerous. You are young people. Most of you are scared. What will happen to me? What will happen to my family? Oh my God, this guy is a killer. How many of you have the courage to take a decision in such a situation? Just raise your hands. To say, yes, I will demolish HKL Bharat. Just raise your hands. Great, madam. Yes. Young people, come on. I said he is the first one because I have a very simple theory. When you catch thieves, don't catch a pickpocket and put him in the jail. Catch the biggest criminal first. So, decision taken. Next is the planning. Now, young people, remember this. When you decide on something, don't jump at it. Plan, think. Put it down on paper. Write down the minutest details. Put it down on paper. And then I go. You know how do I go? This is drama. 10,000 policemen with guns on open trucks. 25 massive bulldozers. In front of that, me and my 4 feet tall dog in an open jeep, nothing like this. Stetson hat, Clint Eastwood style. My gun in my hip, my cowboy boots. When we reached Model Town at 5:30 in the morning, people thought Pakistan invaded. They started running. We said, relax. Over the next 36 hours, we reduced this 200,000 square feet into dust. Next day in the newspapers, the demolition man comes to Delhi. You can just Google and see demolition man Delhi. Possibly my name will pop up. You know, over the next 5 years, me and my people, you know how many buildings we demolish? 14,310 illegal mansions of the mafia. 14,310. My dear people, you are young. Trust your people to do the job. Lead from the front. Don't issue orders and sit in your office. Go and sell. You go and sell, my dear chairman, my dear CEO. I'm sure most of you are CEOs. I stood on the streets of Delhi, an IAS officer, senior IAS officer, for 5 years. I led my army. Do you have the courage to do that? Or just issue orders on your file? Be there. Give them the courage. Trust them. Depend on them. If I told them, go and demolish the Rashtrapati Bhavan, they would do it. That was the kind of confidence which people had. Me, a Madrasi, I still don't speak Hindi. I speak some Hindi, but it's rotten Hindi. I have no political connections. I don't even know who the Prime Minister was when I was Commissioner DDA, 92 to 97. I think it was Narasimha Rao. And then I think I.K. Gujaral. I think then Deva Gowda. I think so. Who was my minister? I have no idea. Who was the Secretary of Development? I have no idea. My dear people, take responsibility. Have the courage. Lead from the front. Lessons. Do we have the courage? We talk about innovations. When I was Principal Secretary of Higher Education Kerala, I was in charge of Technical Education of Kerala, Higher Education Kerala. I was also Commissioner for Entrance Examination Kerala. A girl tops the class 12 examinations. We organized a massive reception for her in Toronto in the VJT Hall. Massive reception, the Chief Ministry is there, the Education Ministry is there, entire media is there, television, newspaper. After the function is over, when she comes down, I ask her a very simple question. My dear girl, you are the topper. You are the most brilliant kid in Kerala. What are you going to do with your life? Simple question. What are you going to do with your life? I asked her also in Malayalam. She thought for a long time. And you know what she told me? I'll go home, I'll ask my mother, and then I will tell you. To me, she is the biggest mentally retarded kid in the world. School topper. Who is a school topper? How do you score 100 out of 100 in history, in literature, simple formula. What the teacher dictates, you study by heart, write beautiful notes in the class, don't miss a class, don't miss a comma, study by heart. When you're supposed to see beautiful dreams in the morning, at 5 o'clock in the morning, you are put behind a scooter by your parents, rope tight so that you don't fall off, and then you're taken to a tuition teacher. You study by heart, you vomit into the answer sheet, you become a topper. What is the point, ladies and gentlemen? I was member of the drafting committee of the new education policy. We said, let every child dream for himself, for herself. I said, let the child discover knowledge, not the teacher telling, the parents saying, this is the truth. Who is a parent? Who is a teacher? To tell you this is the truth. You know, who are the biggest enemies of a child? Number one enemy, the parent, telling you to be a photocopy. Number two enemy, the teacher, telling you this is a truth. My dear people, get rid of both of these. Make them your friends. You can't get rid of them. You can't murder them. Make them your best friends. Make them, tell them, my dear mom, sorry, my dear dad, I don't want to be a photocopy. This is one of the chapters in my book. Please read it. I do not want to be a photocopy. This is exactly what we teach in our universities. I asked a question in Parliament. After limited office as minister, as member of Parliament, I asked a question. I said, since some of you come from IITs and you guys think great about the IITs, I asked, what is the total value of the commercial products which are the result of the inventions in IITs ever since the founding of IITs, all the IITs put together. I'll repeat the question again. What is the commercial value of inventions that has come out of IITs? You know what was the reply? 525 crores. How many of you are here from IITs? One. My dear sir, are you happy with this, what you're hearing? One university created Silicon Valley. One. Stanford University. One. Here you have dozens of IITs creating zero, 525 crores ever since independence. And we think the greatest things are happening in IITs, sir. What do they teach about innovations in your college, in your university? How much of that really is converted in your labs into a product, my dear sir? How much? Zero, 525 crores. And we think IITs are the greatest things under the sun. Sorry, I'm not demeaning anything. Sorry, this is a situation in India. Do we need to change this? Yes, you guys can change it. Only you guys can do it. Number one, because this is our innovation platform. Number one, how do you innovate? Number one, ask yourself the question, why am I on the face of the earth? How many of you asked yourself this question? Why am I born? Why am I here? Just raise your hands. How many of you have asked yourself this question? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9. Why are you alive if you don't know? If you haven't asked this question, why I'm here? Okay, today you'll work, tomorrow you'll go to sleep, right? Go to work. Is it why you're here? Sorry. The title of my book, which was published, my autobiography was published when I was 42 by Penguin, which titled Making a Difference. You are here to make a difference. My dear people, wherever you are, the company you are, the company you have founded, of which you are the CEO or an employee, you are here to make a difference to the world. Sorry, unless you have it out here saying, I will make the difference, not the Prime Minister, not my MP, not my Chief Minister, I will make the difference. Sorry, this country is not going to be Vikshit Bharat by 2047. Prime Minister has done an amazing job. As I told you right in the beginning, we've done a fantastic job. But unless every citizen, young people like you, dream and say, yes, I want to make a difference, sorry, India is not going to be Vikshit Bharat. We're going nowhere. We're going nowhere. Number one, make a difference. Number two, please don't be photocopies. Never ever do anything which your company has been doing. Change the ways. You want to be global players? You don't want to be too big players right here. Oh, I'm okay, my 50 crore, 100 crore. I'm okay here, I'm making comfortable. Sorry. Learn to think big. Dream big. Don't bring tiny, my dear people. Change. Don't ever do things the way your company has been thinking. That's not why where you are hired. Sorry. You are hired because you want to be you must be an innovator. Yes or no? Number 3, work hard. First thing a lot of people ask today is how much a holiday you get. Instead of 3-day working, 4-day work, France is having an agitation because they want a 4-day week. People want to work 5 hours. When I was a minister, I was sleeping 3 hours a day. I'm 72, I'm not young. I can beat any of you at work. I can work 18 hours non-stop for 5 days. I don't have a problem. It's in the mind. My dear people, you got to work hard to produce things. If you think this is comfortable, sorry, it's not comfortable. Especially in a country like India, where you have 40% of people are really starving in some ways or the other, where kids can't go to school. This country, young people need to work much harder. Sorry, don't work like a horse, like a donkey. Work intelligently, not like a donkey. Apply your mind. How do you do it? How do you do it? You can. And innovate and produce things. Tomorrow, no, day after tomorrow, I'm filing a case against the biggest automobile company in the country. Day after tomorrow, I got an appointment with the authority. My wife got the Grand Vitara. What is it called? That mini electric one, what is it called? Hybrid. Yeah, she wanted it on her birthday. I'm like that. So I said, okay, let's go. In half an hour, she liked the car. I gave her check, complete. I got the car. I'm like that. Take decisions like that, especially when your wife is asking for it. And they promised 20.58 kilometers. Ever since I'm chasing the company, they said after the first service, we called up and said, sorry, it's giving only 12 kilometers. They said, no, be patient. After the second service, it will be better. Waited for the second service, waited for the third service, waited much later. Now today is giving 10.3 kilometers. The biggest automobile manufacturer in the country, Maruti Suzuki. I am going to take on you, Maruti. Take it from me. There are any reporters. I won't leave you. I never left anybody. Not in my IAS job, not as an MLA, not as an MP, not as a minister. I will take on you. Why is it that the biggest automobile company is cheating you? Not only me. That Grand Vitara sold 300,000 copies. Why are we being cheated? Do we have the right to do that? You give false mileage instead of 20.5, you're giving me 10.3. Sorry, I'm going to fight you. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in the corporate setup. Please do not make false promises. Do not, please provide substandard goods. You tell me, don't. This is qualities in your mind. I will not, I'm in the public life for 45 years. Not one letter from my office, not one email will go with one alphabet, 1 comma wrong. Perfection, it has to be in your mind. Just remember this. And do not take. If I, as MD of Kerala Mill Federation, when I was just 30, and I could say I'm replacing your product right in your home without me seeing it, can't Maruti Suzuki do this? I wrote to the CEO, I wrote to Mr. Bhargav, the chairman, sorry, no reply. So is Indian corporate sector doing anything great? If this is what happens to the biggest corporate company in the country, anybody from Maruti Suzuki here? I wish the chairman was here. Then this thing would have been much stronger. Oh yeah, I'm ruthless. I can be ruthless because I'm ruthless on myself. Okay, very simple. So I asked somebody, my friend who came with me, should I be kind? She said, why should you be kind? You've been so ruthless on yourself. I'm very tough on myself. I don't compromise, ladies and gentlemen. Do not compromise with yourself, number one. Whatever your beliefs are, your idea of quality is, please live with that. And don't pitch your quality somewhere so low. Today I was having a discussion with my IAS group. I said, does China need us? That was the topic. Does China need India? And my response was, what do we produce, madam, that China needs? Tell me. Why is Trump treating you the way he's treating you? Is there anything that Trump requires? Okay, generic medicines, fine. What else? Tell me. People. Fine. Anurag, you talk about your IT services, which are the biggest pride of India. TCS, your Infosys. Tell me one product from TCS. Anybody from TCS here? Infosys? Tell me one product from my IT companies here which has gone anywhere. You tell me. You are doing coolie work for the American white man. You are doing coolie work. This is what brain power is. The brightest guys in the TCS doing coolie work for the Americans white man. Where is the product? You tell me. Where? Sorry. We Indians are happy, ladies and gentlemen, far too easily. Far too easily. Don't. I'm not never happy. I'm a very happy person, number one. But I'm never happy in the way things are. I am ruthless. I punish myself. If I have to stand on the street, imagine at 45 degrees on the streets of Delhi when I was commissioner and at -1, I'm ruthless on myself. I'm never kind. I don't accept failures for myself. We don't have to. And you will all say, we need to fail to succeed. Sorry, these are all absolute bull. Learn from somebody else's mistake here. Why should you fail and learn at company's expense? Your company is not paying you to fail. You don't need to. If you pay attention, say, my standards are up here and I don't compromise on that. You cannot fail. Why should you fail? Let me tell you a couple of exciting stories and I will stop. I was a chief observer for the Election Commission of India in the 2004 Parliament elections. I was into the most notorious Parliament constituency in the country, Madhepura, Lalu Prasad Yadav's constituency. Anybody from Bihar here? Would know? Yeah, Madhepura, you would know. So 1 week before I went there, I saw documentaries saying the gangs of Madhepura. How on the election day they come on horseback, take our booths, and then stand the votes, and then they win. I go there, I'm the chief observer, I had 4 other people with me. When I was packing my baggage, of course, I take my gun always. My wife said, don't try to act smart in Bihar. You acted smart in Kerala, which is my home cadre, and Delhi, you got away, they'll just chop off your head. Just behave yourself. And she knows I won't listen. So I, of course, packed my gun secretly. But I learned to behave myself. I said, I'm going to behave myself in Bihar, in Madhepura. Me and my 4 fellow observers, we go for a walk in the evening. A kilometer down the line, and I saw a lady surrounded by about 400 people. She's campaigning in the elections. I go closer, and guess who it is? The Chief Minister of Bihar, Rabri Devi. And I go a little closer, and my entire solution to behave myself goes, I see the vehicle doesn't have a registration number. So I go up and say, I'm Alphonse, Chief Observer from the Election Commission. Your vehicle doesn't have permission to campaign, doesn't have a registration number. I'm taking into custody. She said, who are you? I said, I'm the Chief Observer from the Election Commission of India. 500 people started agitating. She said, no, don't do anything. No violence. She was that way very nice. Rabri Devi. I called the collector. I said, collector, come, pick up this vehicle. Collector said, sir, she's a chief minister, should we? I said, that's precisely why you have to come. He came with the SP, massive police force, and I told Rabri Devi ji, I'm taking the vehicle. She said, sorry, I won't get down. I said, keep sitting. I got a truck deployed. She was sitting there, and all the followers were shouting slogans. We took the vehicle to the SP's office, and there she said, I am not going to get down. I said, keep sitting. I gave her a nice chai, a nice pakoda, shouted slogans. After 2 hours, she got up and left. The entire media watching. 3 o'clock in the morning, knock, knock. Who is there? Lalu Prasad Yadav in my room. And he was a very clever man. He did all the research on me, district collector, Kottayam, commissioner, Delhi. Instead of saying, don't you know who I am? He said, Alphonse Saab, you did a very good job. Funny. And I said, Laluji is very simple. I'm here to conduct a fair elections, and I've seen how elections are held in Madhepura. He said, Alphonse Saab, my people will not create any problem. I said, fine, that's enough. Next day, the opponent, Sharad Yadav, comes, tells me the same thing. I said, fine. I told my fellow observers, go to the villages, tell people this time we can vote. On the election day, ladies and gentlemen, not even a dog barked in Madhepura. And who am I? A small agent of the Election Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, never ever imagine you can't do anything. If I, from 42% When I couldn't speak one sentence in the English language, when I went to take part in a debate in the university after learning a bit of English for the first time, and I finished my speech, I had 150 shoes thrown at me on the stage. I could have opened a retail showroom for shoes. 150 shoes thrown at me. Eventually, I became the best national debater for 3 years. I won every award. Best collector award for 4 years. Commissioner DDA, I don't know whether you guys know, let me impress you. In 1994, I was on the cover of Time magazine, in the list of 100 young global leaders. 2 of us from India, Mukesh Ambani and I. The richest man, I guess the poorest man, so they put me up there. Not bad, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, you can do anything. You can just do anything, and I'm deeply distressed. We have a prime minister who's a dreamer, who works extremely hard, who's delivered, and he's appealing to people in this country. My dear people, come on, dream with me. You guys dream big dreams. Come on, produce. Let me ask you, Tata's, the famous house of Tata's, tell me one global product from Tata's. Tell me. Anybody from Tata's here? Tell me one global product. We are all so proud of Ratan Tata and the Tata House. Tell me one product which is a global product. Sorry. We need to dream big, each of us. I hope, Anurag, these awards we should give you here. I hope you guys will look at the award every day and say, remember this crazy guy, Alphonse, who said he can do anything. And believe me, I've shown it. Coming from a village from nowhere. And when I was Tourism Minister of India, we came to the 3rd rank in global tourism with a revenue of $234 billion, employing 81 million people. I was also Junior Minister for IT and Electronics. I didn't do much there because I had a senior minister, Ravi Shankar Prasad, who was doing everything. So, ladies and gentlemen, anywhere, anytime, anywhere in the world, you have a dream, you can succeed. I can go on and on the whole night. And you guys will like it, but then Anurag won't like it. He will have to pay the rent for the place, and he'll have to provide dinner. So thank you so much for being so attentive. Thank you for keeping your mobile phones off. I know a couple of people were still very curious. You know, I have this eagle's eye. You'd put me in front of 5,000 people, which I generally do, speak in colleges. One guy winking an eyelid, I know that person is distracted. Okay, so thank you so much. I never seen such a great audience anywhere else. Thank you so much for being so attentive. But, oh yeah, this is my book, latest book, The Winning Formula. There are 20 stories about myself. Each is only 4 pages. It's all anecdotes from my life. How you think you can do the impossible and done it, okay? 20 stories. Read it, please. And there are 30 stories from the lives of other ordinary people who done extraordinary things. Ordinary people. Let me tell you one guy. He's a peon in Kottayam Medical College for 45 years. Just a peon. And I was a chairman of the Kottayam Medical College as district collector. You know how many people he's been feeding for past 45 years? Morning breakfast, lunch, dinner, 7,500 people every day. If he can do it, why can't do it? One Sri Ram, recently when the Prime Minister went to Kerala, he called him and met him, gave him a reception. This guy supplied mud pots. You must have seen it in Man Ki Baat. Mud pots, tiny mud pots, said, keep it in your window. Pour little water. A 3-year-old can do it. Birds will come and drink. They will not be get dehydrated. Can't we do it? Can we do it? Does it make a great effort? I built Dwaraka. How many of you live in Dwaraka? Any of you? 5,000 acres, the biggest subsidy bill in India. I built it when I was Commissioner DDA, so I had not only demolished. You know how many houses I have? I do not even have a studio apartment anywhere in the world. I'm very proud of it. I've sold 9 properties after getting into politics. Do I need one? No, I don't. I still use the same blue blazer which I bought when I went to Masuri Academy, IAS Academy. I have just one blue blazer. Andra, how many do you have, man? You're a very well dressed man. Yes. I have exactly one black shoes which lasted me for 13 years. Why do I need a second shoes? Tell me. It can teach one child for a whole year the cost of a shoes. Yes or no? I was a tourism minister of India. My hotel was Ashoka Hotel. I've gone for a meal there just once. I've never been to a coffee shop. I've never been to a 5-star hotel, a 3-star hotel in 45 years for a meal, except for the marriage of a batchmate of mine from the IAS. I don't. One meal can teach a child for the whole year. Enjoy yourself. I'm not saying don't be crazy like me, okay? Yeah, don't be a nut like me. Enjoy your wealth you create. But every time when you have that huge, massive enjoyment, just think at the back of your mind, hey, there may be people out there whom I can maybe help. Just vaguely think, okay? When my mother died, you did not see, my mother came on a visit when I was minister. I was at Tulodi Estate. She came and she got stuck because flights were cancelled. She died of COVID. She was perfectly fit. I could have put out a full-page advertisements in Times of India like most people do, saying, the famous mother of former IAS or IAS topper, former ex-MLA, ex-MP, former tourism minister of India. Sorry, what a waste. You know what we did? We said, let me do something. We said, we set a mother's meal. We said, we'll provide 1 million meals in 1 year. You know how many meals we give away during COVID? 5 million meals. Now, you know why I don't have a house? I'm in the heart of 5 million people, not in a tiny little house out there. Forget about Joe Bag or golf links, who cares? I live in a rented house, MP's house in North Avenue now. After moving my minister's bungalow, I'm perfectly happy. You can't find a happier man. I fall in bed, sleep in 10 seconds. No worries. So, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. All of you who are here getting the award, you deserve it. But can you think of a bigger dream for the country? A better dream for the country? Stretch yourself. Make wealth. I'm not saying wealth is bad. Make plenty of money. Money has plenty of good uses. There are a lot of socialists who will come and say, don't care about money. Care about money. Make money. It's good. Enjoy. But as I said, maybe at the back of your mind, think of sometimes about other people. So, congratulations. At the end of it, I'm a huge believer. May we become a huge developed nation by 2047. May China tomorrow knock at our doors and say, yes, please, can we be friends? Tomorrow I want Trump to call up our Prime Minister and say, hey, Mr. Modi, Prime Minister, we want to have a trade deal with you because you are important. And guess who will do it? You guys will do it. Now, this book, it costs less than the price of a pizza. I think Anurag is going to give it to, send it to all of you. Yeah, to the winners, okay? To the winners. He's going to send it to you. Please read. You will finish it in 3 hours. There are 52 stories. Each is 4 pages. It's not even a single word which an 8-year-old kid will not understand. So after you read, give it to your kids. Let them dream big. So thank you so much. I'm so deeply privileged and proud to be invited here to these functions and to be addressing so many hugely successful people. Thank you so much. And be happy. Ultimately, remember. Ultimately, when you go to bed, remember. Be happy. All right? That's the most important thing. Have a huge smile. Huge. This smile can be so contagious. It costs nothing. Why this huge sense of importance? I won't smile unless he's my status. Ladies and gentlemen, just smile. It's magic. You know, half the problems of people are over, get over when you smile. Isn't it? Yes or no? This is the first thing I learned in the IA, smile. And of course, if you can sort out the problems, 50% of they are very happy. So smile a lot, be happy, and change the world. Thank you so much.
Dr. Bharat, please request you to join us on the stage, sir, and present a token of appreciation and of love to, sir. Can we? Are you?
You know, you can give Mr. Alphonse a big round of applause. He speaks his mind, but he's a doer. You know, we are people read. It's real stories. There are many stories. We're running late, so I won't tell you. But today we have a friend of mine who is India's best storyteller. You may have seen him on various screens. You all are screenagers. It's my honor and privilege to welcome Mr. Sudhir Chaudhary, who's a TV anchor, journalist, and most importantly, now an entrepreneur. The contract that he has with Doordarshan is his own company's contract, and you'll see much more of him. Please give Mr. Sudhir Chaudhary a big round of applause. And our senior editor, Mr. Rohel Amin, will do a moderated Q&A with him. Sudhir, all yours. Today you're here as an entrepreneur and not just a media personality.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here at the Forum of India's top founders, celebrating the brightest entrepreneurs of our country. I'm very happy to be here. And as Anurag just said, today I'm not here as a journalist. He has told me strictly not to speak as a journalist, not to speak as an anchor, but as a founder of my company and as a person who has come to encourage you. Before I begin, I must acknowledge the vision of my friend Anurag Batra, the driving force behind Business World and Exchange for Media. His journey itself is an inspiration for all of us. And through platforms like this, he is not only celebrating India's founders, but also strengthening the ecosystem that allows them to thrive. He's always full of ideas. Whenever I have met him for coffee, for a meal, he's always buzzing with ideas, always full of energy. This room, this hall is unlike any other place. It's not filled with politicians except one, Mr. Alphonse, bureaucrats or journalists like me. It is filled with builders, not the real estate builders, but people who have the courage to turn an idea into a company and then make that company into a force shaping India's economy. Being here among India's top founders, I can feel the same energy that drives a newsroom on an election day, charged, restless, and unstoppable. This evening, I feel we are celebrating the same energy what I feel during elections in my newsroom. Now, we are here to talk about startups, and I feel startups are not just business, they are revolutions. Every startup here is a proof that India's future won't be written by those who cling to old hierarchies, and it will be written by those who dare to disrupt them. And I really like this idea of disruptors, because I think all of us present here, we are all disruptors. When I look across this hall, I don't just see the founders, I see the next generation of industry leaders, all big people sitting here, people who will build big companies, people who will inspire the next wave of dreamers. So I can see a lot of dreams floating around in this room. As I said earlier, most of you know me as a journalist, as a television anchor, but today I want to speak to you as like a heart-to-heart chat between one founder to the other founder. For years, I sat in one of the most powerful chairs in the Indian media. I was the editor-in-chief, the CEO of a leading news network, which was very powerful, very influential, very good balance sheet. I had the corner office, all the comforts, the influence. But after doing the same thing again and again for so many years, every morning, every evening, every night, I felt the comfort can kill your ambitions. I wanted to build something that was my own. I wanted to create a newsroom that spoke to people in a different language, very differently, that decoded news instead of doing a drama, that empowered citizens instead of confusing them. And so I did what many people thought was madness. So many people came to me and told me, don't do this. You are so comfortable. You are doing so well. There was no reason actually for me to leave that big company, to leave that big office and start something from zero. But still, I left that cushy CEO's job and took the big leap. In fact, I would say the biggest leap of my life. And that leap gave birth to my company, which is called Esprit Productions. And I'm very happy to tell you, my company, Esprit Productions, now produces my show, which is called Decode with Sudhir Chaudhary on DD News. And today, as I speak to you, when I go back from here to my studio, I'll be presenting the 100th episode of Decode this evening. It's a very short journey of 100 episodes. And I'm very happy to share the numbers with you. Because finally, when you start your own companies, your own startups, what matters is not long speeches. What matters is the numbers, the success. So in these 100 episodes of Decode, we got 23 crore views on YouTube. I never thought that I'll get this kind of number so soon. But yes, today I'm standing at 23 point something crore views, and I'm talking only about YouTube here. And maybe when I hit my 200th episode, maybe I'll be doing much better than this. Today, when I see Decode competing with the biggest private news channels, when I see it connect with millions of viewers every evening, I feel the same pride that you feel when your idea becomes a successful product. Your product becomes a company and your company becomes an inspiration. When I was joining Doordarshan, so many people told me that don't go to Doordarshan. You should go to any private company. If you want to start your own company, please do that. But don't take your show on Doordarshan because nobody watches Doordarshan. The first question I used to face when I used to tell people that I have gone to Doordarshan, people used to ask me, "Ye kahan aata hai?" So it was a huge risk. And all of you in this room know, I think, what I'm about to say now. Starting up is not glamorous. It's brutal. And I'm sure you will all agree with me. It's lonely. It's uncertain. It is sleepless nights and endless doubts. But it is also the most thrilling ride of your life. Because the same risk that keeps you awake at night is also the reason you jump out of bed in the morning. I'll tell you a story about today's morning. I slept very late at night, was very sleepy this morning, wanted to sleep for another 2 hours. But I think some idea hit my mind while in sleep, and I immediately got up. And after that, I could not sleep. And I thought, okay, let me just get up. I wanted to write something. I immediately got up, started writing something before I just forget that idea. So that's the journey of a founder of a startup company. If you look at me, I have lived the corporate world, I have lived the startup life, and I have enjoyed the both. And I can tell you this with law of conviction, chaos with purpose is far more rewarding than comfort without meaning. So to all the founders here, you have already done what millions of people can only dream of. You have built, you have scaled, and this evening you are being celebrated. So I'm congratulating all of you today. And let me say this as someone who has just entered the founder's journey. The challenge is not in building it once, but in building again and again. Not in raising the first round, but in proving you never needed it. Not in chasing valuations, but in creating real value. And this is what this forum stands for, not just rewarding success, but inspiring people who are scaling their vision. There has never been a better time in the history to be a founder in India. I come from a middle class family, as sir said in the beginning. His father was a teacher. Even my father was a teacher. My mother was a teacher, and I am their only child. And when I was born in 1972, that was the time when every middle class family or lower middle class family used to dream that their son will one day get a good, cushy government job. Everybody was after government jobs. And when I was growing up, if I tell my father that I don't want to do a government job and maybe do something of my own, he would have discouraged me like anything. In fact, I did discourage him when I joined media, because in early 90s, joining media was not a good prospect. It was not considered to be a well-to-do profession. My father used to ask me that if you become a journalist, you will not get a girl to get married. So yes, all of us, we have taken huge risks, and that's why we are in this room. But let's talk about India today. Not the India Today company. So you look around yourself. India is the fastest growing major economy today. We have the youngest workforce in the world. Digital adoption is much, much deeper than ever in our country today. Global capital is looking at India as the new land of opportunity. If Silicon Valley was the world's startup hub in 90s and China was in 2000s, I think the 2020s belong to India. It belongs to us. And this forum, this room, this hall is the command center for that revolution. When I left my CEO's role, people asked me, why give up power, recognition, and this secure job, this security? And my answer was simple. Positions give you status, but only creation gives you legacy. And that's what each one of you here is doing, trying to create legacies. Legacies that will shape India's future far more than any government policy or corporate boardroom ever could. For me, the greatest reward is this. When I walk into my studio today, every night, I know the show I anchor is not just a program. It's not just a TV show. It's a product of my company. It's a product of my team. I have 50 young boys and girls working with me today. And all these 50 people are very different from others. Their thought process is very different from others. They are dreamers. And I tell each one of them that after a few years, you should not work with me. You should not do a job with my company. You should have your own companies, and I'll shape you. I'll teach you whatever I can to be a successful person who can lead their companies. So it's a huge satisfaction when you do your show and you know that you are not doing it to earn money. You are doing it to transform the society. And you are doing something for your country. That ownership is priceless. So this evening, the founders who are winning and the ones who are still struggling, I want to say this. Don't let fear of failure kill your hunger for success. And I'm telling you with my own experiences. Don't let comfort kill your creativity. And never forget, The future of India belongs to those who dare. Your startups are not just companies, they are movements, they are weapons of change. They are building blocks of a new India, an India that is very confident, an India which is innovative and unstoppable. And at the end of my speech, congratulations to every founder here, every award winner, every dreamer. May your journey inspire millions more to take this leap. And finally, my thanks again to my friend Anurag Batra for creating this platform that not only it celebrates founders but strengthens India's entrepreneurial ecosystem. People like us who do not belong to big, neither political families nor business families. I think most of us, we come from middle class backgrounds, lower middle class people. And we were always taught in our childhood that the government job is the best because it gives you a sense of security. You will get a salary every month, and that's the way life should be. And we all broke those barriers and trying to do something new, something different for our families, for the people who work for us, for the society, and ultimately for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sudhir ji, for your address. Thank you. Now that we've got much more motivation from both the keynote speakers, on that happy note, let us move or proceed towards the awards ceremony. Once again, my name is Aditya Malik, an absolute pleasure to welcome each one of you to the 9th edition of the BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards. We will celebrate your achievement, your spirit of ambition, your resilience, your innovation, your happiness, all of which is shaping the future of India's startup ecosystem. And before we begin, I would also take this moment to thank our partners for today. The Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Phantom, and Beanley Coffee. The awards that, the list that will be given to me now of the winners, and Dr. Batra will talk about that. जब से आपने अपने आप को nominate किया है, from the day you've nominated yourselves till the time the list will be handed over to me. It's a tedious process. All of you are winners. That's why you applied for this nomination. But a list is a list. A number is a number. We have to circle down to that. What exactly happened in the entire jury process? How did we move through that? How has the list been made and curated? To show you the journey, we have a jury AV. Can we please play that now?
It has been a pleasure being on the jury membership of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40, and I had the privilege of seeing very significant contributions and participations that came in all the way from core sectors like agriculture, education, to investments and financial management, to FMCG, to many more other new sectors which have been emerging. I went through high quality participation, and it was not easy to make pickings there. Particularly this time, we were looking at the leadership and the influence it created, the achievement and impact. What is the current and future promise of the venture that we are part of? So I think everybody was able to put up a very good case, and we really would like to congratulate all the winners and all those who could not make it this time. I'm sure that they would have drawn a lot of inspiration, and they would be among the winners the next time. So we wish you all the best. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Can you please have a huge round of applause for the jury members? Thank you. To quickly welcome all of you, please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief and founder of the Exchange Media Group.
Some of you have flights. By the way, if you come to award functions, keep time. Unless until you own a plane, then another issue. Maybe next time. But good evening. Let me make it very quick. Let me say what Elizabeth Taylor said to many of her suitors. I won't keep you long. Right? Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you here. Thank you, Mr. KJ Alphonse, for sharing your thoughts and inspiring people and taking them through your journey. Thank you, Mr. Sudhir Chaudhary, for talking to them about your journey and your lessons and asking them to dream bigger and take risks. I just want to say that I see Natasha here. She's been part of our juries of various awards. She runs a venture studio. I see my friend Mr. H.P. Singh, who's an author and has been part of our juries. I see Mr. Salil Kapoor, who's been part of our juries. He's now an entrepreneur and investor. He was the CEO of a very large corporate. I met him 2 decades back, and he's a close friend. I can only say at BW Disrupt 40 under 40, Chetan has been curating it for many years. We select new winners. It's not about the sons and daughters of rich people or established entrepreneurs. There are other magazines that do it. There are other editorial, and that's okay. I love all media companies, including the India Today group. Okay, I must say on record, and I mean it seriously. That's their credo. I've always believed, whether at Exchange for Media or at Business World, our job is to discover new people, new ideas, new. And when you see the list today, you will see that. There are 2 jury mentions. They're like special jury mentions, and rest are the winners. They were very close because in tabulation, and they were getting close to 40. In fact, one has, when he applied, he was less than 40, but today he's above 40, and the rule says when you apply, you have to be less than 40. So the winners have been selected through an honest process. I keep saying that no awards are perfect. The only 3 people who are perfect, Mr. Alphonse, you know who? Lord Shiva, I am a Hindu, my wife, and Modi ji. Rest, everything is imperfect, right? It's an honest process, and it's like cricket. Someday, some people you don't bat well. Even Tendulkar used to get out at low score. So awards are a bit like that. Sudhir bhai knows, or maybe doesn't know. I've called him for this entrepreneurship show because hopefully we'll do one show for Bharat like that together. I mean, of course, he will be in the front. I'll be doing other things. So I want to tell you, Mr. Alphonse, you talked about product company. There is a Zoho. There are many product companies. And the one significant change is the time I became an entrepreneur 25 years back is Indian entrepreneurs are dreaming bigger. So I don't want to stand between you and the awards. Congratulations to you. And we look forward to reading a story on our digital platforms and in the magazine. This is an honest process of awards. None of you have paid money to win these awards, nor do we solicit. Yesterday, somebody reached out to me. And yes, I do have a editorial point of view on everything that happens. We could do this process through just an editorial process, but having a jury adds layers. Mr. Singh, whom you saw, is an IMA alumnus, and he's again been part of some of our juries. Juries are also judgmental. They look at the work, but they have their own sphere of reference. So the winners reflect every sector, every age group. The only thing I wished, there were more women in the list. There are some awards where there are more women than men, but congratulations. Please give each of the winner a big round of applause, and we look forward to celebrating your success.
Thank you so much. May I please request Dr. Anurag Batra the chairman and editor-in-chief of BW Business. Please join us on the stage, along with KJ Alphonse, former Union Minister of State for Culture and Tourism, and the author of The Winning Formula, 52 Ways to Change Your Life, along with Sudhir Chaudhary, TV anchor, journalist, and now an entrepreneur as well. To please join us on the stage. मेरी speed भी काफी तेज हो गई है आप लोग के flight के timing को देखते हुए. To present the awards, we'll start. We'll try and do this as nicely and quickly as possible while maintaining the sanctity too. Any picture that you share online, please use the hashtag BW40under40. My only request to you. Surely. With that, the first person is on the lead list of BW Disruptive 40 under 40 for this year. Presentation, please. Founder of Aqua Corporate Water Systems in India. Congratulations. Winners, please don't forget an individual picture here once you're done with your award. That is for a group picture in the end. The next member is on the lead list of this year's BW Disruptive 40 under 40. Congratulations, Sneha. The next member is on the top list of BW Disruptive 40 under 40. For a Bharat, Emperor, 15 years. This is not just about entrepreneurs, it's also about intrapreneurs. There are more than 10 intrapreneurs in the day. For what to provide, this one of them, but there are more than 10 in the day. So the BW is the 40 and the 40, not just for entrepreneurs. Thank you. Moving ahead, the next member is on the top list of BW Disruptive 40 and the 40. Flora, CEO and co-founder of the brightest for AI. Look at this one. What happened? Congratulations, thank you so much for being here for the award. Thank you, sir. Yeah, to give feedback to this. Thank you. Please request HBC, the Rooney journalist, international trader, author, all combined in one speech to join us on the stage and help us present the next set of awards. Sir. Moving ahead, the next vendor is on the list of BW Disrupt 43 under 40. The CEO of Communication. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations. Winners, reminder, individual picture. Once you step down with this page, left and audience right, and also stay back for a group picture in the weekend. Moving ahead, next vendor is on the powerful list of BW Disrupt 40 and the 40. It will get the founder of Equal India. Let us copy set up laws ताकि आपको भी मिल सके. Thank you. Moving ahead, the next vendor joining the powerful list of this year's VW Disruption 40 under 40. CEO of Arabia, 24. Anand, the director, New Solar.
Clapping is good for your heart muscles. If you haven't gone for your walk, done not done your yoga, it'll help you. So please clap once again for Abhinav. Second, there's no GST on clapping. And third, when you get right up there, the karmic band of claps will matter. Don't clap for others. You may not. That's karmic, that's true. Good smile, right? That's not a joke.
Thank you. Moving ahead, the next vendor joining the powerful list of this year's VW Disrupt 40 and 40. Shantanu, to the CDO of the game now.
Hi everyone, I just want to share my story. So, yeah. So in 2007, I got myself in a train from Qatar to Bombay. In the bathroom, I didn't have money to travel to Bombay. I slept on the table from Bombay for 3 days. We did 3,000 kilometers and didn't settle. I am Sakshi Basu. I represented India in 50 countries. I'm the only Indian leader to get third in the World Championship. I'm the only Indian leader to play for the US team for 7 years. And now my company, Let's Team, now has even got teams for calculus. Don't you play a team anymore, calculus by yourself. So even got awarded by the sports ministry as well. And I just want to call one man for doing everything was possible in my dad, who has been on bicycle all his life in operation. But I have been on flying stock motors everywhere only for his sacrifices. So please let me call my dad. Good boy. Oh. Yes, I think he deserves this more. He's my friend and son, and the opportunity. The 40 under 40 just got an upgrade.
For what I said in the morning, I read this book called The Group that keeps everything.
My dad always tries to super class, but make sure I try to fly. So, one clap I was honest. Thank you. Along with this, I need request. For this next segment, John Bharat will this year the co-founder of Panelist. Without reminder, there's a picture to the end to the end. Next member, join the powerful list of this year's BW Disruptive and the 40. The co-founder and CEO of Rockmart. Moving ahead, the next member joining the powerful list of this year's BW Disruptive and the 40. You are the founder of the world. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for having us here. Thank you so much, sir. Please request the director and co-founder of IoT Labs, Panelist in Human Electronics Sciences, IC. Moving ahead, next member join the party list of this year's BW Disruptive 40 under 40. And mother, I believe. She's clapping louder than all of you collectively. Congratulations to you, Andy. Congratulations. Shall moving ahead, next member, join the party list of this year's BW Disruptive 40 under 40. Moving ahead, next member, join this list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Avi Mitchell, CEO, founder of Golden Ventures LP. Congratulations, Avi. Moving ahead, next member is your BW Disrupt 40 under 40 powerful list. Dr. Rajiv Kumar, MD and founder of White Apple LLP. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हुए next member, this is the purple list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Congratulations, Gaurav. Winners, reminder, individual picture, group picture at the end. इसी के साथ next member joining this year's powerful list of BW Disruptive 40 under 40.
Congratulations. इसी के साथ the next member, BW Disrupt 40 under 40 की powerful list. बंद कर दो हम वापस कोशिश करते हैं with you आप लोग clap for him यार he's the youngest in the list I think he should have been in the list he should have been in the 30 in the 30 list but he was very very good and congratulations 29 I can't beat you to it he has 11 more years to go in this case congratulations he made it over चलिए next member the powerful list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40 for this year the Supreme founder and chairman of East My Trip.com. Provide you with Congress collecting on this gap. But anyway, thank you all for this. Congratulations. Thank you so much for talking to me about that. That's all as well. Please. Great Shukla J. Advisor, the BWDC Board, to please join the stage and the awards and the winners. Are you? Moving ahead, next member, the powerful list of BW Sub 40 under 40 for this year. Marcos doing the vice president and B2B of the Congratulations. आगे बढ़ते हुए the next member join the list of BW Sub 40 and 40. The co-founder of the CEO of Yoursen Network. These waters here, the youngest disruptor since the morning who's been here, attending all the sessions as well. It is playing games as a different thing, but yeah, word नहीं है. This is not. It's a disruptor who has lost his rally ticket. Number 77. The Tula wala. Anybody who's lost it, guys, this is yours. That's all. Number 77. आप खड़ी हो सकते हैं. है आपके पास? चलिए, moving ahead, next member, join the powerful list of this year's BW Disrupt 40 and 40. Ryan Malhotra, the founder and CEO of your Trinity. Congratulations, Ryan. Moving ahead, the next member is a powerful list of BW Disrupt 40 and 40. After we tell you to that said first. Nothing is good for hard muscle. Your hard muscle, not just mine. We can't do it, you know. Thank you so much. It means a lot. I was like really wishing to get the award and getting it. They can't actually allocate the rest to you, and this was. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Highest. आगे बढ़ते हुए next member, this is for the list of VW Disrupt 40 under 40. Okay. You not want to stand now. Moving ahead, next disruptor joined the powerful list of this year's BW Disrupt 40 and 40. The founder and we also have Shivam's parents here. Double tap, no? They also see the Oh, the Yunani family everybody. Come on, sir. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हुए नेक्स्ट डिस्ट्रक्टर जिसके साथ लिस्ट ऑफ BW Disrupt 40 and 40. Sonia Bharat, the founder of Congratulations. Moving ahead. Next disruptor, which is powerful list of BW Disrupt 40 and 40. Bhagavan, the founder. Oh. Congratulations.
आगे बढ़ते हुए next disruptor joining this powerful list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Christy Salman, the co-founder and the CEO of Innovators. Yes. So it is well known that for every successful bank, there is a winner. But for me, there are three names behind me. My father, my father-in-law, my husband, all are here. I would like to bring them on stage. And my mother and my mother-in-law as well. This is happy festivities. Congratulations. Congratulations to everybody. Well, thank you so much, Ji, for helping us with your voice. Thank you, sir. And we request for Hale, being the senior editor at BW Disruptive, to please join us on the stage and help present the last set of awards. Moving ahead, next disruptor, this is for list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. आगे बढ़ते हुए the next disruptor join the powerful list of this year's BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Radhika Gupta CEO, founder of India. Radhika here. Let's move ahead to the next one. Next disruptor joining the powerful list of this year's BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Manish Rafiq, the head strategy, New Hustle, Valdeco. Congratulations. Moving ahead, next disruptor, BW Disrupt 40 under 40 powerful list for this year.
CEO of all Not your last 4 or 5 winners which will join from the stage. So humble request कि जो जोश आपने starting के दिखाया था list में, अगर आप उसे last में आते हैं, it will not do justice to the winner to come up now. It's the same list. There are no ranks. Please only request it. With that, moving ahead, next member, top the list of BW Discount 40 under 40. Well, the fifth owner and the CPO of Right, the list is there. Let me get that. Congratulations. The picture is wrong, of course, it's समझ गया आपका ये. चलिए, moving ahead, the next disruptor, showing the profit list of this year's BW Disrupt 40 and the 40. It is just one the founder and the CEO of Aircraft Technologies Private Limited. A couple who are consistent with this team. And Natasha here. Also Aguras. No. Moving ahead, next member, this is for the list of BW Disrupt 40 and 40. Hello, there is the co-founder and operation. Uncle. Reminder of the winners, you have a good picture in the end. You're also being joined by Sri Bharat, I can speak for a bit there. Please request you, sir, to join the next first present the last of the words. Thank you so much. So we're moving ahead, the next disruptor. This is for the list of BW Disrupt 40 and 40. Aman is also Chief Strategy Officer in Nico. Congratulations. Next disruptor. Joining this is powerful list of BW Disrupt 40 and 40. The co-founder and CEO of Manchester. Congratulations, Devansh. आगे बढ़ते हुए next disruptor. This is from the list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. The founder and CEO of Aerospace, Canada. Ameshwar. Moving ahead, the next disruptor is the small list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Innovators, the founder and CEO of brightest. Was able to meet everybody. He called this one. Yeah, he was sitting here. I just saw him. The second time we are meeting is probably even a different. I know he's not put like 300 times more, right? Sunny Vagila in the room. I think he built up. He built up. Maybe list up over here. I think he did that. So the next disruptor joining this is the list of BW disruptor 40 under 40. Sunny Vagila. Yeah, हम ताली से मेकअप कर सकते हैं, it's okay, doesn't matter. Sunny, everybody. Congratulations. You know, how to say the best is saved for the last. वो सनी के लिए बनाई गई थी. चलिए, with that, we come to an end of this year's award ceremony for BW Disrupt 40 under 40. The biggest applause now for each one of you, collectively. Thank you for what you do, and most importantly, thank you for being you. Okay. Thank you for being you. With that, please request each of the winners, along with your trophy, to join us on the stage for a group picture. We'll do two, one with jury members and the presenters, second only with the winners. All the winners, please. If there's anybody outside, the business world, you can make sure कोई रह ना जाए. All the winners, please, with your trophies on the stage. यहाँ ज्यादा लोग हैं. Okay, first, giving you 10 seconds individually and then also 10 seconds. Yes, sir. You got 10 seconds. Done? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.5, 1. Done. Thank you. Okay, now can you all please hold it feedback? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now it is the first game. The center frame now, please. आपका ट्रैफिक कैसे हो चुका है सर? The center frame first. Please wait. Now one only with the minute. Thank you, sir. Let's please Dr. Bharat. Mr. Bharat, thank you. Thank you. Vinod ji, आपके पहले से जहाँ भी आपका seconds for your own cameras. Chalo, let's quickly 10 seconds for your phone. Barabar diya. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. The tea is served outside. What do you get? Zero. Sir. Yes. Sure. The center plate, please. Thank you. Happy Diwali. Keep this something and enjoy yourselves. Yes. So thank you.